Time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Welcome everybody.
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Bolger.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Gains that confidence, plays a few looking inwards into his own insecurities.
I like the no expectation part, so like that's something that has gotten better because sure, it's like not my full-time job.
It's definitely good for chess in India, and now there is Olympiad also, so there'll be more people following and taking up chess as professional sport.
Yeah.
And it's surprisingly concrete still, no? d4, good move, this d takes d4, the d takes d5.
This line was essential and forced, but also not rocket science to map out.
He played the Berlin, which I sort of expected, but I didn't really know what to do against, because in reality very few people do.
When we are playing an even game against someone of similar strength to us, usually we need to give something in order to obtain the initiative.
Just how shrewd and cunning Alireza can be, even with very little time.
I want to show you a game just to prove that I play these lines that I played against former world number 2 and a bit of a superstar, Gata Kamsky.
Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me, I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging, I'm working overtime. Got the song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy, logically I'm impossibly wanted, and they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh,
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
First of all, I think white goes queen f4. Here the move is still queen f5, right?
You are following my games, you will see I play a lot of games.
Finally, guys, so much work for just one pawn. It's so much happiness.
welcome. Round 10 of the Tata Steel 2023 Wijk tournaments. Both Masters and Challengers are looking extremely interesting and very exciting. 4 rounds to go. These are very, very long tournaments, you have to say. But I am enjoying covering them greatly, and I am here once again with my friend David Howell. How are you feeling about the business end?
Yeah, like you, Peter, I'm excited. Still lots of action ahead. We've been enjoying these really tense battles, these study-like endgames, and I'm hoping for more of the same. I'm also expecting nerves to kick in, especially for the leaders of Dusatorov. I do think that there's some twists and turns ahead in terms of who might win the tournament. Others will have their bit to say, of course, but yeah, it's just a pleasure to be here, Peter.
Absolutely. And I did want to start a bit early today because we got slightly unlucky, because I think definitely with chat's help, we would have gotten this. Like, there is an outside possibility we would have gotten it ourselves, but I think we probably would have needed help from chat. But I want to return to arguably the most exciting game of yesterday's round, although it did turn into a bit of a blowout. The very, very interesting victory that Richard Rapport achieved with the black pieces against Arjun Erigaisi. And what happened there is we did the first go-through, covered all 7 games, and we were about to switch to the challengers. And then I noticed Queen D2 G5.
Yes.
Which prompted me to exclaim some random things, and we were very excited about this. But the position we saw was, I think, maybe this one, and then this one, which in a way kind of buried the lead there. Because in post-game interviews, Richard Rapport was asked if he knew the move King E2 existed, which is apparently the best move in this position, because playing F3 is just so important. It is like vitally important for White to play F3, which is why Queen D2 G5 is such a strikingly interesting and actually playable idea, because securing this bishop on the e4 square is absolutely crucial for black. And not only was he aware of it, he said he only spotted it after bishop e4 and became extremely unhappy with his choice. And he said, had I noticed King E2 prior to me playing bishop e4, I would have played knight d7, which only really goes to reinforce just how good he is at chess when he's playing well and when he's seeing things well. Because he was actually sort of acutely aware that his idea has a problem, and the problem is the move King E1, E2 in this position, which is really quite remarkable. It is, and had Arjun actually played this, it would have been even better in a way. But
I guess it also clears the E1 square for the queen, which is a bit of a bonus. But yeah, Arjun, that's incredibly difficult. You have to break down so many stereotypes. You've got to forget everything you learn as a young player to play King E2. But yeah, impressive.
It is very impressive, and I thought it's an unusual enough diagram, so to speak, for me to begin the show by going back to previous round, because I think it's unlucky that we missed out on this, because like once you see Queen D2 G5, you don't really return to this position, because you have this absolutely outlandish thing happening on the board, and you don't really need to go back. But yeah, King E2, and as I understand from the interview, he sort of just nodded and said, yeah, that was very strong, and I was very worried about it. Very,
bit of a
very
genius
strong player. Yeah, very, very strong player. And when he's seeing the ball well, so to speak, he is a sight to behold. But for today, this after all has finished, we do have exciting pairings all around. We have, hang on a second, that doesn't seem right.
We are seeing on our cameras Magzudlu is up against Carlsen today. Abdustorov has a tough test. He will be facing Ding, and yeah, we're just getting the board up. We're just getting the pairings up for you. Yes, we see Magnus arrive not too late for once and adjust his pieces.
Yeah, he's still there. Yeah, I'm having some unexpected issues with the boards, but they will get resolved in a second. Let me try and, because it worked perfectly for my little expose on King E2, and then for the more important business of actually showing you today's round, it suddenly decided to go on the blink. But yeah, here we are, and now everything is completely fine. So apologies for that. So yeah, we do have Noribek playing Dingliren. We have a very, very important game between players in second and third place. Wesley playing white against Anish. Plenty to watch out for. Even though I will start by saying that the jinx is very real.
The Berlin jinx.
The Berlin jinx is very very real. It is today. We have. I haven't even scrolled all the way down. We have 2 Rookie 1 anti-Berlins.
Yeah. Just as we were praising Rapport, he plays Rookie 1 against the Berlin.
And yeah, this is just such a fantastic change between yesterday to today. Like yesterday, he does all that, and today this is his position by move 8 against Levon.
Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, he's just in a way, it's one of the more kind of endearing things about Richard, because he's entirely unpredictable. Like and I'm pretty sure, I think he won the last 2, right?
Yeah, he's on a streak.
Yeah, and today is a final round before the very last rest day.
Mm-hmm.
So it would be a bit of a strange spot for him to just suddenly decide, no, I want to save draw. I don't really want to play chess today. Let's just, make a theoretical draw. So I have a feeling he's doing this with a plan. He's not really doing this not to have a game, but still, the same person who played G5, G4 yesterday doing this is a bit of a contrast.
We should mention that Richie has a track record for this. At the World Blitz, for example, he was on fire. He won several games in a row, and then he was up against Nakamura, took a super quick draw with white in a Berlin, the typical Berlin Queen E4, Queen D4 draw. And yeah, the chess gods punished him. There was a bit of karma. He didn't do too well after that. So it's surprising. Like you say, there's plenty of ideas for white. It's far from game over. In this position, it's very trendy. We see the same position pretty much on this board as we do.
And yeah, Noribek has already played D4 here against Dingliren. In Wesley's game against Anish, this is the interesting one to a degree, because so far they're repeating what Dingliren has done against Anish yesterday. And that was a wild game.
Yeah.
So Wesley seemingly will have the option of going here again and perhaps doing, sorry, not C6, of course, yeah.
Doing something the same but different.
And going for something very similar, and perhaps asking Anish to improve on his previous play. Although you suspect you can't really repeat the entirety of that game, because he was at some point. I mean, Ding was in trouble before being massively better, before eventually losing. That game featured a lot of swings.
Yeah. Also, if you're asking someone whether they've done their homework, then Anish probably isn't the right guy to ask.
That is a very fair point.
Yeah, he's definitely done a bit of work overnight on this, or at least Jan has, or someone, Team Giri has looked at that.
And there are also today is a day of people playing the Spanish, seemingly.
Yeah.
Because apart from the 2 anti-Berlins, there's also 2 very classical, well, not entirely classical. There's a 63 in the game between Fabiano Caruana and Arjun Erigaisi, and Arjun so far has replied with the absolute main line of d3, b5, bishop b3, d6, and Fabi is thinking. The choices here are basically, they used to be just straight a4 or a3, but the move c2, c3 made a bit of a reappearance recently, based on a kind of a weird idea to play the classical Chigorin a full tempo down.
Just to confuse the opponent.
I've lost a game like this to Hare Krishna recently, and was very impressed by just how annoying it is, despite black having a legitimately just a full tempo being given to you compared to the old theory. But no, Fabi does play a4 here. We'll return to this after bishop d7. There's a lot of theory. We can discuss it at length. And
speaking of playing one tempo down, Peter, that's exactly what Jordan is doing against
Jordan. This is very confusing though, because I was honestly no, this is slightly different, right? Oh no, he could have played d4. Yeah, that actually wasn't a 6d3 line. That was a classical Spanish again. But Jordan did play rook e1 and replied to the threat of the Marshall Gambit by playing d3, which is arguably slightly less fashionable than other tries. In particular, a4 has been discussed very heavily in this tournament. d6, c3. And here, Vincent played knight a5, c5. And it is honestly a little bit surprising to me that Jordan is playing h3 here and not connecting this with the idea of playing d4. Because I'm pretty sure this is what Harry did against me. And this is, I think, what people mean these days. The major reason being that if you play queen c7, white just plays d5. Of course, if you play like the very, very classical triggering lines, such as, let's say, knight bd2 and allow cd, cd, knight c6, black will very much enjoy the fact that your pawn is on h2 and not on h3. But if you close the position down by move 12, it turns out, I mean, you obviously would still prefer the pawn on h3, but it's not that important in a position which is suddenly this closed and, this prone to very maneuvering long games. And the spatial advantage is still going to matter a great deal.
We're being told, Peter, by Satiris that this is quite rare with rook e1. Usually you want h3 and then maybe with d3, d4. This is, ancient stuff, we're being told. And Jordan, clearly going away from the main lines just to surprise Vincent. I'm surprised. I thought black had various ways of setting up where the tempo might matter. Maybe some Keres type of setup, knight d7 as well.
Yeah, you could go for that as well, but I think if you play knight c6 early enough, d3, d4 loses much of its potency because black really won't mind getting a lot of material off the board. And also, what white is doing here is, let's say if we compare this line that Jordan is playing with the line where white goes h3, bishop b7, d3, d6, c3, and you get a lot of positions like this. This is still playable for black, but black very, very often will eventually play bishop b7, c8 voluntarily, because as long as we don't play d3, d4 very early here with white, the bishop on b7 finds very little to do on this diagonal, being very restricted by the pawn on e4. So yeah, I'm unsure what Jordan wants to show here after something like knight c6, rook e8, h6, bishop f8, and yeah. Generally, my impression always has been that those types of positions should not really be at all problematic.
And nuances in the Spanish aside, where else could we be looking? It is interesting that there were 0-1 e4s yesterday, and then today 4 Spanishes. Literally no other answer to e4 these days.
Yeah, 4 out of 7 are just Spanishes. In the meantime, let's just put that particular storyline to bed. Wesley says, no, not interested in playing b3. It may have worked once for Ding, but clearly will not work for the second day running if I repeat it, and goes back into the mainline Catalan. And Anish replies with, I wanted to say the absolute main line, and it's still the absolute main line, but by this point, you do sort of wonder if all of the newfangled ways of playing like b5, a4, bishop b7 and all that have not supplanted it to some degree.
Yeah, especially at the top level, it feels like a bit of a roadblock these days, b5, as Nepo was doing and various others over the last few years. But okay, it shows that Giri's happy to just play a position. And he's been doing this for many years. I remember Anish playing this even 10, 15 years ago when he was a youngster, this a6, bishop d7, bishop c6 stuff. I must admit, Peter, I'm not up to date with the latest nuances here. My theory is probably a couple of years old, but black is rock solid. Various ways to set up bishop d5. I think recommended by Jan in his Chess 24 course, but knight d7, of course.
Unsurprising, knight bd7. You can give all the usual speeches about these structures, because what very often happens, and I will, of course, bungle the move orders horribly, but just to illustrate, the general positions you often get. You get some kind of a position like this. Black could at some point try playing a6, a5, so there is a debate. There is a debate whether white wants to play for a5 themselves if they have time for it. They won't always have time for it, but in some positions, I guess maybe you will. And those are two slightly different positions. And black generally isn't really looking to do very much. I think you just sit. You play queen c7, you perhaps double on the d file. If everything goes extremely well for you, you do play e6, e5, and if that happens, I think you equalize on the spot. but White generally has ways of perhaps not allowing that. But the bigger problem is simply that it's not immediately obvious how White makes any progress at all. And I think these lines very much separate people who understand the Catalan from people like myself, who watch with amazement every time White actually gets anywhere here.
Yeah,
I don't really understand how you're supposed to do that. Like the one plan I sort of understand is playing e4, e5, and then perhaps pretending you have a mating attack on the b1, h7 diagonal. But Black has so much time in general to, knowing that this is the most obvious and the most straightforward, Black has so much time to set something up that probably won't allow it to happen.
Yeah, true Catalan players, they've studied all the little details, like whether White's knight really belongs on c3 or whether it actually wants to end up on c4 in some positions. So sometimes you go via d2, where do you want the White queen? In those positions, when you play h4, h5 as White, all these little details. But yeah, it's it's next level stuff. I'm sure Anisha's looked from both sides in quite a lot of detail. But,
it will be interesting to watch because it is a very intricate structure. On occasion it will be somewhat boring, but only on occasion. We have seen this become quite interesting as well. But for now, this is sort of the general outline of how things go. But actually, knight c3 h6 has been played. My random sequence of moves so far and then he just doesn't take on f6, which is already quite interesting for me because
he's
what's your attitude towards this bishop, like the Catalans?
Kind of whenever I dabble in the Catalan, I'm kind of accepting the fact that this bishop isn't, it doesn't have too much potential, so I'm happy to exchange it off on f6 in general. But I'm also attached to the bishop pair, kind of as part of my spirit as a chess player. So I understand the idea. I do have vague recollections that Wesley might have dabbled in something like this before, Wesley specifically, whether it's this exact position or whether he dropped his bishop back to f4.
Let me try to check, but and I've always claimed that there are very few kind of more diehard bishop pair aficionados in the world than I am. But I think these structures are maybe the one of the very rare examples where I just take on f6 without thinking. I just don't understand what it does on d2. I have no idea what the good squares for it will be later on in the game. I do want to play 2e3 constantly in these types of structures as well, just to support the pawn on d4. And then, in particular, if we return to d2 and then play d2, e3, you really have to question your life choices a little bit. Why are you doing this to your own bishop?
Feels like a redundant piece.
So, this is one of the rare situations where I would, I think, be taking on f6 without really too much hesitation. But clearly, Wesley is not doing this. He's not mad-libbing, as the word goes. And I spotted a very sharp position in a Whoa! I spotted two very sharp positions now.
I think I just spotted the move you.
Whoa! Okay, we begin, I think, with the weirder one.
Yes.
And
smells like home cooking, Peter.
Hello. The engine hates it so far, but this is a line I've actually had occasion to look at, and this is the absolute main line c4 c5 English. This position can be arrived at via a number of move orders, but they chose this one. And the main move here is, of course, g2 g3. And then there's unbelievable amounts of theory which people generally know, but occasionally, if people don't expect it, occasionally this is a good try because Black just freaks out horribly by suddenly having to remember 25 moves of extremely sharp tactics, because it does get, in particular in the knight db5, knight e5 lines, it does get insanely sharp.
Yes.
It's a kind of an interesting punt, specifically after you've not done this for a year and a half, or maybe ever. And then you suddenly just do this in a random game against somebody who is maybe not a huge theory buff. And they start thinking from move 7 and decide not to engage in the absolute mainline theory. And I think this is one of the lines where if you don't engage in the mainline theory, you might be in trouble.
Yeah.
But instead, a3 has kind of gained in popularity here. Kind of a move that, I mean, it's a useful move. It stops bishop b4, which is relevant because we do want to play e4. But it also is a bit of a wasted tempo, right?
Yeah, I remember looking at this quite a lot as well from the white side, trying to make it work, and I was never too impressed because we lose so much time. And even if black doesn't react, as he didn't in the next few moves, even if he just allows e4 to happen, I guess bishop c5 is also a move here. There's various moves, but what Pragg did makes a lot of sense, just getting castled as quickly as possible. And if we catch up slightly, Peter,
as I mentioned, bishop c5 I think is fine, but bishop e7 currently I think is probably the main line here. e4 castles. Now black very much does want to play d7 d5 next move, which is why knight f3 is being played. And here this very clever maneuver, queen a5, simply attacking the pawn on e4, which needs to be protected. You either play bishop d3 or bishop d2. Bishop d2 is the main move, queen h5. And here the problem for white is you don't really want this move to move this bishop again. And black is ready to play d7 d5 next move. Main theory goes bishop e2, d5. I think like the absolute main line here looks something like this. And d4, I think they go queen h4, maybe. Or maybe
queen h5 and a repetition.
No, I think you can pretend you're a little bit better here, but it's only really pretending. Like you're not actually going to.
Black is super active.
Convince very many people because black has activity, has good squares for pieces. Yes, this is somewhat weakened, but it's not very much. And in this position, Gukesh uncorks rook g1, which I thought was incredibly exciting until it was pointed out to me by chat, and then I checked with the database. Anish played it 2.5 years ago against Nepo.
I feel like we should know that. I feel like...
Yeah, that's probably one of the online tournaments, right? That says...
If it was 2 years ago,
Final of Legends of Chess. And Jan replied with a very quiet a6, h3, knight e5, g4, which I think very much justifies what white is doing. Like if you get a position like this, g5, knight e8, it's not like black is losing, but you definitely, I think, take this as an outcome after you've played rook g1.
It's like a dream open Sicilian.
H4 and let's go. This is exactly what happened in the game. And it ended up, Jan immediately sacrificed a pawn for activity, like the pieces did come out. And Jan ended up winning that game. But looks like the experiment is definitely repeatable if this is the best choice black has. But Pragg, impressively for me, seems to be very aware this exists. Because he blitzes out g5. g4, of course, has to be the justification. If you take on d5 and allow this bishop to control the g4 square, you will never play g4 again. Yes. So the only way to justify your previous play is to play g4 immediately. Knight g4, c takes d5. And yeah, we have a very enjoyable mess on our hands, which I am seeing for the very first time.
Yeah, likewise. I've got to say that's the right word for it, a mess. What's the idea if I take on d5, are you taking with the knight? Taking with the pawn feels too open on the e file.
Yeah, I think this probably loses to bishop c5 and rook e8 or some such, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm slightly overusing some such here, but I do believe this is going to be unattractive. So I think you take with the knight.
And I was initially wondering whether bishop c5 still worked, but I'm very worried about something on the g file. Yeah, for example, bishop f2, queen f2.
This weirdly works out for white. But of course, bishop takes f2 is not forced. You can make some normal moves in this position, and the speed with which d7, d5 came from Pragg, I would not at all be surprised if he is.
He's looked.
He's looked at this and he's now trying to remember exactly what the file says.
Yeah, and I guess if you play this queen a5, queen h5 maneuver, then. Especially for a younger player, it means you've checked it in the last couple of years. You will be aware of this game, Giri Nepomniachtchi, and
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
It is slightly surprising to see him think after CD5, but go on.
Yeah, in particular because you don't really have very many good options. Knight c, now he's taking a d5 because knight c5 just straight up loses a piece to knight takes e5, and this pin decides. Yeah. So the only real other option would be to go knight g5, but once again, like why would you give yourself this endgame? Rook g3 or bishop b2 is just clearly at least a slightly worse endgame because f4 is a threat. If you ever take on d5, this will be a very strong piece followed by bishop c3 and pressure on the g file. So yeah, you obviously take on d5. Knight takes d5 already blitzed out by Arjun, and now you can make different decisions.
By Gukesh, yeah.
Yeah, bishop c5, obviously one of them. Rook e8, perhaps another.
Yeah, I loved how you said bishop c5, queen e2, and then you play a normal move. Here, I wouldn't even know what a normal move is, Peter.
Yeah, I have no idea either. I have by this point. Yeah, I was sort of shocked by this so much that I was briefly aware of what is suggested by the Silicon overlords, and in this position, the suggestion is to go for this line, which somehow supposedly is fine for black. Despite us allowing knight f7 check, this still somehow works out.
Feels like there's going to be all sorts of knight g6 checkmate, chessmating ideas at some point as well. But
says fine.
Maybe enough counterplay.
Yeah, doesn't even go for knight f7. I think it starts with knight d3, and then the game just continues attacking c5, protecting f2. Kind of a logical move, honestly. But you can probably do something else, and also bishop c5 is not entirely forced. So the one thing you would worry here about as Prague, or as somebody who supports Prague from a distance, is if he actually finds himself in that extremely weird spot here, where he knows he's looked at this, but he doesn't actually remember what the file says, and you don't know if you're supposed to think or try to remember.
Yeah.
And this is an extremely weird spot, right? We've all been there. I'm sure you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Many times.
Yeah, and I don't know about you, but for me, very often in those spots, you sit there kind of wishing you knew nothing, because it would have been just sort of easier to concentrate.
Yes,
it would be easier to just tell yourself, okay, this is a new challenge. These are my options. I have 90 minutes to pick something. Yes, it will be difficult, but I'm a strong chess player. Let's just consider.
Yeah.
Instead, you are sitting there sort of trying to recall how the page of your chess base file looked, and where exactly on the page things were.
Yeah.
Because it actually helps my memorization, trying to revisualize the file, trying to kind of remember what the main line is, like how many sub-variations there are. And you get into a rut trying to do that. It's just very, very unhelpful.
Yeah, I always spend the first 5-10 minutes just hating myself, cursing myself, saying oh, why is my memory not better? Why didn't I check this more recently? But as you say, it's just hard to kind of reset, and often you spend a whole bunch of time as well just trying to kind of superficially reenact your notes and trying to make things work that normally you wouldn't even dream of considering. So yeah, it's a tough spot for Prague if he doesn't remember. I think either he'll spend 5 minutes and then he'll play a long series of forcing moves quite quickly once he recalls, or he's on his own and he'll have to tank for a long time.
Yeah, and if it's the second, if it's the latter, you don't really envy him very much here, because this is a very difficult position to play well if you're on your own.
Yeah. Feels like, Gukesh certainly is the one who's checked this more recently. So that you would think gives him a small psychological advantage. Peter, should we check back in on this one once Prague makes a decision?
Yeah. And the other one that excited me a great deal was, as somebody said in the comments, Magnus is Carlsbadding again. He absolutely is Carlsbadding again. And he's doing it in a very interesting kind of a new fashion here. Which is he's been doing this quite a bit, just ignoring the semi-Tarrasch options with knight takes d5, going e5, going bishop b7, e3, and opting for various playable setups here with black. But today he does something that honestly looks a bit gambly. Bishop g4, because you get the feeling that if White plays queen b3, black is about to start punting stuff, right? I think you play knight bd7 and you just kind of ignore both d5 and b7 and say, yeah, show me.
Yeah, it's scary for White as well to go grabbing these pawns if someone like Magnus plays it against you so confidently. I guess I
don't think it's even good, to be honest. I think you probably don't even go there.
You don't take the pawns, you mean?
Yeah, I mean, this one isn't actually hanging just yet
Yeah.
because h4 is hanging, and the knight, as we all know. Actually, you can even take with the queen. So it's setting up a little bit of a trick.
That's pretty.
Yeah, that is actually quite unusual. Yeah, the two pieces quite far away from the king. Actually, giving mate to the king on move 11 is kind of cute. And taking on b7 also looks extremely risky. Some position like this, I don't think we're so far behind in development with White. Yeah, that it feels that it's not great. What's the idea if White goes f3? Simply asks GM Solver. I think the idea is f3 is, supposedly not the move you want to make. But then you may have noticed I stopped myself midway.
Mm-hmm.
In this structure, why is this not useful?
Maybe the idea is a very quick c5 for black in some positions, because often f3 comes in a bit later once white is fully developed, once black is committed to kind of putting a pawn on c6, knight of d7, maybe just bishop e6, followed by c5 coming in soon. I'm not sure when or where, but this was what I would like
my
to
argument
play.
would be I want to play bishop d3. I want to sort of not
Just
engage
ignore
with
me.
that at all.
Yeah.
Bishop d3, knight e2, let's say you go knight e6, I castle, you castle.
It's also an argument to say white's pretty happy here.
Yeah, like bishop f2, knight f4.
Mm-hmm.
This does not look unplayable at all to me, but I guess it must be something like this, because if you don't go for the fast c5, if you develop your pieces the way you would have developed it normally,
just tempo down.
Yeah, I think yeah, you've given white a very useful move for the purposes of pushing e3, e4, which is absolutely what white wants in every single Carlsbad structure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, unless he wants to maybe put the bishop back on f5 after f3, but again, that feels provocative. It feels a bit loose. It's like you're asking to be hit in some positions.
That was more definitely my second idea.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't hate knight and bishop d3 anyway. Like, I understand this is a trade that black often very much wants in these structures.
Yeah.
But you've gifted me so much time that, like, I don't know if c5 can be even made to work, because I will be playing dc, and d5 also comes under pressure. And if you play sort of normally, like, I don't know, rook e8, castles, knight bd7, I do wonder if I'm not already pretty much there to play 3-4. Perhaps I need to throw in rook ag1, so that another typical little tactic I want to show, so that our viewers don't blunder it very often, is this kind of a nifty trick, which often does work out for black, which is why I'm including rook ag1 first to support it. And then I think I will play e4 next move, and I think I will at least initially claim that I'm somewhat hopeful.
Yeah, I've got to say it looks at least quite aesthetically pleasing for white. It looks like you've got everything much quicker than you normally get it. So, yeah, surprising stuff. I know Magnus has kind of experimented a lot with move orders in these Carlsbads, especially in the last few years. But yeah, bishop g4, it's new to me. I'm not sure if it's a novelty, but it must have been played at some point.
Yeah, it's Carlsbad, I think, has seen so much traffic that it's very difficult. Yeah, it's very difficult to find something that's never actually only one game on Chess24, so not a well-trodden path for sure.
Between strong players, or
no.
Okay.
White is 2385, and black apparently is even unrated, which
strong.
Maybe was a young player anyway. So we actually briefly covered everything, but our two anti-Berlins, I want to just touch on the differences there, because Richard honestly does look like, for some reason, he is taking maybe a bit of a day off.
Yeah.
And
well-known stuff.
I'm being called out for replying no to your question about strong players and then saying 2385. I should actually do that less.
That's pretty strong.
Yeah, I mean, in the context of this tournament, strong players are stronger, but 2385 is a strong player, and obviously the people calling me out are taking particular enjoyment from calling me out. Those are not random people, but I also should genuinely do that less. It's not great.
Yeah, and Peter here, white has a few moves as far as I know. Bishop e5 played. I can't remember exactly the most accurate move, but knight e6, for example, minimum. And black is just rock solid. I think we won't see this one last for too much longer.
No, yeah, this does feel like it disappears.
Yeah, Yeah, it's bizarre. I don't know. It depends on Rapport's mood sometimes. But he's, as you said, seeing the board really well right now. He's on a streak. So why stop it with the white pieces, especially?
Yeah, this is
slightly
bizarre. Yeah, you never know how they feel on the day, though. It's impossible to judge from the outside, sort of exactly how people feel. Or this is the one where they make this very cute draw, right? Takes 95, rook d8, rook e8, knight g4, queen d8, queen e5, knight g7, right?
Yeah.
This is where this comes from. Yeah, I think we're going to. Yeah, I'll just leave this on the board. I'm pretty sure we're seeing this in like 3 seconds.
Yeah, we're
racing. And then they go, and then for some reason they always go f4, f5 before b5 as well. This is a kind of a tabia where play begins. Yeah, play begins somewhere here, and often the king actually gets to a1,
and then to h1 and a bit later. Yeah, this is.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mystifying decision by somebody who has just won 2 very nice games, including like genuinely, I was extremely impressed by his play yesterday. And has white against somebody who is obviously one of the all-time best players in history, but still not really setting the world on fire in this particular event.
And how about the other anti-Berlin?
Yeah, the other anti-Berlin is a genuine game. This one went instead of d4 here, Neuberg played knight c3 and went for one of these lines, which, while not really very inspiring, still gives you a little bit of a push. And you can definitely imagine how this ends up not being entirely equal for black if black is not quite careful. Because white, just like every single piece on the board, is slightly more active for white than it is for black. And in the meantime, it looks like we actually did speak for like 20 seconds. And this is on the board. So yeah, I feel good about my prediction powers in the anti-Berlins.
Yeah, all those hours of studying the Berlin, Peter, they've paid off.
all those hours of watching people do this.
Yeah,
it's not. Yeah, 4 or 5 also played. This is excellent.
Wow,
this is excellent. It feels like maybe they somebody inadvertently kind of piped our commentary into the playing hall, because a 4 or 5 b4 is on the board. It really does feel like maybe they're being spoon-fed our commentary and decided just to kind of play with us a little bit.
I'm just waiting for the novelty, Peter, the groundbreaking novelty in this endgame.
Yeah.
30 moves in, we're still waiting for it. It's,
yeah. They're both going to a bar after this. You can tell these things, says Poker Demon. Yeah.
And they have shaken hands.
Yeah, and then the news says, now to see if the white king gets to a1. Unfortunately, that does not materialize. Yeah. If they actually if they've done that, I would feel slightly spooked, honestly.
I'm disappointed. They could easily break the world record for a number of moves in a game if they just kind of shuffle for 49 moves and then one of them pushes a pawn, shuffle another 49, another pawn.
All right, I mean, one gone. I think both of us are not entirely sure why this happened, but I think Richie in particular sort of pays great attention to how he feels on the day.
Yeah.
And perhaps sort of life taught him that, let's say, ignoring the slight hints from his mind or body or whatever, that things are not exactly right on the day, is fraught with danger, and you have to respect it. But of course, for us as viewers, this is not the content we were dreaming of.
Yeah, slightly disappointing. Meanwhile, if we do go into more detail on the other anti-Berlin, I wonder whether black can equalize. I must say I haven't seen that exact position before after d5, but similar maybe. I'm just wondering if, for example, Ding plays a natural move like knight f6. Does white push d6 ever? If you don't, then it might
I'm a bit worried about some queen b3 somewhere, but maybe queen b6 is...
Queen b3, queen b6.
Is safe enough, right? And if I start with d takes c6, it's very important that the b7 pawn is no longer hanging, so you will just play queen somewhere. c7, e7.
e7. Don't know.
All of them have some drawbacks.
Yeah.
Maybe actually just like a fade.
Just
sidestep any of the jumps.
Yeah, slightly uncomfortable.
Yeah, and you still have to maybe make 1 or 2 precise moves here, but the position is so symmetrical and so dry that it does not look all that horrible.
Yeah, does Ding play the Berlin that much? Because he's always been a very loyal Marshall player, kind of mainline Spanish. Again, is it a kind of a flair that he's sending up, saying to Nepo, okay, you got to spend hours banging your head against that Berlin wall? I think he must have dabbled at some point. He must have.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I think he is not altogether unfamiliar with it, but yeah, it's not his main Spanish. I think you're absolutely right. I think he's he just enjoys playing complicated positions. Has always been of that kind of school of thought where give me a very unclear, very challenging strategic position, and I will be better than the opponent eventually.
And yeah, he normally is. Yeah, I'm expecting a move like knight f6. Maybe there are others.
I'm wondering about knight d6 just to prevent this from even being a topic of discussion.
And if white just retreats, bishop b3.
Yeah, I wanted to go rook c8 and claim that nothing is hanging. And if you continue ignoring it, I will play 6c5, I think, and start wondering if I can be a bit better.
Yeah, that is a good question.
I mean, queen d4, I'm not sure I'm in love with this, but queen b6 queen b6 or even b7, b6, maybe. b7, b6 feels loose, right?
Yeah, something.
So maybe we do this. Yeah, we do this. But then you have to be maybe slightly unhappy because this loses a piece, meaning that you have to recapture with either the rook or the bishop, and then you left yourself a slightly vulnerable pawn structure. It will be very difficult to win those pawns, but you definitely gave white, a hook for the future.
Yeah, feels like a good practical try if he can get something like this. Abdusattorov from no risk, he's in the lead, playing a strong opponent. If he can put some pressure, but it feels like Ding just needs maybe now or in the next half dozen moves just needs a little bit of accuracy, and he should be completely equal.
Yeah, it's just a question of playing the most precise move here. The immediate c5 looks extremely risky because after d6, difficult to find a comfortable move. Like if we could immediately attack the pawn on d6 with something like bishop b6, we would be okay. And in fact, we are sort of not really losing here either. But you obviously never do this well entirely. Like why give yourself this endgame which is genuinely not entirely equal?
Yeah. After d6, could we attack the pawn with the queen? Maybe queen f6 or queen somewhere.
Yeah, I don't know why I completely disregarded that. I thought it's never fast enough, but now that I look at things, because then maybe c5 becomes a genuine option.
Yeah.
Because like if you pass and I play knight d6, as I mentioned, I start becoming somewhat interested with black. I think like everything suddenly looks very harmonious. Things are placed more or less exactly where they're supposed to be placed, and I wouldn't be unhappy. I have a feeling we maybe start by playing bishop b3,
bishop b6.
Yeah, b6, maybe d6 has become stronger, maybe not. Yeah, maybe actually supporting the c5 pawn has made it simpler for black to play.
Yeah,
maybe this is a genuine option.
Yeah,
I mentioned it kind of in passing. I didn't think it would work, but maybe it's a genuine option.
It's the Grunfeld player in you wants to allow the pass d pawn and just blockade it.
Yeah. Absolutely. It is like in particular when you have sort of very quick access to knight d6, and chat is now confirming that this is at the very least playable. There's even a mention of this being the top line.
Wow. Okay.
Which frankly shocks me. Like I would not. The move does occur to me, but I would need to be in a very adventurous mood to play it, and apparently it is very playable. Curious.
I guess everything else probably there's a bunch of moves that equalize, but maybe you need to be slightly precise there. Here, maybe white is the one who needs to just force the equality.
Yeah, and some brief updates on other positions. Prague, we assume, has managed to remember what the file says, because I don't think you actually play this after 15 minutes of thinking. If you haven't seen this, like that would be honestly just quite outlandish if the young man just does this after spending like 3 minutes on bishop c5 and 10 minutes on f5.
He's definitely capable, but you'd say it feels like a refresh rather than a kind of freestyle.
No, I mean I'm a huge fan of his. Of course, he is capable of making strong moves, but we've also seen in this tournament that when he is faced with difficult problems, he does solve them more often than not. But he takes time.
Yeah,
he likes to think. So I think like 10 minutes on f5 here is very much him kind of refreshing the page in his mind and making sure that what he appears to have remembered is the correct thing he wanted to remember, and then going for it.
Yeah, this is going to get really crazy if knight f4 does happen. I'm not sure if white has anything else here.
Well, you can try casting, but I think after fe4, like very importantly, this is no longer a move. And your entire setup starts hanging because d5 is currently hanging, f3 will hang in some lines. So unless knight g5 here works for whatever reason, this feels borderline unplayable.
Yeah, so let's say rook f2.
Rook f2, knight c5 also sort of comes to mind. Rook f2, I'm a bit worried about seeing things.
Bishop
Queen
f5
c4 even, yeah.
Maybe queen c4 is...
Queen c4 is
scary.
Very scary.
Yeah, maybe knight c5 just to cut out all of this...
yeah, I wanted not to give any of those
diagonal.
squares, yeah. Knight c5, and if you... Queen e4, bishop f5 looks horrendous, and if you take with this knight, I was wondering if I can go bishop f5 anyway, even. Knight c5. Oh no, there's a knight e7 check. Guess not.
There's also h3 in some positions instead of knight takes c4, and I never know whether you have time to... Maybe not.
Yeah, that would be...
I was trying to do
I
some
kind of
counting
completely
rook f2
disregarded
HG.
it because that, like, in the world I want to be living in, this doesn't work. But maybe it does. Yeah, e4, e3 is a move. Rook takes f2 is a move.
We could analyze this for hours.
Yeah, you're forcing me to calculate, and I feel like, despite this being 5 p.m. and me actually having had some coffee today, I feel I'm inadequately caffeinated, to quote the great man himself.
Let's just pretend it's a book, and we'll just use the unclear sign and move on. But yeah, f5, I do wonder whether there are alternatives. Knight f4, now that you've mentioned it's the top computer move, it just looks so appealing. I would want to...
Honestly, I think it's between knight f4 and long castles. I wouldn't dream of playing anything else here. Maybe bishop c3 if we feel very adventurous, but honestly, bishop c3 already doesn't feel fast enough. It already feels like, with the king on e1, this will not work out.
Yeah.
So yeah, for me, the choice will be straight up between two of the most forcing moves in the position. I also completely discount h3 here because once again, fe4 and like everything is hanging. Suddenly, you don't have time for that yet.
Also, bishop f2 is now finally a threat after f5.
Yeah, actually, exactly. Yeah, that's actually a huge point. By controlling the f6 square, people have been asking in chat. So let's show this line again. The reason this hasn't been played is the existence of this tactic, which wins for white on the spot. So by playing f5, we are reintroducing the threat of bishop takes f2 because f6 is now controlled by the rook. Interesting that Gukesh is thinking now. A little bit at least.
Yeah, maybe it's one of those cases as well that you'll be familiar with, Peter. It's, in the file that all roads lead to Rome, everything is equal, but do you test your opponent after knight f4? Maybe they need to know 6 or 7 accurate moves and then it's complete equality, or do you keep the game going in some way where it's roughly equal, but it's totally different type of...
I think you're probably entirely completely correct about this.
It feels like one of those things. They definitely both know.
They should.
The outlines of the...
They absolutely should know. Yeah, exactly. At least the outlines and possibly everything. And then considering the speed with which he blitzed all of this out, and like it looks like he expected this. It looks like Prague is sort of playing his repertoire against 1c4. And Gukesh is doing something that he's maybe not done very much earlier and is trying to catch his opponent unawares. So he should be the one who refreshed this more recently.
Yeah.
And then I think the fact that he spent already more than 20 minutes getting here and choosing the next move does indicate that there is more than one playable option here for white, and he's choosing just how forcing he wants the game to be.
Yeah, and less forcing games include, well, pretty much all of the others that we haven't seen for a little while. I'm surprised what Svidler has done. Queen a4 check looks a bit artificial.
That was, I guess, what he's doing here is he's saying, if I chase the bishop away, it might go to f5, and I don't like it going back to f5. It's a good square, so I will play queen a4 check, which does look very odd. Absolutely forces, well, not forces, but very much provokes black to play c7, c6, which is the move they want to play. But now I will be able to take control of this diagonal, which is very often the most important diagonal that is very heavily contested. And sort of the old thinking about the Carlsbad structures was very much if white controls this diagonal and the black bishop gets stuck on c8, doesn't get traded for anything, white is a bit better. And if you do at some point get to play bishop f5, bishop takes d3, black immediately equalizes. So he is very much engaged in the fight for the control over the f5 square.
Yeah, and I do wonder which way Magnus is going back now. E6 is always kind of like the fallback, kind of last resort option. Bishop h5 is slightly tempting. You might have to play bishop g6 at some point, but from my experience, that's not the end of the world. And yeah, one thing I've seen Magnus do a lot in these Carlsbads is to just take on e2, just give.
Yeah, I was about to ask you, are we happy about bishop takes e2 here?
I think if you can remove the bishop pair, which you might be able to do, for example, after bishop takes e2, something takes e2, knight e8. This type of maneuver he loves.
I think, well, arrow drawing, fantastic. I think he likes those setups a great deal.
Yeah.
Maybe here we can preserve the bishop, though.
And knight f4.
Maybe this is why I took with the knight. I didn't know at the time, but maybe this is why I took with the knight. Although, like, this is so artificial. I really don't know where any of those things go afterwards. Like, I go knight bd7, I put this one back on f6.
Or one of them on f6,
yeah, this is a kind of a weird setup.
But if white wants to maintain the setup with a knight and f4, bishop on g3, then you're kind of restricted to only the minority attack plan, and it's unclear what else you do. That's often the problem in the Carlsbad, kind of running out of plans, pawn breaks.
Yeah,
e4 is never really going to be achievable now.
Not really with this setup, yeah, for sure. And Chad also correctly says, having played queen a4 check, it's not like the minority attack is unplayable, but you will have to spend a lot more tempi than normal because you are sort of in the way here, so you've definitely mislaid your pieces a little bit.
These days, the minority attack, there's several ways to answer it. Magnus, of course, knows better than anyone. He's probably just going to put a pawn on a5 as black, and he'll be very happy here. That he's at least escaped the opening in position full of tension where he can hope to outmaneuver later. This is what I'm expecting. Maybe he'll surprise us and go the other way with the bishop, but then, as you said...
honestly, I'm not a huge fan of this.
Because
now after knight g2, you just don't like this at all, I think, when knight takes c6, fe6 is being provoked. Those types of positions, I think, are genuinely quite unattractive, and I think will be very unattractive to Magnus.
Yeah.
Because I think it gives white a much easier map to good positions. You also have to slightly maybe wonder about f4. Maybe even immediately, because maybe I want the knight on e5.
Yeah. I was going to say that's not too subtle, but yeah, it could be quite strong, f4.
Well, depending on whether like knight e4 is very strong in reply, but if black autopilots here for one move, like if you play rook e8, I go knight f3. I think I begin feeling quite happy about my life choices here. Like castles, knight e5, rook e1.
And I guess after f4, c5, you do the same as earlier. You just ignore me, and
I don't. Yeah, this I will very much
knight c6
suggest. I don't care. Yeah, just castles.
Just castle. Yeah,
castle, rook e1. Try to put the knight on e5. f5 is going to be a bothersome idea for black in every single position. So,
yeah, it's just very, very rich, this position, full of ideas for both sides.
Yeah. In the meantime, in our Spanishes, Fabi against Arjun. I have some slight flashbacks here because I think I got a very similar position in that game that is famous for many things. But in my mind, like in my sort of headcanon, this game is the most famous for the fact that it caused Lawrence to break his mobile by throwing it at the wall.
Why?
The game I played against Fabi himself in the Moscow Candidates in 2013 of 16.
Oh, okay, when Lawrence was the manager.
Where Fabi at some point in the rook and bishop against rook, I held it perfectly well for like 35 moves out of 50, and then suddenly I got myself into a Philidor with very, very few moves remaining, and Fabi was not. We both were playing on increment by this point, and Fabi did not convert, and that obviously severely jeopardized. And as we know, with perfect hindsight, actually did derail his bid to play Magnus in New York. Lawrence was somewhat unhappy.
Yeah, I mean, I remember the endgame. I didn't realize Lawrence had such an extreme reaction. And that game, you mentioned it had similar contours to this one.
Yeah, I think that we had either this exact structure or something very, very similar. But as I mentioned, my memory really isn't. This is why I was so happy when I remember that endgame between Sukandar and Kashinskaya. Because I genuinely don't remember my own games at all. I remember some outlines, but not moves really.
I think that's a common trait for a lot of people. Don't worry.
Yeah. And the other one is so far not a single piece exchanged. After h3, Black did play knight c6, knight bd2, h6, a4. I kind of like playing b5, b4 in all of these positions. I think it's a very logical move. It might look at first glance that you're abandoning some light square control, but you don't really care about the white knight on c4. It doesn't really do very much. And Jordan immediately plays d3, d4. Yeah, these positions, I think, tend to be quite level. I think your kind of default reaction here is just
take everything.
Take everything. And then this pawn obviously will not survive, but you can make it uncomfortable enough for white to win it back to equalize, I think, in most cases. Like after knight b3, a very serious attempt here, pretty much always, is to do this, which very often will lead to white having to give up the bishop on b1 for a knight. And then black really isn't struggling very much at all.
Yeah, and actually, it's not clear the d6 pawn is that much weaker than the e4 pawn in a lot of these lines. So, this looks like logical play to me. Don't really see what else Vincent wants to try. It's useful to create the b4 square for your knight. He can't really leave the tension in the center.
Yeah, allowing d4, d5 here, I think, would immediately lead him to some unpleasant positions, because you will be very much defending some very annoying closed positions.
Yeah, so I'm sure Vincent's just doing some checking. Sometimes in these positions you can play like ed4, cd4, d5, but this doesn't seem like one of them. Black is a bit slow with development.
Yeah, so, I think you need stuff slightly more
off the board,
slightly more coordinated.
Magnus went bishop h5 in his game, as expected.
Magnus went bishop h5, knight f4, queen f7 on the board in our Gukesh game.
One game
Dink played rook c8, and Noribek immediately took away the option of playing c5. Honestly, you don't see it from the young guns very much. But I mean, frankly, after Noribek's game yesterday, if he decides that today he is absolutely fine with having a bit of a quieter day, it's very difficult to blame him. Yesterday must have been an unbelievably exhausting experience for him.
Yeah, over 7 hours of defending can't have been fun. I don't hate what he's doing. He's in the lead as well. Yes, it's a white, but these things are sometimes just very practical. I mean, Magnus and others have done it throughout their careers, right? Just taking draws when necessary.
And also, you have to go back to what you mentioned. I'm not sure how much of a Berlin player he is on a regular basis. So, if Noribek, let's say, expected some kind of an anti-martial, where he had an idea and he was planning to play, and then he comes to the board and he's met with knight f6, and he's actually chosen not to repeat any of this at all. It's, I think, a very understandable decision to, play something solid, ask a question somewhere, and if it gets answered, which it does look like it has been reasonably well answered by Ding, unsurprisingly,
just queen somewhere.
Just back up and have a rest day, come back refreshed for the last 3.
Yeah, it looks like this one as well, cruising towards a draw. Wesley against Anish. Wesley does have the bishop pair, but this bishop on e4 is always a thorn in the side.
Yeah, very big difference between those two.
Yeah, Black will most likely try and just play queen c8, queen b7, and
if allowed, you would be very happy with that. And also, like a typical plan in some structures would be to play bishop h3 or bishop f1. I don't know which one you prefer, and then knight d2. But the way the pawns are, I think Black just snap takes on f3 and goes like knight d5, knight 7, f6. You have to maybe slightly watch out for some bishop b5, c6 ideas. Maybe we actually invest in c6 just to make sure that doesn't happen. But then we will get that extremely solid position in which, I don't know, if I had to pick, I suspect I'm picking black.
All the squares. Then again, it's not clear what you're doing next, right? You put a knight in D. I can give you 4 or 5 moves. You put a knight in D5. Say I go rook C1 or rook D1.
Yeah, let's rook C1 is much more logical.
Yeah, and then what do you do as black?
I thought my ideal setup involves like Queen C7, Rook D8, Rook D6, Rook E D8, and then maybe Knight E7, Knight F5. And at that point, maybe I will be able to ask a question or two. Yeah. Also, I don't know how long you can keep it on C3 without me actually becoming interested in knight takes C3, BC, and I don't know, E6, C5, or C6, C5.
Yeah, and most likely drop back at some point.
Yeah, so you probably play this, but yeah, I absolutely take your meaning. It feels like nobody will be going much of anywhere in these types of positions. Black is extremely solid, but also very, very difficult to attack what is, the one somewhat vulnerable piece in the white position.
Yeah. And if we can't get a bishop out of the way, the light square bishop, if we can't play bishop F1, for example, or reluctant, then it takes so long we have to go like E3 in the game position, bishop F1, knight D2, by which time black is most likely organized. Maybe E3.
Are we ever playing... I feel like we are never reviving this bishop, right, by playing C5.
Unless I kind of mess around too much, then maybe you can consider.
Yeah.
Here it doesn't feel right somehow.
Yeah, I can see some arguments for it, but I still feel that there is no call to actually do that. But your plan is exactly one tempo short, right? You allow me to get to G2 just in time. In these types of positions, in particular, if let's say you give me time to play F3 and D4, those are very unpleasant, because if white establishes this pawn center and black hasn't achieved anything, black's pieces suddenly have very, very few squares.
Yeah.
I guess here you actually invest in this, but
still that bishop is
not very stupid. Very, very stupid. So I'm thinking he plays something else. I'm thinking he plays something else. We'll get back to that. A development in Gukesh's game is he spent some time and he played knight F4, queen F7, and rook G2, which currently is being absolutely, pilloried by the engine.
Yeah, maybe we gave Gukesh a bit too much credit. Maybe he just didn't predict this far down the line. But if you play rook G1 earlier in the opening, you kind of have to know all the ins and outs. Unless the engine is kind of misleading us here, and on a deeper level, it shows that on a higher level, higher depth, it shows that this is fine for white. Maybe black's way to punish this is not clear and obvious.
No, it's not. It's not like the issue for me is that. And once again, I don't know how much I can trust what I see there.
What does Conti say?
The first line appears to be like almost winning for black.
Wow.
But it's difficult. But the issue is like second and third best moves still give black a comfortable position. So I'm not entirely sure why this is so attractive for Gukesh, whatever black does. But the main line goes Fe4, knight G5, queen F5. Takes. We get here. Seemingly we've lost material.
Okay.
Actually, I wonder why rook takes F4 is unplayable here.
Rook takes F4.
But it's not the main move.
The queen.
The main move is rook F5.
Okay.
Now things really do start to hang. Yeah, so you have to play knight D5. I think it goes bishop D7. And now that F8 is protected, this knight is hanging. I guess H3... maybe even queen H4 or queen H5, it doesn't really help white very much because things continue hanging. And if queen D6, I think it was playing rook G5, bishop G5, knight D4, which is difficult to find, but maybe not impossible because it does kind of attack absolutely everything. So it's not entirely illogical. It is a very, very computer-generated line, of course.
Yeah.
But it's not entirely illogical.
But the issue is it's hard to foresee.
Yeah, but the issue is this is if we are to trust the first line, this is just straight up bad for white. But second best line, I think, is bishop D6. Just sidestepping, like making sure queen C4 doesn't pick up that bishop. It still gives black a bit of an edge.
Yeah, not super obvious, I would say, bishop D6. maybe if you kind of look at the forcing moves first, fe4 is definitely where you start calculating.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. What you want to play is fe4 because you know that if this works out, you will be better.
Yeah.
You know that if you give yourself all of those squares for your pieces, you will be, and also just the f file for the rook, the f5 square for the queen. It looks right. You do of course need to worry that you blunder something after queen c4 check, or maybe knight takes c4 first or something. But you also absolutely know in your bones that if this works out, it works out to
very well.
To a very, very good position to you for you.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of tactics, rook takes g4, that line up until queen takes c5, it's quite straightforward.
It's very straightforward, yeah. So let's check
from there. It gets.
Let's check if this is losing.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm not going to let you tell me the computer moves. I'll try and work out.
I don't know. I've switched it off. I'm not going to. I just wanted to check sort of what the evaluation was. I'm not switching it back on for a while. My biggest issue currently is this.
Bishop c4 comes to mind. Yeah.
But honestly, like, how bad is that? It's kind of bad though, potentially, right? Yeah.
Unless you're mating me somehow, but
what's the threat though?
It's knight g5 isn't quite.
I can also, in sort of similar fashion, I can go bishop b6, right? And knight g5 doesn't really do very much. And if you take on a8,
take c4,
you have one check, but it's only one check. And I am sort of mating you on the other side of the board. Like if you allow e4, e3, you are probably not going to be able to survive that.
Yeah, I'm scared as white. I didn't see any good squares for the white knight.
Yeah. So why is it going rook f5 then?
Okay, let's try. What else could we look at?
I feel like maybe the sad answer is rook f5 wins by force, and this is just playable. So it just it prefers the objectively stronger move.
Yeah. I
have a feeling maybe we're searching for a refutation of something that cannot be refuted.
Here, for example, maybe bishop takes f4, queen e3 or something. And,
yeah, exactly. Something exactly like that. Yeah. And it turns out that this endgame is maybe holdable for white for some reason, even though it's still hugely knight f7, knight maybe even throw in bishop g2 or do this. No, we do this immediately, of course.
Yeah.
There's this as well. Yeah, exactly. It feels like maybe. Like if you don't spot or if you misevaluate rook f5, you just take on f4, and you're still completely fine.
Yeah, that's the thing. Prag, he'll calculate up to this point because it's very forcing, and then if he sees rook f4 is playable, he'll be like, okay, I can go for it, and then he might stop here and see something stronger. Rook f5, that's findable, but the next move is.
Yeah, I think you need to. I mean, bishop 7 is very playable because your bank rank issues are real. You do need to do something about them, and just sort of introducing this rook into the game is, I think, a very, very human playable move. The question is assessing this position correctly, realizing it's as good as it appears to be.
And realizing that white has no threats. For example, I'd be scared still of bishop h3 or something here for white, but and king e2, and to calculate something like this.
I think I can take even, right?
Probably, yeah. Judging from the computer evaluation,
far as I can tell, I think.
And if I just take and
some sort of knight f6, you want to play knight f6 somewhere.
Either knight f7 or knight f6 or something.
I can feel it coming, but it doesn't work, right? Because I always have knight d4 check against queen takes f1.
Yeah.
Maybe this way. No, but this way also doesn't work because I can take here. Yeah, I can take here.
Queen d5, you run king g6.
Yeah, and chat also says that instead of bishop d7, even h6 is winning, which is frankly slightly more surprising.
Yeah, that one looks scary.
If h6 is still very good for black with this rook completely unconnected to the game, that really is a kind of a sad indictment of what white is trying to achieve here. The extent to which white really has no threats here is really quite staggering, if that's true.
Yeah, it's puzzling. Rook g2 also feels wrong. It just feels slow. It doesn't look like the type of position you can take a time out. Like you said, I mean, firstly, knight g5 is a threatening move, but you could also make an argument for maybe castling, or you calculate other stuff first. And
it feels like you're just burning a tempo on, like, this is not the kind of position in which non-lethal threats need to be met by investing a full tempo in them.
Yeah, those moves like bishop d7 or h6, they're investing a tempo for a reason. Rook g2 is like, okay, we defend a pawn, but we don't improve our position. This is... Oof.
Chat informed me that we missed a very beautiful mate here.
Yeah, and I'm assuming I get mated on e4.
Yeah, and I guess, it gets driven to e4 and then actually mated on the e4 square.
Yeah.
So I interrupted you just to show this because, it is a very beautiful construction here with every black piece participating.
Unsurprising that there was something as well.
Mm.
Yeah, that was just me fishing for kind of ideas for white, but unfortunately they just don't exist.
No, it's good to demonstrate all of these things, but you have to wonder, because once again, I'm pretty sure this is very much Gukesh's specific choice, not even for this tournament, but for today. I'm reasonably happy to stake a claim that this was prepared for today. So he must have looked at this in the morning, and
just reading out the first line would have led to this position after queen f7.
And then you have to wonder, because and the only reason I feel slightly ashamed for having checked the first line after rook g2, but I wanted to see if maybe this is some kind of a hallucination of the engine here, because
often it might be, right?
Yeah, because sometimes it just you continue driving it down what it thinks is the main line, and suddenly the evaluation changes because it notices some details which it wasn't aware of earlier. Because I was just so surprised that it seems like, I don't know, 4 moves into his, well, it's not a novelty, but 4 moves into very much his idea for today. He's made a move which is supposedly a massive mistake. That is not really the usual procedure.
Yeah, that's not great. Often in these lines as well, you see the evaluation drop, but then the opponent's moves are extremely difficult or non-human. But fe4 is the first thing you calculate, for sure.
Yeah, and Durin says the main line plays rook g2 2 moves later. Maybe that's it somehow. Can you tell me where? Because we were looking at something else. We were looking at...
Is it maybe here?
A line where...
After king h8, after take king h8, is it rook g2 maybe? But that's completely different.
Yeah, that's also but that's just a completely different position
with the queens off.
Yeah, I don't think you can mistake one for another because they don't look remotely like anything like each other.
Unless he hadn't analyzed this himself, he was maybe fed the notes by a second, and then he just really remembered seeing rook g2 on the screen.
Yeah,
that would be a strange.
Yeah, another thing that I feel that a lot of people who haven't been in that spot kind of underappreciate just how difficult it is to make any sense of, in particular, the modern notes that you get when people have analyzed something for you, because it will be, in particular in lines like this, much, if not all of it, will be computer generated, because it's just how you get to the truth the fastest in extremely sharp tactical positions.
Yeah.
And if you haven't touched them with your own hands, if you haven't really entered them or watched them being generated, they just don't sit very well in your mind. Instead of rook g2, the line apparently is long castles, knight d4, bishop d4, rook g2 here. Okay, this might explain something, because if he thinks after rook g2 black's best move is knight d4, then he will get probably the same position via a different move order.
Yeah, this might be a case of knowing nothing is better than knowing a little bit, you said earlier, Peter.
Does feel like that, because I think on his own, Gukesh pretty much never goes rook g2 in this position. I think he knows enough to play more forcefully, but your brain just plays tricks with you when you are repeating some very, very sort of involved long computer analysis, and it's very easy to make such sort of mouse slips.
Yeah. Meanwhile, some strange stuff happening in Wesley So against Anish Giri in terms of piece exchanges. This doesn't feel like what White really wants.
Yeah, I don't think I understand this. I don't think I understand this.
That beautiful Catalan bishop, Peter. Never exchange it. It's gone.
Well,
on
actually,
G2.
there's still a bishop on G2, just kind of the wrong color.
Yeah.
That is extremely, extremely confusing to me. I don't know. I mean, the issue for me here is that, I mean, I think this is fine.
Yeah.
It's maybe slightly better for white after something like queen c2, knight c3, bc3, and then maybe e3 and rook b1, rook b5, and you hope for c4, c5.
Yeah.
But what ends up happening is that black goes e6, e5, e3, like black goes rook e6, rook e8, puts the queen on c6. You never actually get anywhere. But the bigger problem for me would be just bishop b7. Like, why am I supposed to be better here with white?
I think we're fighting for equality with white, right?
Like takes, we go f3, they play queen g6. If you ever play e4, this immediately gets hit by f7, f5.
Yeah.
In fact, I think you actually never play e4
Yes.
so that this doesn't happen. And now we start shuffling, and the bishop on b7 is just obviously slightly better than the bishop on c3. This is a very, very confusing approach by Wesley, in particular because it did not seem like it was forced. I don't think we saw anything wrong with the move to e3.
Yeah. Very odd. And there must be other ways as well of just kind of playing very safely, just a stable position. It's not as if that much can go wrong for white if you don't touch anything. But maybe it's just Wesley trying to force a draw. Maybe he felt uncomfortable with the position and he's hoping that he can't take advantage in those opposite color bishop positions.
It's possible, yeah, but it's still a positive sign. That's a kind of a very pessimistic assessment of this position, and going one step, and going sort of one step further in your retro analysis. It's also a very pessimistic position. It's an assessment of a position you yourself chose by playing bishop g2.
Yeah,
like white really did not have to have any of this. There were absolutely other options. So it's clearly something he prepared, and then black reacts in a very natural way, because I think removing that on c3 here is quite logical, because allowing it to e4 would justify much of what white is doing. So we're fighting quite hard against specifically that. So Anish played a bunch of, I assume, strong but really logical and quite straightforward moves, and suddenly Wesley seems like he feels he needs to equalize.
Yeah, odd stuff.
Unusual
happening everywhere at this point.
Yeah.
Okay, which other games look sharp? It looks like Ding has solved all his problems against Abdu Satorov.
Yeah.
Any way that white can play on at all? Don't really see anything too
Doesn't
exciting.
really look like that. You always have a little bit, but hard to imagine this turning into much. Perhaps it's time for us to briefly check what's happening in the challengers, because that one is also heating up quite nicely.
Yeah, it feels
just
like
to
the right
update
moment.
our viewers on the situation in the challengers. Alexander Donchenko lost a very dramatic game to Erwin Lamy yesterday. Another one of those rook endings, which looks simple, but actually very much isn't. And he blitzed out a losing move in a 2-against-1 rook ending, which I think indicates sort of that even a very, very strong player like Alexander Donchenko can sort of misunderstand and misevaluate seemingly fairly basic rook endings. And now Mustafa Yilmaz is just an outright leader of the tournament on +4. Donchenko, Ivic, and Sindarov half a point behind him. So let's take a look at Yilmaz's game. Yilmaz today is playing white against Adiban.
This looks like the same variation, Peter. The 4 knights English with a3.
Yeah, and even bishop b7, e4 has been played, but here after knight f3, Adiban, being Adiban, decides, I do not want to try to make some kind of forced equality with queen a5, queen h5, and d5. I want a position with more pieces on the board and more play, and is now playing some kind of a somewhat unusual hedgehog. And what's interesting to me here is that, tell me what your initial reaction was about this position. Like when you saw queen of 3 f5 on the board.
Yeah, I thought, okay, it's very ambitious for black, but what do we do next? If white just sits, and I understand he wants to be active, it's his style. Hedgehog maybe doesn't suit him, curling up into a ball, but I quite like it initially, especially if you're kind of going all out for the win. But at the same time, it could backfire. You could be just left with a bunch of weak pawns as black.
The reason I asked
you,
was, like, I thought black is doing extremely well. And then we got there, and once we get there, we get the, quote unquote benefit of knowing what the engine thinks.
It just thinks equal.
And I thought, no, it actually gives white a slight edge.
Okay,
maybe not even all that slight, honestly. By if you judging by how high it gets.
Yeah, the reason I'm slightly skeptical from the black side is that from a bunch of openings that I dabble in these days, you often get this. Let's say white moves the queen, fe4, knight e4. You often get this structure of black having these d7 and e6 pawns, and I've analyzed enough with computers to know that it's always kind of less attractive than it should be having central pawns.
Yeah, it was a bit surprising to begin with, and then I realized that we don't really have a particularly convincing active follow-up. Rook f5 doesn't seem to do very much. Queen e5 probably doesn't seem to do very much. I'm not even sure g3 is the best square. Maybe there's an argument for putting it here to also keep an eye on the b6 pawn.
One of those two looks natural.
Yeah, and maybe introducing the idea of playing g3 somewhere just to drive it away. Maybe this is slightly more precise. But yeah, lots of play ahead, but Mustafa is doing quite okay. Donjinka has a very weird position with black against Max Warmerdam. And this is quite curious to me, because this queen takes d4 once again. We've seen it in this tournament already. I think Richard played it with white, right, in the Masters, and he played this unbelievably strange line.
Yeah, quick knight d5.
Yeah, followed by exactly knight d5, c3, bishop g5, and that kind of play. Instead, Max goes e5 here, knight 6, queen a4, and Donchenko quite quickly plays knight g4, knight g takes e5, and they get the structure in which Donchenko also very, very pointedly, at no point, I should really start using other words as well. Like
if you didn't point it out, Peter, then nobody would see it.
Yeah. Like black just continues completely ignoring the fact that this is hanging, which I think is quite remarkable. He just makes like 3 moves in a row saying, "Please take it. I've won the c file open. I don't really care that I'm a pawn up right now." And eventually it does get taken, and they're playing this endgame in which
it's hard to evaluate.
I think I'm taking black every single time, but then again, rook d2, knight a4, like c4, b4, knight b6. If white gets all of those in, it's as usual. I begin by preferring the bishops instantly. I can't constitutionally. I think I'm incapable of preferring the side that is not the bishops. But then, exactly, rook d2 played by Max. Yeah, you have to actually care about what's happening on the queen side here.
That block of wood on f8 still needs to kind of become a real bishop.
Yes, that is, I think, the
biggest
problem. The biggest problem. It's just, if it was on some kind of a normal diagonal where it was already participating in the game, I think we would be very, very content with black.
Yeah, if only we had one more move, like bishop g7, I would be very tempted to suggest rook takes c3 as an option. But here, because here I think you do pick up one of the c pawns, and you could make an argument that black is super active with the pawn mass on the king
absolutely,
side.
Absolutely don't disagree. Yeah.
But if you take immediately, then c4, c5 comes in the game position. Yeah, it's very hard to evaluate, I've got to say. Normally I'm inclined to say the same, but queenside majority, in terms of ease of plan, it might be white, at least short term.
Yeah, I think it's a lot more understandable what white wants to do, because rook d2 is clearly preparing to move the knight away from c3. c2 was hanging, it no longer is hanging. So let's say bishop g7. I think we go knight a4, and we just start pushing. And yeah, the biggest problem for black they're twofold. One is exactly as you indicated, this just does not have a particularly bright future right now. You have to spend a lot of time before it gets into the game. And secondly, just moving this block of pawns is, I guess you go g4 and then you move the bishop away and you go f5.
Yeah.
And then white goes g3, and you have to ask yourself the same question again. Whereas for white, it's pretty clear. Like we want to play c4, b4, knight b6, c5, a4, b5. Like I can continue naming squares for quite some time before I run out of squares, and all of that is achievable, or at least it feels achievable, sort of logical, and will be extremely strong if it gets there. So, yeah, in terms of ease of play, I think I am probably taking white here.
Yeah, it's fascinating.
Strange position. Yeah,
we'll have to keep an eye on this one.
Strange position.
Other games in the challenges?
Ervin is playing white against Jawahir Sindarov. A very unusual, to my eyes, choice was just made by Jawahir here, because this was an IMSA. They got, a very kind of an Ervin approach to the game today, just straight to, arguably ever so slightly endgame, slightly better endgame from the opening. But I'm a bit surprised we're not fighting at all against d4, d5.
Yeah, knight e7 looks like one option.
Knight e7. I also really did not hate this idea. Just trying to at least, hint at knight c4 or bishop c4. I thought it made decent enough sense because, you have to calculate d5, but you also have to calculate it from the white side. Like maybe this just instantly equalizes.
Yeah.
And if you don't play like if you make some kind of an indifferent move like king of 2, I think I'm very happy now suddenly. I will plant something on d5. If you avoid the trade, I also have those types of kind of annoying ideas.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think I would definitely be playing either this or this. Instead, he goes rook d7, which appears to just be allowing d5. And this is probably fine. I'm not going to suddenly claim black is lost or anything like that, but it's just such a concrete approach to a position which I thought could have been saved by common sense and zero calculations. I think what he wants is this, maybe. He wants to play rook e8 here, provoking f2 and play knight e5, and it kind of lands on d3. And if it does land on d3, you don't have very many problems.
Yeah, it's just the kind of classic young player approach these days. Like, why bother with kind of all these positional considerations when you can solve all your problems directly with tactics or with
And one thing I will say about rook d7 is that it at least attempts to completely force Ervin's hand, because if you go king f2, you may have just lost the central pawn, which is not going to be a massive improvement over the previous.
Yeah, I think Win should just play d5, and there'll be plenty of ways for white to bail out if you need to.
Yeah, of course. No, white is never worse. The question is whether white can be better. And there are some other fancy positions like Thomas Bertson, and I think you mentioned this maybe yesterday or the day before yesterday that we get one per round in the challengers,
literally
of this Slav, and it really does look like that. That like they are contractually obliged, to deputize one of them per round to just play this, and maybe like they draw straws, and whoever draws the shortest one has to play this.
Yeah, it's at this point it feels like everyone in the tournament has played the line at some point. And okay, this one everything comes off.
Yeah, but the king is on d7 for some reason.
Yeah, it's Thomas Beardson. Something happens in his games every round. So
that is true. Yeah,
this is maybe one of the least surprising
true
king positions that I've seen in his games. King d7.
Semi-forced, because I guess rook c8 queen takes a7 wasn't to his liking, and you don't actually want to give up the pawn on c6. So perhaps he felt choices were already exhausted. But now white has a legitimate target to play against. Like I would be somewhat interested with the white pieces. I don't know, king f2 g3, and then try to double on the c5, or maybe king f2 even. No, king f2 you always have the. Yeah, the problem for white here is the first move, right? What do we start with?
Yeah, that's a good question. I was temporarily interested in bishop a5, but it feels like an empty threat.
Yeah, I couldn't quite work out what it does against queen d6.
Yeah, it's just where my eyes were drawn.
Mine as well. Yeah, absolutely. Of course, you want to continue generating threats on the queen side, but it doesn't seem to be improving our case. Too much.
Okay, let's say we guard the h2 pawn and play g3. It's at least keeping the options open to castle if we really need to. Do you force my hand?
Exactly, yeah. This is a big question because rook ac8 might be playable now.
And if I take on a7?
I think I can go back, right?
And I take on c6, you take, yeah. This is clever.
Oh no, queen a8. I have actually lost the pawn. I have actually lost the pawn. And I will have better structure, but it's a healthy pawn in the Slav, so you're probably not very happy about it. So yeah, I like g3. I'm not entirely sure how to respond. We do have this option. Also, after a6, white could choose to say, my work here is done, and just drop back to d3 and say, you will now have to play with the king on d7 for the rest of the game, while I'm perfectly okay with just like my slow plan of king f2, king g2, and then something. Yeah, I wish I understood the Slav at least a little bit.
It's a complex opening, gotta say.
Yeah.
It feels... Oh, sorry, Karen.
No, I just want to say I just have no bearings here. I have no idea if white is better or not. And
feels like the one who's kind of playing for something is white. You can always bail out again somehow by taking on c6. Or you can't be in too much trouble here, but it's hard to say how much of an advantage you can hope for. Certainly.
Yeah, people asking, can't you take on h2? Actually, maybe now you can, right? Maybe even earlier you could, but maybe both of us were missing bishop h4. Yeah, I definitely was missing bishop h4.
Yeah, I wasn't even considering a retreating, to be honest. I was so attracted to taking on c6.
Yeah, and then maybe king f2 or something.
And then either king f2 or castle. I don't know which one is.
Yeah, but I think the issue with those positions is that the queen gets to b5, and then it becomes very difficult, I think, to exert any kind of proper pressure against the pawn on c6. And in fact, black could even entertain ideas of rook h8, rook ac8, and c5.
Yeah, that's a really nice maneuver.
And the king is really not that unsafe on d7, considering the kinds of pieces that we've left on the board. Maybe if we take on c6, we throw in bishop b4.
Yeah.
Just to try and get those bishops off the board. I'm trying to figure out if rook takes h2 is not a forced draw here, which is probably... Yeah, I can't make it work. It's kind of it's a very nice geometrical construction, but I'm hindered by the fact that my king is on d7. So, like, what my mind threw up here is this. Actually, with the queen on b4, it doesn't... Yeah, this is a draw, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because we go king, queen e3, queen d3. But the problem is, somewhere along the way, white will just play, like, I don't know. Hang on. How does
queen g1 check?
King f1, maybe?
F1...
Hang on, maybe this actually does work. That would... no, I think rook f2 and then king e2.
Okay, and then
eventually you give a check from b7, and I assume this is not a perpetual, even though this still needs to be checked and rechecked. But I assume this is not a perpetual.
Queen d8 mate is a threat, so
yeah, that is also a problem.
Yeah, that doesn't help black.
Yeah. All right, these are the top games of the challengers. There's some other stuff going on as well, but for now, let's check back with the masters. Anish chose this one, which is still fine, as we said.
Yeah, it's fine. But why would you choose this when
I don't know.
The opposite color bishop ending?
I don't know.
Well, not ending even, but it felt so risk-free and maybe even.
It is a bit mystifying. Yeah, Nonebek actually already drew, which is why we don't see that game. Let me briefly... Yeah, they found some kind of a... Wow, that's a very, very superficial superficial repetition. Yeah, they found a way to actually repeat moves here.
King f1 is so non-obvious.
Yeah, King f1 is basically a way to say to Ding, would you like an immediate draw, sir? How do you feel about an immediate draw and we all go home?
And he says, yes, please.
Yeah, he does. Fair enough. He does say, yes, please. Whoa. Okay, it feels like my understanding of chess is being severely challenged by Anish today.
That b-pawn is not happy on b6.
That is a very, very striking, concrete choice. I was so certain the plan will be to play like queen 6 and d5 here.
Yeah.
Because we do have to care about like the rook landing on b5 and c4, c5. We absolutely have to have some counterplay against that. But I felt that we're never touching the c7 pawn with our hands or anything else, frankly.
Yeah, I guess he's just playing with kind of by analogy to all these semi-tarashes where this pawn structure of a5, b6, it tends to hold up. Often you lose b6, but you get enough time to attack the a4 pawn later.
Yeah. And also, I think he's just very, very concrete.
Yeah.
Because this rook currently is tied down to the protection of the a4 pawn. This one is tied down to the protection of this. So I think he is planning to kind of take, maybe play queen d5 check on d5 or the immediate d5 or something like that. And he is claiming that White just does not have enough time to consolidate properly and to get this in, for instance.
Yeah, he's probably just right that he can get away with this. It is very ugly, I agree, but it seems to work. Yeah, if White dodges the tension on the d file, then I guess just cd4, cd4, b5 will come. If you ever let go of the b5 square. Yeah,
I don't know which move I even want to make, because like I think my default setting here would be to play e3, but it does seem like in a lot of positions I want to play e3, 4 quite quickly after that, so it feels like maybe it's a wasted tempo, but I don't know what else. Queen e4, queen c4.
When in doubt, they play h4 nowadays, right? Queen e4, then I'll probably just play cd b5.
Yeah, that was what was worrying me exactly. Yeah,
just get rid of the weakness.
Yeah,
queen c4 makes some sense, but then we have to discuss some rook and pawn endings, whether they're immediately drawn.
Well, not here, of course. Yeah,
not here. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's also. Actually, I don't know about queen d5 on the last move. But,
yeah, I'm not sure about queen
d5.
Yeah, just rook c6, rook c8 maybe, and just chill.
Yeah. This should be fine for black. It's hard to imagine.
It should be. I think it should be. Wrong. I think it should be. A very, very slow cooking game in Parham against Magnus, and Parham spends... Yeah, this is, I think, the biggest story of the game so far. Magnus played what is a very, very rare choice on move 7 in a very, very well-known position. This is now move 11. Magnus is down half an hour. And Parham somehow managed to spend a full hour from move 8 until move 11. So that's 4 moves in a row.
Yeah, very surprising. And here, I guess there's 2 questions for black. G4 seems to be a threat, winning a pawn. So do you take a timeout and defend G6 with like some weird looking move like queen E8? Or sometimes in these positions, they play knight A6 if they get the opportunity, and they just kind of ignore the fact that you can take on A6. Yeah, now if there's nothing better than queen E8, then I'm not sure.
Yeah, but sometimes you can make an argument for just like White is ignoring development so much that we just sort of gambit it away and look for some positional compensation. I don't know exactly where.
Yeah, maybe 94. The white queen.
My problem is I blundered bishop g3 originally, and now I'm very worried I will have to give up more material than I originally bargained for.
Yeah, and knight d5, queen e4, queen a5. You just run with the king. Yeah.
Yeah. Queen b6 maybe, or queen a5. I don't know. Queen a5. Yeah, White obviously wants it on g2, so
yeah, I just
it's not going to. It's not going to make me very unhappy if you drive it there.
Yeah, so I could pick up the b pawn and
yeah, but also even this, like something like rook a8, and if I play king g2, maybe you go in bishop g5, bishop b3. Let's go, because White does have like a queen and a bit locked on starting positions.
A bit jammed up there on the king side.
Like bishop b5, bishop b3. I don't know.
Yeah,
it wouldn't shock me if this actually worked out for black. The advantage in in development is just so huge.
Here it's checkmate if I take. So
yeah, I have knight f3. Like sort of luckily for White, there is knight f3, and we've sort of stabilized.
Yeah, but there's some holes now on f4, for example.
I mean, we can even continue. Like if we want to really play like old masters, we can continue.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's scary stuff for White.
It genuinely looks like it might work. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is the surprising part. So yeah, I think Magnus will be attracted to an idea of somehow just completely ignoring the very, very telegraphed g4, bishop takes g6 threat, but whether knight a6, knight c7 is the best way to do it is, I think, impossible to tell.
Yeah. Yeah, it feels like starting with knight a6, as long as white doesn't really want to take, and I assume he doesn't on a6, then you might as well get that move and then
Well,
decide.
I mean, a counter argument would be white is playing so slowly that maybe we can play c5 and develop it to c6. Yeah. I think that would be the only counter argument I can actually sort of. Yeah, there it is. I'm happy I got it in 10 seconds before 10 seconds before Magnus actually played that move.
This comes with a lot of risk attached, though.
Absolutely.
It's not just a pawn sacrifice potentially, but strategically c5. Yeah, it's always question marks.
Yeah, and it feels like white now quite happily could just go for some bailouts. And by bailouts, I don't even mean anything disparaging, because I feel like those positions might still be slightly better for white.
In what kind of way?
Like knight g2 and just ignore, like, don't react to c5 in any way.
Yeah,
but knight 6, knight b4 comes very quickly, actually. As I say those words, I no longer really believe them.
And if white takes on c5, is the idea to just blow it open with d4?
I think so, yeah.
It must be. Just
either immediately or we throw in knight 6 and then we go g4. Yeah, let's look at this.
Looks like one of those queen c2 nimzos now.
No, but that actually is quite pleasant for white, right? We're just slightly.
Hang
on, no. Sorry, I forgot. Yeah, just blanked on the fact that there's bishop on h5. No, this looks fine for black.
I'm quite liking it. And g4 played by Parham immediately.
Immediately, yeah. So I guess he was expecting c5, and he's in no mood to
back down.
Bailouts aren't on his mind. Yeah.
Yeah, and the question here for Magnus is bishop g6 or take on c4 on d4. Sorry, first.
I think we throw it in. I think and chat suggests that if white takes on g6 here, knight takes g4 is playable. Yeah. Which, I mean, yes, it is, but
it's a nice justification. Kind of a nice backup plan. Magnus takes on d4 instantly, so it feels like they've both been burning their time to calculate this specific variation. But as you say, instead of knight takes g4, okay, it's probably playable there. But even if just knight c6,
yeah, exactly. I felt like we have very decent long-term compensation if we just continue playing. I guess knight g2, and we want to try and castle kingside and stabilize. And it's a lot less all-in than the previous variation we were discussing, where white, if you can compare this position with this position, white is just a lot better coordinated, is a lot closer to completing development and so on. And also we have sort of ruled out knight takes g4, because after knight g4, bishop b7, this is no longer a check. Yeah, very importantly.
Should we investigate what happens if Magnus does play knight takes g4? Because it looks like
I think we should. Yeah.
It's likely to take on g6.
I don't know if throwing in queen e6 check does anything, but mainly I think what I would be interested in is this position, and I don't know, just castles here. Queen g5 check exists.
Maybe that's a reason for flicking in queen e6 check and then castle.
Yeah, so let's do this.
Yeah.
Do we have to play rook f7, by the way?
If you move the king, bishop e7.
Looks like we have to, yeah. So that definitely isn't a thing that I would be interested in. HG, bishop h4, because now it's pinned as well.
Yeah.
Knight f3 is curious, but I guess queen e7?
Knight f3.
Why are we not playing knight f3 here?
King f8?
Whoa.
Oh, no. Oh, no. King f8, knight h4. Knight h4. Whoops.
No.
Yeah, knight g6 check coming.
This looks... I don't know. I'm picking white here. I understand the computer probably equalizes somehow, but I think I'm pretty happily picking white here.
Queen f6.
Queen f6. Yeah, I've also landed exactly there.
But then we bail out some endgame.
95, knight c6, and
it's probably going to be a draw.
Yeah. Black really isn't in any trouble at all, though.
Yeah.
Because there's so much activity. If you castle long, even very simply going rook g8, knight f6, rook f6 is completely fine for black with the amount of pressure against the entirety of the white structure. In fact, I think I would be looking to make an immediate draw here with white. Because I think if anyone is better long-term here, it's not me.
Yes, agreed. So Okay, how forcing was that line? So we started with queen e6, check rook f7. Does white have any options? Rather than playing this knight f3, I'm assuming we take on g4. I don't know if we dodge bishop g3. Bishop g3, just knight f6, followed by queen d7. Feels fine for black.
Yeah.
Yeah, knight f3 I was hoping for, but you're just in time with queen d7 to stop any annoying moves. Just looks equal. Or yeah, I guess white could go.
There's only one thing. Gamble. Yeah, I wouldn't be asking if not for the fact that this needs to be calculated.
Nice.
And suddenly things are. Even this, I'm not so sure is completely clear, but it looks like maybe it does work out, right?
Because I just take everything.
Yeah, like rook e8, but you go e6, and this is a check, so we're not in time to actually move the bishop away. Yeah, but this is very far away. Let's not get overexcited. And also, Prague spent 40 minutes on a move there after rook g2 and played queen e7, which chat informs me is a massive mistake.
It's one of those positions.
Yeah.
Lots of options. It is surprising because I guess he did spend the bulk of his time playing, looking at f takes e4, and there wasn't anything beyond kind of their capabilities there. But queen e7, what's the idea here?
Well, he defended he defended the bishop and is just threatening to take f5 or go knight e5 if white does something quiet. But yeah, chat says just e4, e5 here is unbelievably strong. The point, I guess, being that if you take with everything, I have bishop c3 in the end, and also just completely switching the bishop c8 off. Just optically, I don't think you even have to be, particularly precise in your calculations. Just optically in all of these positions, this bishop, white will castle long, and this one just doesn't seem to be anywhere near re-entering the game. Like rook e8, I castle, and despite being a pawn up, black looks borderline lost because of just how hopeless this piece appears, and like bishop c4 check threats seem very strong. Bishop b5 threats seem very strong. Rook d5 threats.
Was move order important there? Because instead of rook e8, maybe bishop d4 at least neutralizes.
Yeah, that's a good point. That might be, as long as we don't blunder. You actually mentioned the other thing that you have to be. Yeah, but h3 is controlled. Yeah, for a second there, I became I became worried with blundered mate. Yeah.
Yeah,
but it's not mate.
Or bishop e6.
There's also bishop e6. Yeah, unfortunately, it's not the only way not to get mated.
But maybe white starts with castles rather than bishop c3.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Does give black a tempo to do something, maybe, but I'm not entirely sure what.
Still a bit scary. Bishop d4. There's bishop b4 ideas maybe in the air. Yeah, it's hanging by a thread.
And also, no, but there doesn't seem to be anything stronger here. There's maybe some argument for bishop c3 immediately, but once again, it allows bishop d4, which I think is unnecessary. So yeah, this line looks logical.
I think just castle, right?
Bishop yeah, I think it is. I think it is just this line. Yeah, castles here.
Because bishop d4 now you can meet with bishop b4, d8, bishop c3, and
yeah, things start falling apart. Yeah, you still have knight c6, so we haven't resigned just yet, but
oh, that's annoying actually. Knight c6.
Maybe
bishop e6.
Yeah, this looks very scary, but somehow we're failing to bishop c5, maybe.
Nice.
Oh, bishop b2 exists.
Yeah.
Okay. So currently, not entirely sure how this
bishop d4. Maybe we just try and brute force it off by knight e2 or some convoluted, weird way of doing it.
Oh yeah, I don't hate it. I don't hate it at all.
If we get bishop on c3, then we're just crushing. So
yeah, this might be a bit of an improvement because although it just returns, right? It just returns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All sorts of mating patterns now.
Yeah. This just legitimately looks lost.
But e5, how easy would you say is that to find? How many options?
Everything else is like everything else gives Black a very comfortable game. So I think once again he will be kind of driven towards it by how unattractive his other options are.
Yeah, I guess you start by looking at queen c4 check, doesn't really help. Castle queenside, just assume fe4, maybe even queen e4.
In the meantime, things are progressing very, very quickly elsewhere. Anish and Wesley have already somehow found a way. Yeah, after c5, Wesley played more queen e3, which is, I guess, a slight improvement over queen e4. And Anish just swaps everything. Weirdly enough, in these types of positions, despite Black being the side with an outside passer, if anyone is slightly better, it is White, because Black is somewhat tied up to the protection of the pawn on a5. But honestly, nobody is better. It's just very, very level.
Yeah, most White can hope for is 4 versus 3 with one set of rooks on the board, and Anish will draw that one anyway.
Yeah, and you absolutely aren't obliged to allow it. You can play king f8, and then like one possible way to continue here would be to get some position like this. And I think Black probably shouldn't go here, but White also probably, I don't think, doesn't win this if we just like play rook a6, rook a7 forever. Because it's unclear how you can generate any threats at all, like any proper threats on the king side and in the center, when you can pretty much never touch this rook. Allowing Black to start pushing would be very, very ill-advised.
You can give White 10 moves on the king side and still won't get too far.
Like you can basically place your structure the way you want to place it on the king side. I still don't know if you can generate a single threat, but I assume there has to be a cleaner way of doing things. First off, you probably play h6, h5 yourself here just to put the pawns on better squares.
Unless rook f4 is annoying.
Yeah, unless you actually have to worry about this winning the pawn on a5. And then we return to a4. e5 in the meantime was found by Gukesh. We are not shocked by that development.
Strong move.
Strong move, but very forced.
Yeah. And yeah, if you give any one of these players a forced move, they'll find it most likely.
Yeah.
And okay, how about elsewhere? We have knight f3 by Matsulu, so is queen f6 the only way?
I don't know if this is immediately refuted, but it feels like a worse version of the same, right? Just straight up worse version, because this queen is so strong and so difficult to challenge that, you know, queen c8 might be your best choice here or something.
Yeah.
and then why aren't we swapping those off the board earlier? And I don't see any way to justify like some sacrifices, like rook h4 even. I don't even have to go knight h4, even rook h4. Or probably this, I assume this also wins, but it looks a bit messy with the knight c2 threats and the pieces slightly misplaced.
Yeah, I mean, you have to go to g6 or maybe take d5.
Yeah, and then I start giving some hopefully slightly annoying checks, right? Like queen e7.
Yeah, White.
You have to probably go to f1.
White maybe survives this, but
yeah,
as Black, you don't give the chance anyway.
Yeah, it feels unnecessary, which is why I'm saying that maybe this is just stronger. Because here it feels like your best chance is maybe this. But you're just worse. Yeah. You're just worse for no reason.
Those guys are super strong.
Yeah, I don't think anybody chooses this over this.
Does White have any way to keep the queens on after queen f6?
I couldn't find any.
No.
I mean, at least none that I liked. You can play queen takes d5 and hope that this is the best Black has. But even if it is, it's probably completely fine.
Exactly. Too many weaknesses. I'm wondering if the idea is queen takes f6, bishop takes f6, like knight e5, you just take it.
You can't connect it, right? It would be strong if the pawn was on g3 and we were playing f2, f4 here, we would very definitely be considering it.
Yeah.
But here the e5 pawn just falls and you're slightly worse. Maybe even more than slightly.
Yes. I have a feeling we'll see Parham just find a way to, or try to find a way at least to simplify, even if he wins a pawn.
Yeah, I think after queen f6, he's going to, carefully look for a way here to make sure he's not worth and just go for it. All right. Shall we maybe? It seems like we've arrived at a point where most games have achieved. We can make sense of most of the positions on the boards, and players very often will have to take some time because the decisions seem somewhat important. I think Prague, after spending 40 minutes on queen e7, will now have to very carefully consider. Again, people are saying b5 might be the best practical chance, but that is just such a difficult move to make.
Yeah, I think we'll let him stew with this one for a while. Not easy for him.
Yeah, seems like the gamble is currently paying off for Gukesh. If there was actually a gamble and not a misplaced note in his mind, as Vasil Ivanchuk's second once very colorfully described to me. We played a game in Dortmund in '98 where Vasil, in some Zaitsev position, I had the bishop on g5, black had a knight on f6 and a queen on d8, and there's no bishop on e7 either, like a legitimate pin on a knight on f6.
Okay.
And instead of h7, h6, which would have forced me to trade, he actually played g7, g6, allowing knight g4. And then played bishop e7, the knight came to h6 with check, and I eventually won with a very nice mating attack.
Yeah.
And I randomly bumped into his second in the street later that day, and I kind of came up to him and said, "Do you know what was that?" Because he also played it quite quickly. And he looked at me and said, "Wrong page."
Whoops.
And that feeling of just playing something off the wrong page.
Yeah.
Definitely there was a little bit of that to the move rook g2, considering just how much the engine dislikes it. But
right idea, wrong moment.
Yeah, maybe it was a bit of a gamble. And if it was, it is currently very much paying off because after e5, the moment f takes e4 is taken off the board as an option. You start feeling quite confident here with white because your pieces just make more sense. Your king is weirdly somewhat safer on e1, in particular on c1, than the one on g8. Bishop wants to be on c3. Black pieces just make less sense. And in particular, there's just this huge problem with the bishop on c8.
Yeah, it's hard to even find moves, to be honest. White will simply play bishop c3 next turn, or maybe castle queenside, and
we'll see. We'll see how this develops, but it looks like a problematic position for sure for black, not just because we know the assessment, but also from common sense should tell you that you're probably in trouble. All right, let's take a brief break, and we'll be back in a few moments with the continuation of round 10. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the second episode of round 10 of the 2023 Wijk Tata Steel tournament. And the game of the day, there's a bunch of interesting games really, but the game of the day currently in terms of likelihood of producing a result definitely remains the game between Gukesh and Pragnanandai. And in the battle of the Indian youngsters, Gukesh is having much the better of it. We left it after e5, knight c5 was chosen by Pragg, and actually Gukesh absolutely correctly doesn't even trade on e5, goes long castles here immediately. If you did trade on e5, I briefly checked our calculations in the break. Long castles, rook d8 appears to give black a very decent fighting chance because you perhaps force white to trade more than they would originally want. It's still good for white, but nowhere near as good as castling immediately, which is what Gukesh chose. Pragg played bishop d6. And there was a question in chat as to why is this so completely and utterly winning, seemingly, as the engine does suggest. And he once again come back to very basic concepts, the most important one of them being simply king safety.
Yeah, and in terms of active pieces, all of white's can find themselves on their ideal posts, essentially. I guess we still have to calculate how do we get our bishop to c3, how do we break through to g7. The longer we leave it, the more likely it is that black can perhaps get his rook out on a8 and start to come back eventually.
But you can actually,
should be a way.
Seemingly you can do it with common sense moves. Just, we know this bishop belongs on the long diagonal, so just starting with bishop c3 is not a mistake. Already this generates potentially kind of winning threats, because if black does nothing, knight takes e5 followed, let's say bishop takes e5 by rook takes g4, perhaps is already winning material. So black might need to play rook e8. And even a move like h2, h3 here, just kind of aiming to resolve all of the tensions, is extremely difficult for black to face, because everything is hanging. You can't really drop back because rook takes e6 probably wins material. You take, white also now has a very obvious and probably deadly threat of bishop c4 check, queen d5 check. All of those things look very scary. There is a kind of a tricky move, knight f7 here. Attacking the f4 knight with check. And this might be the one slightly tricky thing to calculate from afar. But if you get there, even let's say you get there by mistake, and I think bishop c3 and h3 are very easy to make as a kind of an autopilot moves, which you just tell yourself this cannot be bad. Yeah, and you just make them on that value alone. I think you do find the move queen c4. If you don't, you don't want to trade queens. You don't want to lose the knight on c4 with check. Those two things I think are very easily combinable into the idea of playing queen c4. If b5, you can play queen d4. And now black has so much hanging that you have to play some positions like this. And they just look completely lost, frankly.
Yeah, you die on the dark squares here, naturally. Is queen c4 the only move? That's the only
I'm not sure. Queen d2 might also be very strong.
Queen d2?
Yeah, might also be very, very strong. I quite like the idea of also pinning the knight on f7 and sort of moving forward instead of sideways. But I see nothing wrong with this either, unless queen e4 somehow works, but I doubt it. Maybe queen e4 is sort of reason enough for us not to allow it, but
fair enough.
Honestly, looks like there should be something for white here as well. Bishop c3 played in the meantime.
Yeah, the most natural move on the board for sure. Knight f7 is that whole variation, we should say as well. It's more difficult for Pragg perhaps than it is for Gukesh. I think so. Knight f7 in particular, spotting that one from afar. Any other moves now? I don't really see it. We never want to take on f3. Knight f7 now. I guess we can just take even the queens off.
Yeah, honestly, it looks like, yeah, exactly what you're saying. Yeah, this looks like you just lose the knight on g4, because wherever you put your bishop, you will have no reply to h3.
It's unpleasant, gotta say.
Unpleasant is not a word for it. Yeah, I think it's just straight up bad by this point. And
lost.
Yeah, the turnaround is tremendously quick here, because fe4 in this position, you would have to calculate this line very, very precisely. It wasn't an easy line to calculate. But I think this is perhaps maybe not even the first such example in this tournament of Pragg when he is faced with a somewhat unfamiliar position where he is being put under sort of direct pressure when he is being attacked, not pressed positionally, but attacked with the very clear intent of giving mate.
Yeah.
He does, I think, choose to try and avoid direct sort of tactical confrontations. I think he's done similar things in that game against Richie that he ended up losing, where every single decision he's taken in that game, taken in a vacuum, wasn't really all that bad. But he kept on sort of trying to, not commit to a bar fight, sidestepping all the options of creating an absolute mess on the board instead of trying to sort of control the hurricane. And it was not ultimately successful.
Yeah, that's what they teach every schoolboy here in England. You got to learn how to bar fight as early as possible.
Mm.
Yeah. But yeah, you're right. It's it's a very specific scenario. It's very rare that the opponent gets this type of initiative against you, as Richie managed to get against him. But it does look like he's struggling just as much in this game.
Yeah, and I'm giving a speech here, sort of rather harshly criticizing somebody who I think is one of the sort of biggest generational talents that we have right now. And obviously all of that needs to be tempered by, if anybody needs a disclaimer, I will attach the disclaimer that I rate him extremely highly. And he's still very, very young, and those things can and will be overcome. But it does seem that you can maybe see some patterns there.
Yeah, and we only say these things as well because at such a young age, they're almost a full package. So the tiny little things that we see, it's stuff that they'll work on naturally and improve and eradicate. And yeah, I mean, this one I still feel I think he's going to put up some sort of resistance. I don't think it's going to be completely one-sided the rest of this game, but but yeah, if he, for example, does find rook e8, knight f7, stuff like that, then we could see Preg fight back. Meanwhile, other games, Jordan against Vincent. Okay,
yeah, we'll get to the Spanishes in a second. Yeah, but let's look at Magnus's game after Queen f6. Parham did take some time trying to find anything playable that isn't Queen takes f6. Did not succeed. And I very much like his decision to play Rook d1 and not long castles, because the very important difference is f2 is just not hanging. Like if you do the same as you would there, the fact that f2 is not hanging here allows us a lot more leeway. It feels the king is actually going to be pretty useful on e2 in some lines. I guess you can play maybe Rook d3, Rook h3 maybe.
Yeah.
And
Rook f4.
Yeah, and Rook f4 we can go g5. We're still not better. But I think we are making a draw here a lot more comfortably than we would have done with the king on c1, because we never have to worry about Rook df8. We just go king e2 in response. We just have better connectivity between our pieces compared to those other lines. We're still not fighting for any advantage at all. Magnus decides to throw in Rook e8 check. Surprises me a little bit. This has to have some kind of an immediate explanation.
I think it's similar to that last variation. Maybe the idea is just Rook e4, just to hoover up some pawns.
Just start attacking it immediately. Yeah, that's a good point. That is a very good point.
That's the only explanation for Rook e8, I guess. Otherwise, you go for the deep one.
Is knight e3 any good at all?
It's worth considering, right? Because if you get one or two moves now, you could see how the knights might stabilize each other. I don't know what the intention is. Maybe still Rook e4.
I guess, yeah. I guess. I can maybe d5. Try to preserve some material for the time being.
Yeah. How do we make d5? Knight
d4 or yeah, looks like knight d4. Knight c2 check is an annoying little threat. But I think what we do here is we take, and we just go king e2. And if black decides to engage us in this race, I think we're altogether quite happy about it.
Yeah, white's king.
Because our guys are just much more active, and the king on d4 is just going to be so much more of a factor than the king on g8.
How about if I poach the other pawn, the one on b2?
Yeah. No, I'm pretty sure it's completely fine for black, but it doesn't really feel all that disastrous for white either. Feels quite playable.
Yeah, long term, if you can't get the d pawn rolling, then maybe black has got some hopes. Magnus. He's always winning these bishop versus knight 10 games. Every time I see him, he just seems to grind them out.
So what are we choosing? We're choosing knight f3 or king f1?
Yeah. Is there a way to just kind of knuckle down and secure dead equality? It doesn't seem to be at the moment from what
I can't find it yet, yeah. You would very much like something that would just get everything off the board here. I think you would be very much in favor of the game ending.
93 feels somehow more secure. Unless we're taking on f6, we might as well defend the g4.
Yeah, but now d5 looks very, very logical, because if you allow knight takes d4, you're definitely going to be at least somewhat worse, or maybe even significantly worse. And I think it's the only way to preserve that pawn. Chad did mention knight b4, but I don't know if it's better.
Same idea, maybe knight c2.
Yeah, attacking basically all three squares somehow, which is quite peculiar.
Yeah, it feels less natural, but maybe just as good.
Yeah, I don't know. It feels like maybe we're kind of misplacing our pieces a little bit here. Because, knight a2 I don't rate very highly. Knight c2, king g3 doesn't look right. And bishop takes b2. For instance, you give white time to play g5.
Rook f4.
Rook f4. Though I can play.
And I take on g5.
And you take on g5, and rook h1, you have g6, yeah. Suddenly, this actually does start looking like a Grunfeld a little bit.
I missed g6, I thought I had to run, but yeah, this is good.
This is pretty good, yeah. Because, g5, g4 is just going to be a much more important threat. And also, relevantly, if I could play king g3 in this position, if the knight wasn't some Bohr square, I would be very much considering this for white. But I badly do not want to go backwards. I think if I have to go to g1, it's much likelier that I get mated than the other way around. So yeah, not in love with this. Knight e3 played. We're pretty sure rook e4 is the intention, so we will find out what Parham decided to do here soon enough. Our two Spanishes are both quite contained, I would say. Fabi against Ergaisi is now a very, very symmetrical structure where I don't think black has a single problem, frankly. There is a bit of a weakness on a6, but you can't really get to it. I don't believe that.
I like the idea of parking black's bishop on c5 as well. Just potentially the worst piece on d6.
And honestly, if you play bishop d3, something like rook e6, f6 might, I might remember I was a tactical player in my youth, in my very, very distant youth.
Yeah, rook f6 is scary.
If it lands there, I will be somewhat excited for a short period of time.
If I could take an a6 and
I think you can definitely try, but
knight h4 is also on the
but there's also those ideas, and it becomes quite sharp. And the other one is looking like that, and apparently this one is quite good for white. I guess for a very simple reason that we don't have a comfortable reply to queen d3.
You want to mate me on h7 somehow?
Well, there's a lot of threats. Also, queen c3, bishop takes g7. Like, I thought knight c5 was the intention, but then I realized after queen c3, I am not sure what I'm doing about this. Losing material, most likely.
Yeah. So how can I?
I think he wants knight e5. I'm pretty sure he is looking for a way to sacrifice this pawn and maybe get some 4 against 3.
And if I'm reluctant to count here, but okay, let's say I just take everything off. Bishop takes e5.
Yeah,
maybe you get 4 versus 3 here.
Yeah, the question, I already have 4 against 3. The question is also, can I play if I steal, like, bishop c3 steal forces if it wants.
Rook b3.
This particular 4 against 3, though. I'm not really a huge believer in a5, because it feels like we might not get it again.
Maybe flick this one in first before.
We might actually be regretting things if we don't take it straight away.
Yeah.
Because a1 is protected, so you cannot take with the rook. I will just take the bishop. And this probably also drops material, right? So you have to get this. And honestly, I don't know very much about this particular 4 against 3.
Yeah.
What would be your like immediate instinctual assessment?
I would say draw, but yeah, I do believe in double bishop endgames. There's always chances. I've managed to win similar myself in the past, not by kind of skill, mostly by my opponent's helping hand. But yeah, these ones, they're just not fun. I think he would love to avoid this if he can.
Yeah, and Jordan goes for arguably maybe even more ambitious try, because the queen is not on d3, meaning that if you play the same here, there's just no endgames. You're just a pawn down. So this probably isn't the plan now. But now there's fewer threats. There's fewer threats for sure.
And I wonder which pieces black should be aiming to exchange. We can't get the knights off. Does it help to try and get the dark squared bishops
I think so. The first move I want to make is bishop f6. But then you have to calculate either the immediate rook ad1 or takes, and rook ad1 is also quite relevant, because weirdly the pawn on d6 is actually very weak.
Yeah.
How do we take?
Originally I wanted knight, but e5 is another threat now.
Which rook? Probably this one.
Yeah, well, I guess I have to dodge. I'm not.
Yeah,
such a big
I
fan
think
of
you have to
taking on
sidestep
a4.
first. Yeah, I think you have to play something like queen c7 or choose a square e7, c7. I don't know.
One of the two.
Yeah, but then like if you end up having to play a position like this, it's unbelievably scary, right? I get to play e6, and maybe it's not mate. Like knight h7, e6. Currently, I don't see how I win, because weirdly all of your stuff is reasonably well connected.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you lose them so often. Like queen a7, and somehow, I don't know, I find the tempo to do so. Like if I could already play rook c8 here, I suspect I'd maybe be winning already, but there's queen takes f2. So yeah, this is not going to be fun for Vincent.
He's going to have to judge these really, really carefully.
Yeah.
If not bishop f6, then he's a bit stuck. It's not clear.
Queen c7, maybe?
Yeah, I didn't really want to get kicked back with my rook. But maybe it's not the end of the world. And now rook a c1, d1, not sure which one.
Yeah. This still looks kind of like it just explodes into action in some cases, like maybe even e4, e5 immediately. It looks like it's nothing, but then let's say you make like a couple of quote-unquote normal-looking moves, and then you resign, right?
Yeah.
Suddenly. So, yeah, these types of positions, they require a lot of care. And also they're both, I think it will be a very interesting time travel potentially, unless Vincent finds a way to get a lot of pieces off the board straight away, because this is move 22, and it's definitely a kind of a position where you can tank on pretty much every move.
Yeah,
there will be very, very few easy decisions for either color.
I'd be down at 2 minutes already, hating life as black, trying to bail out somehow. But yeah, not easy for Vincent. Prag is somewhat clarified the situation in the center. Still looks super shaky.
Yeah, he didn't play rook e8. He did get some pieces off the board and play bishop e6, trying, hoping against hope to stop the bishop from arriving on c4. And once again, like if you give black one tempo here to play bishop e5 or perhaps rook a c8, it starts looking a lot more manageable.
Maybe you hold, yeah.
Yeah.
So how do we take that time away? Threaten stuff. I don't know whether we ever want to take on e6. It would be nice to play rook e1, but I guess
I very much like the idea of rook e1, because I would very much like to force you to take on f4. My one concern would be in this position, rook takes c3 is a threat, which I think gives black a hugely important tempo to do things.
Bishop c4?
Sorry, I've lost to bishop c4. Oh.
I don't know if you can battle on somehow here.
I just completely blundered there. Then rook e1 looks very promising.
I wonder if the idea might be something connected with queen g5, bishop d2.
If you have to play bishop d2, I think I've definitely improved my situation, right?
Then I might play bishop a2 as black and try and go for the white king.
Whoa, very cute.
Don't know if it works.
Very cute, yeah. So queen g5. Yeah, queen g5 is important.
I'm still a bit curious about any endgames rook takes e6 here after queen g5, and is black still suffering perhaps on the diagonals?
Probably, but once again, I think we take it in a heartbeat.
Just at least
I think we feel that our
Rookie
position
eight,
is sort of bad enough to like always be on the lookout for exactly this. Even though I'm struggling to find a move because I thought I could play rook e8, but
bishop c4 still.
Yeah, that looks mighty scary. Like I don't really want to play the same game.
Yeah, but maybe
even though it's not lost, I will put the knight back on f6, play g6.
Park the knight back. At least you can see how Prag might end up saving this game, or what he's hoping for here.
Yeah, for a second there, I thought this might be winning because overloading, it's difficult to protect g7, but bishop e5 does exist, and I don't see how we lose here with black. Rook e1. Yeah, I don't know.
There's always queen h6 check ideas as well, just to get out of the way.
That's very important. Unpin, trade bishops, start some counterplay on the queen side. And also, I think Gukesh would have found a win if it was obvious here, because I think he's been thinking for more than 10 minutes already. So it clearly isn't anything that's like a two-move calculation.
Yeah, it's still complicated. Maybe we wrote it off too soon. Maybe we're too kind of influenced by the computer evaluation, which I'm sure is still good for white. I see the bar, I don't see the moves, but
yeah. And the suggestion somehow is to play they say take on e6 and then h3.
Okay.
This is clever.
Pushing the knight back.
It just stops black from controlling e5 properly, and whichever square you choose, you're just in trouble, right?
Knight e5 queen d5.
Knight e5 queen d5 costs you material, I think. Yeah. Very regrettably just costs you material, so you have to go back to f6 and then
rook e1.
I suspect now many things are strong, rook e1 being maybe major one of them. And you start shedding material. Maybe even just queen takes f5. We don't have to be too fancy.
I was hoping as long as I get into the corner, then I'd be safe. But bishop d3, you open up a new diagonal.
Yeah. No, this is still very poor. Yeah, very poor for black. Yeah. But I have to say, you're probably looking for a flashier win here with white.
Yeah.
So it might not be that easy to make those specific two moves in a row, because it feels like, we're trading one of our better pieces, and then we're kind of actively pushing the knight towards better squares as well. Because both e5 and f6 are squares you generally do want to occupy with the knight. So it might feel slightly counterintuitive at first, but yeah, it feels strong.
Yeah, at least that was our instinct, that already white's position is kind of dangerous enough to look for some knockout. But I'm sure Gukesh, if he calculates enough, realizes there's nothing immediate, then that's going to be on his radar, at least, just kind of taking a slower approach. Knight c6, very accurate. Magnus meanwhile played that knight b4 line that we mentioned.
And as Magnus often does, just very much enjoying himself on the clock. 55 against 16 here, move 23. The position shouldn't be very complicated, but it still might matter. It might start mattering, the clock advantage that he has. You can definitely see it playing an actual role in the game.
Yeah, and I think this is dreamland for Magnus. I know he was a bit tilted yesterday. He played entitled Tuesday after the round. So he was up till 1 a.m. playing on chess.com, and it didn't go too well for him. So I think this type of position where there's not much risk, we think, for black, it will suit him down to the ground.
Yeah, I wasn't watching, but I did notice today, because I always have my following tab open on Twitch. Like that is always open. There's like not a moment when the computer is switched on
opened
that this tab is not opened, but it's not often refreshed. So it's sort of it captured some state of being at around 1 a.m. And I woke up today and I saw Hikaru streaming, and the stream title at that point was title Tuesday Magnus playing 9 out of 10. So I'm guessing Hikaru did well.
Yeah. I think
my guess from that limited information is that Hikaru has done well in that title.
Yeah, I think you can assume any title Tuesday Hikaru has done well, but yesterday he did beat Magnus on time. Okay, should we check out the challenges?
I was looking at that as well. Yeah, and Apparently, Magnus played h4 on move 1 or h5 with black on move 1 in every single game. So yeah, he was probably somewhat tilted. That does sound like somebody who needs to let off some steam.
Yeah, I think he was suffering with the poor connection out there in Wijk. The windiness may be messing with the Wi-Fi.
Oh, yeah. Tell me about it. Somehow, we already have lost a couple of boards in the challengers as well. So we have a draw. We have a draw
between the lead
somewhere.
Yilmaz seems to have disappeared.
Yeah.
I'll try and pull up the results as well. It looks like Yilmaz has drawn with Adiban.
Yeah, that... okay, so that actually wasn't that obviously level. We thought Yilmaz had a nice position, but the game actually did not progress very far from that very position we're discussing. He did play Queen E3, and Adiban just, I think very precisely, he realized playing for an attack here will probably backfire horribly. Let's just make sure we're not worse. Brought everything home, and they agreed to draw somewhere here, which I think is not an unreasonable decision by either of them. Very solid position, very difficult for either side to find meaningful breaks. And Elina Roberts today made a very kind of a solid draw against Jargos Pehac. Neither of them having a particularly great tournament. Elina had a very interesting start to the tournament, but she is judging by not only the results, but also the nature of the few more recent games in the tournament. Looks like she is getting maybe a little bit tired, because I don't think she's had much of an experience of playing 2,600 players day in, day out. It is going to be a fresh thing for her to try, and just playing solidly today is, I think, a perfectly reasonable thing to do.
Yeah, it makes sense for both of them as well. Jargos having an up and down tournament, I'm sure he'll be glad to see the back of it, but they both entertained us enough to be allowed a pass for this game.
Absolutely, and it wasn't any kind of a grandmaster draw either, because Jargos did play bishop b5 knight g7 in the Spanish, but did not really manage to get much of an excitement out of it, because White just played very, very solidly, and in the end he also switched to equalizing properly, and the game didn't last very long. As for the games which are still ongoing, Donchenko, I think, stabilized quite nicely in his game against Max Farmadam. Max did get some of what I was describing on the queen side, but the bishop on e7 controls those things quite well. The king on e8 also ready to support the defense, and Black is kind of ready now to start pushing with his own pawns.
If you get one more move as Black, kind of in similar vein to reports the game yesterday, if you get a pawn on g4, I would be really worried for White. The White king's never going to come out.
Yeah, it feels like you have to control it by maybe now biting the bullet and playing f3. It's a bit of an awkward move to make, because it does give Black an immediate hook to try to change the structure by undoubling some of his doubled pawns. But looks like you have to do it eventually, and you might as well do it now. We'll see how this develops. I wanted to call this a very, very dead draw, and it probably is. But it's kind of a weird position, because the pin along the e-file is actually more annoying than it might look. And already here, I think a nice demonstration would be, you would like to play rook d6 on general grounds. But then after f4, maybe you lose material, because rook e2 check is very strong.
Yeah, I think you do. After king d1, bishop b3, and you do lose a piece.
Yeah, so Erwin started by playing h4, and I wonder if he is actually intending to also play f4. But then he would have maybe played it on the previous move. So how is he planning to unpin himself after, let's say, I don't know, rook e6 or king f7?
Maybe he'll start with h5 just to stop the Black king. I'm worried if I play f4, then the Black king will come round.
Yeah.
Maybe he's just arguing that Black can't make progress either, as long as he... Actually, we've run out of waiting moves.
Yeah, we really aren't, very, very rich in passes here with White. You can play rook d7 check, and maybe yes, in this particular position, it has to go back.
And then
once again, f5, f4 is a threat. So yeah, it's it feels like the game should just kind of finish momentarily, but Erwin somehow played himself into this this weird spot, and the game actually did continue exactly as we expected. D5, knight d5, takes. Erwin took with the rook, and instead of rook d5, rook e8, Java here did it in this order.
And
And
so
basically,
that pin's been there for a long time.
Yeah, we already see this exact setup. It appeared on the board very, very long time ago. And yeah, so far Erwin is unable to shake it. He'll probably still hold, but it's surprisingly not as dead as I think you would immediately assume if you looked at this for 3 seconds.
Yeah, I guess if black plays g5, you just take and f4, and then you really...
Yeah, g5 has been played. Yeah, I think this is actually a bit of a draw for, and maybe wasn't really necessary, because now we take, we play f4. And if you play g4, I will be in time to play rook d6. And I don't believe black can afford to lose the a6 pawn for one check. Like, you can play king f7 here and claim that you have an attack.
Yeah.
But I don't believe it's an actual attack. And we do have bishop d2 to follow. So that doesn't seem like a winning attempt. And if you don't have time to stop rook d6, and if you have to start trading more stuff, yeah, white will eventually find a way to get everything off the board. Elsewhere, we have a very sharp Najdorf between Ivic and Shupi. I like this for white a great deal. It looks like black sort of did everything that they were supposed to, but also now it's kind of a bust. Like, it didn't really pay off, and it's now a bust because there's no attack. And all of these things are weak, and white also eventually will just start pushing for c5.
Yeah, it looks like we're a bit stuck with black for active plans. I agree. H3 is just such a weakness long term. Ties down the black queen.
Yeah, this structure, it sort of disappeared. I remember when, in particular,
everyone was doing this for a while.
Yeah, in particular, that was from this particular line, where black goes f3, h5 without waiting for white to castle long. And at some point, I think Sasha Grishuk was one of the pioneers of this. He just started replying to this by playing a4, queen d2, bishop b2, and castling short, and proving that you don't actually have to play for mate. And the plan would be pretty much exactly what white got here by move 15. You're aiming to get this structure. You're aiming eventually to play 95, trade it for the bishop on e6, get your own pawn to a5, meaning that black can't really stabilize on the queen side with b6 and a5. And then, in some very, very distant future, you move the knight away from b3 somewhere, and you push for b4 and c5. And this very, very simplistic approach turns out to be unbelievably effective in a lot of positions.
Yeah. Looks very nice now for Ivic, I'd say.
Yeah, I think it's a major advantage for white. And our slightly weird Slav is developing sort of along the way we expected. Bishop a5 has actually been played by Minta Batabai, queen d6, a3, rook ac8, bishop b4, queen b8. So black managed to find a way to restructure his kingside pieces, and now bishop c6. I assume we take with the rook, right? I would be very interested in the idea of getting one pair of rooks off the board here.
Yeah, it feels like why not? Could we be about to see a draw, maybe by a repetition after?
Yeah, I think so.
C6?
I think this is a very logical threefold. This entire line.
Well, there's white castles here.
Yeah, you could actually make an argument for castling.
Maybe e4 comes.
Yeah, with because I think this king is definitely weak enough for us to at least entertain the dreams of playing on. Yep, we'll see. Things are still very much up in the air. The leader of the tournament has already finished the game, but all of his chasing pack is still absolutely playing on, so we'll keep an eye. In the Masters, in the meantime, Parham gave it some thought, left himself 12 minutes and played d6.
Yeah.
To which Magnus replied by instantly swapping the knights off the board. And I am assuming taking on g4.
There we go. Taking on g4 has happened. And d7 is just very well met by, well...
Rook d2 check, I think.
Okay, you flick in a check first.
Yeah, I think I can be greedy. I think I can pick up on b2 and then do whatever I please.
Yeah.
Because it's very important that you can't move forward. Like, I'm using this exact moment to force you on the back rank, take on b2, And
yeah, the Ceph file.
I don't really care about d8 all that much. Yeah, but also I guess. What would be your suggestion? Just bishop d8 or?
Yeah, I was trying to work out rook g2. It looks fine. Bishop d8 as well. I was going to say minimum.
Yeah, I don't hate it either. Yeah, I don't know why I was so eager. I think my line also probably doesn't present black with any problems. But in terms of playing for a win, I think we probably don't want to sacrifice that piece. Yeah, Magnus is definitely fine. The question is he better or not?
And he'll hope to be. I mean, this is a huge round for him.
Yeah,
he could close the gap now, and it does feel like the type of position where at least he's created enough imbalances where definitely not going to be any easy draws now.
Absolutely, I agree with every word. And yeah, the issue for Parham is exactly that the structure is weird enough that you can't really autopilot your way out of this. Because let's say you imagine this trade happening, and then whichever you trade with, I just want to go rook d7, king f7, king e6. And if you don't have a good reply to this, you just lose this guy. And if you lose this guy, you lose the game on the spot pretty much, because there will be nothing else. Black will have a stronger light piece and two outside passers. So you have to continue calculating. He also doesn't have very much time.
Yeah, it feels like if he's burned this much time on thinking about d6 in that position, that he wants to go d7 here. But after kind of any of those three black follow-ups, d7, either rook f8, bishop d8, or rook g2, it feels like still work to be done. It's not. I don't really see the follow-up for white, other than at some point reacting to this rook g2 threat.
Yeah, and this is why I was mentioning rook g1, because it is a massive, massive problem that rook g2 is threatened. Like rook h2 is sort of too ugly for words. King f2 is probably just unplayable, although maybe it is, but it's just such an ugly move to make.
Yeah,
it doesn't feel right. Yeah, it just doesn't feel right at all.
At some point, if you give black enough time, we can start playing king f8, just block with the king, and then the rest of black's pieces are free. Maybe not right now, but yeah, I don't think we'll see anything other than d7. It's just Parham is quite direct when he gets the opportunity.
In the meantime, a massive couple of moves played in the game between Gukesh and Prague. Gukesh did not find the best way. He played h3 immediately without taking on e6, which I think is also a very human move.
Yeah.
But Prague's reaction, I think, betrays a very high level of unhappiness with his position more than anything else. I just don't understand how else to describe it even. Because he could have done this. And yes, I understand the position after, let's say, rook e1 still looks... Actually, maybe he just couldn't find a way to survive here. Because rook e6 is a threat. Not just bishop c4 immediately, but also just rook e6 followed by bishop c4. And we get to the g7 pawn because the pin is so strong. But maybe you can play rook f7, bishop c4, knight e4. And it gets kind of crazy.
This is super scary. This is kind of understandable that he would want to avoid this.
Yeah.
But bishop e5, the move he played is a piece sacrifice, no?
Yeah, exactly. But my counter argument to what we're saying here is this just looks like you resign after knight e6, queen e6, hg. You can take on c3, provoke bc, but you can't even play queen a2 because queen d5 check exists. I don't quite see how you continue from here. So
king h8 and
yeah, but like you're a full piece down.
Speculate.
Yeah, I mean it's not much of a speculation. Is my point. So
yeah,
it feels like you close your eyes and you go bishop f1, knight f6, because yeah, like what he got in the game, it just looks lost. It doesn't really look like it will offer much in a way of hope.
Yeah, and Gukesh's hand is pretty much forced here, right? You can't take on
g4
first. I don't. Yeah, so why
I mean,
not just
you can. Maybe you even can, but like, why would you calculate this? Because now everything is hanging. And,
exactly.
And bishop b5, knight e5 also quite clearly improves black's situation, like beyond belief. Your bishop a2 move once again is going to be a very cute reminder that this counterplay also exists.
Yeah.
So yeah, like you're also not even asking for a mistake, because you can't really make a mistake.
What is he missed or kind of misjudged? Then I don't really understand. Yes, I kind of realized that other position was really unappetizing, but this just looks dead, lost. You only get one pawn for the piece.
I don't really see it either.
Surprising. It's been a bit of a weird game, yeah, with those kind of like who blinks first opening debate, and then
it really
tactical misses. Which
you feel like they probably both knew, or at least had at some point seen the position maybe all the way up to knight f4 queen f7 on their screens. At least that would be my guess, and that was 5 moves ago.
Yeah,
it's very difficult to believe that now, but that is move 15, and it is now move 21, and the game is sort of effectively over. So yeah, a lot of action packed into those 5 or 6 moves between this position and the current one, and yeah, a lot of turning points. We still don't really know, and I don't know if the interviewer, I'm assuming Gukesh will give an interview after this game, but I don't know if I think Fiona is the interviewer there. I don't know if she will push him to like betray the confidences and like say exactly what the file says, because generally it's not the line of questioning that people go for too much. So I don't know if we'll actually find out whether G2 was a bluff or a genuine misremembrance of things past.
Yeah, it's kind of a reveal if you want to type of
yeah. I mean, he might venture this information, but he definitely won't be asked to absolutely answer those questions. And yeah, rook g2 fe4 was very strong. It wasn't found, and after queen e7 e5, black was already in trouble. And then he was allowed a sort of a slight way back in after h3, because I think bishop f4 knight f6, at least judging by what the bar was telling us.
Yeah,
it's
playable.
Why are you so hungry? He could have still played on. Yeah, this doesn't look lost anymore. It still looks unbelievably dangerous, but it doesn't really look lost anymore. But after bishop e5, yeah, the biggest issue for me with this move is that I'm not certain what you're. Yeah, why are you hitting me in the head with a hamster? Is hitting me on the head with a hamster.
I would love it if some of the audience were kind of just listening and not seeing the screen. They would be like,
"Yeah,
what the hell's going on?"
Yeah, trying to decipher what I'm talking about. Yeah, but the doggo is sort of high-fiving all over the place, and when he doesn't have a hand to high-five, he tries to high-five my forehead, which is understandable. But he'll learn.
Yeah,
he'll learn. Yeah, I mean, my problem with this is I just don't understand what we're hoping for in this position. White takes on e6, takes a full piece, and we can't really give a check. We can't really play queen a2 or queen b3. I don't know what we want really.
How about if we take on g4?
Yeah, well, we don't save this endgame either. Like, we just don't save this endgame. I don't think we have high hopes of saving this endgame.
Yeah, if we could somehow get g6 and h5, then maybe I'd be slightly more optimistic. But
yeah. Like, if we could support this and then mount some immediate counterplay against the f2 pawn, yeah, those positions you do occasionally not lose. But I think this one just falls.
Yeah,
very quickly. Like it gets attacked and falls.
Yeah, bishop e2 or rook g5. Yeah, plenty of moves.
Yeah, so kind of a strange choice, specifically because as I keep on banging on about, like, I don't understand what we're trying to, like, where is the mistake going to come from?
Yeah, he has thought for quite a long time. Gukesh, we got to say, considering we think his move is pretty much forced and looks quite clearly strong.
Are we supposed to care about bishop takes c3 here, maybe? But I don't really understand why. And now I'm a rook up. Black still has no discernible threats, and every single light piece is hanging. So why are we supposed to care about this?
Struggling to see it. I don't see it. We're just a rook down. Yeah. This is not the most difficult calculation. Yeah, we're missing something massive.
It's somewhat surprising that this hasn't been played yet, both because of how efficient and strong it seems, and also because I don't know what could be the attractive other options. Maybe rook e1, but once again, like after bishop c3, do you want to start calculating rook e6? Or I don't know, maybe queen c3, rook c8, bishop c4 wins, but why would you want to engage with any of this? It feels so unnecessary. Maybe it wins,
but here as well, the kind of potential profit is a lot lower. Like maybe you merge the exchange up, or
exactly. Yeah, it feels like you're allowing yourself to blunder something. When the line that definitely won't blunder anything seems very straightforward. We'll return to it when he makes a move. Magnus has that game proceeded. I mean, it's understandable because Parham really can't think for much longer. He needs to start making moves. I like Rook D5. I think it's a very logical move because he wants to be able to play King D3 and for the pawn on D6 still to be supported.
Yeah.
Magnus goes Rook D7, hinting once again at the very, very strong plan of bringing the king over. Rook F1 attempts to stop that by introducing the idea of 95 check. And Magnus just calmly picks up this pawn on B2, while also maybe introducing the threat of Rook G6, Bishop A3, although that probably doesn't work just yet.
I mean, he sees a pawn, he takes a pawn. It makes sense. That rook on G4 is so annoying that White can't play E4 for Parham.
Yeah, if you could get the pawn from E3 to E5 here, you would be like, you don't care about the queen side at all. If it costs you the A2 pawn with check, you don't care. You just so badly want to connect those two, but I don't think it will be allowed.
Yeah, and like you said, King D3 threatening E4. Just rook G6
that definitely does run into Rook G6.
Yeah,
that absolutely does.
King C2 here.
Yeah, I think there we actually win because after Bishop A3 95, I have Rook G takes D6.
Yeah, you take this way.
We're not in time to bring the Rook over to D1 and D5 is hanging.
Yeah, I was hoping for like Rook D6, Knight C4, but there's Rook C6 at the end as well. Or Rook A6.
Well, sorry, that was not. Yeah, like I managed to
two
choose
winning moves?
the middle square between the two winning moves somehow.
Yeah.
So what do we do after Bishop B2? Do we just like flick in? Yeah, we just discussed this.
Yeah.
Do we start with Rook B1, trying to force it?
If I go back?
Yeah, I want to force it to F6 and play King D3.
And King F7.
And try to... but yeah, this is just fast enough, right?
I just get the King to E6 and then I think
it's just fast enough. Perhaps played Rook D3 and apparently the engine absolutely hates it.
Yeah, it does
check,
look like
I guess.
Okay, forcing me back. Ugh.
Because Rook F6, right, was my point. But maybe you can play King F1 here and the bishop doesn't have... yeah, and you get to play Rook FG2.
That's sneaky.
Yeah,
so it does look really odd. I mean, even after Rook F2 there, Peter, what happens if I just take a Rook rather than going Rook G6?
Yeah.
And just start marching my king in.
Exactly, yeah, that. And yeah, also just Rook A4, apparently. Chat says we don't have to react. We can just... Because White has taken away the D3 square from the king, we can reintroduce some threats.
That's greedy, but sometimes greed is good.
And also, I think I don't think it actually generates a threat of Rook takes A2 because, like, just to illustrate, we probably don't want to do this to our own pieces with Rook B1 coming in. But what we do want to do is just to put it on a good square, keep the option of Rook takes A2 in reserve, and maybe we want to play Bishop F6 and start bringing it in.
Yeah, we reintroduced Bishop A3 as well as a square. Yeah, wow. And this has turned, well, I say turned, but it's been going in Magnus's direction for a while. It's just so hard to play for White.
Yeah,
gotta say.
And he plays Bishop F6 very quickly, which supposedly is not the best, but still pretty good.
Rook A4 looks like it's not going anywhere anytime soon.
Yeah, and it is a very logical move. The bishop sort of belongs there. Bishop A3 wasn't that required. So just moving it out of the way of potential attacks and passing the move to White. Because White, I mean, the move Rook D5, D3, I think betrays a very clear indication that Parham doesn't know where things belong. He can't really work out like where to put the pieces. The Rook went to D5 earlier and is now being dropped back. And you want to place this Rook on a better square, but the moment it leaves the F file, I will have King of 76, which currently is impossible because of 95 check.
Also, he just put his Rook on F1 in a position where he already had a pawn on B2. So now if he plays Rook C1, he's basically accepting the same position, just a pawn down.
Yeah,
which
exactly.
Takes a lot of courage. And
Knight
D2 doesn't go anywhere.
It feels like you don't save positions like this against Magnus on 5 minutes in particular, but maybe even in general.
Yeah, 5 minutes for 11 moves. By that point, your D6 pawn might have dropped off. Yeah. Or not for black.
Yeah, and finally knight takes c6 has been played in the Gukesh game as expected.
Maybe we'll learn something.
Yeah, Gukesh should win from there.
Yeah. Unless we find or see something that we didn't even dream of in that position, but it does look very good. How about the game? The two Spanish games have changed somewhat.
Looks like black. I wanted to say solve the entirety of their problems, but you still have to calculate knight takes d6, I assume. And even this is maybe not entirely empty because
d6 is hanging too.
Yeah, so yes, you don't lose them every single time, but you also absolutely don't enjoy them. Positions like these.
Queen's off, you draw maybe, but
yeah,
queen's on.
Yeah, queen's off. Queen's off, and also depending on where the rooks are, because like you can definitely imagine scenarios where the pawn gets to a7 and black doesn't really establish the kind of a setup we were discussing today in the game between Anish and
Wesley,
where white, let's say, has a pawn on a6, but black has rook a8, rook a7, which looks incredibly passive until you start thinking what it does to white pieces, which are also completely tied to the protection of that pawn on a6. So even that is not an immediate draw by any stretch.
Yeah,
and
so
you also have to wonder if maybe knight takes e6 is strong. Although it does leave black with very, very active pieces, and like rook b2 is a move. Just a6, a5 here might be a move.
Yeah.
If you're feeling very adventurous, f7, f5 might be a move.
That would be more of a Jordan move than a Vincent move.
Yeah,
it's possible. Knight takes e5 feels like the safer option if you want to kind of press with no risk.
Yeah,
that endgame I would be terrified as black, allowing them.
Oh yeah, you're. In fact, I'm wondering if he means to do this somehow.
And now take,
and then
be a pawn down.
Yeah, like
most likely.
Is this better? Obviously, we're not having too much hope pinned on this trick, but I'm just wondering if this is a better structure somehow. But I don't think it is. I think it's sort of just the same.
Queen b7, a6 is coming.
Yeah, still runs very, very quickly, and our pieces still aren't really on the square as I would want them on. Yeah, and the other Spanish honestly feels like Fabi is being slightly outplayed.
Yeah, more than slightly maybe. What's that rook on e3 doing? I've got to ask. Yeah. Looks so clumsy, boxed in. And
yeah, without the pawn on a6, this would have been like if this pawn is on a7, or God forbid for white, they're on a4 and a5. This is a very, very poor position for white. The fact that there is this backward pawn on a6 that needs attention constantly provides white with some succor.
Yeah,
but still a very pleasant position for black. Like I put the rook on d8 to make sure that, let's say, 92 c4 is never a thing you can try. King g7. I don't know how we're supposed to win this, but we're definitely going to enjoy this quite a bit.
It really reminds me of this endgame that Fabi lost as white against Magnus in the World Blitz. Very similar pawn structure. Also got a bit tangled up, and black's knight just came around and started gobbling pawns.
Yeah.
I fear for Fabi, got to say. Looks like Arjun's played very well.
Yeah, they both have plenty of time considering it's move 31, and the position remains, I think, unpleasant but reasonably simple to play for white. You probably want at some point to try playing like bishop c4 just to free up the rook on e3, which does absolutely nothing. So either bishop c4 or bishop f1 just to give some squares to this poor piece.
Yeah. I guess the question is, how do you ever move it away after that? Because e4 is always
e4 is so targeted. Yeah, exactly. And just briefly elsewhere, Parham clearly is very, very confused as to what he is supposed to try to achieve here. Because his last three moves were rook h1 f1, and then he spent a full 2 tempi moving the rook back and forth from d3 to g5, costing him the b2 pawn and the move. This has now to be probably just winning for black.
Just rook a4 again. We mentioned the idea already. That looks...
Yeah, rook a4 is,
really
for
natural.
some reason, rook b4 is even cleaner according to authorities, but...
Okay, I'll trust those authorities, but reluctantly, rook a4 looks more human.
Yeah, I mean, I really, it's one of those where I'm not even going to try to understand why we're not attacking a pawn with check and instead making a move which does seemingly exactly the same thing, only slightly worse.
Yeah, that's we've tried and failed to answer easier questions than that before.
Yeah, I mean, and there's like a gulf between them. Like one is -3 and one is minus 1.3.
Whoa, okay, that big a difference between rook b4 and rook a4.
Yeah, there's a gulf, which I'm just going to ignore it. I feel like we're not supposed to know. It's one of those arcane bits of knowledge which it's forbidden. We should not know.
I just don't understand how rook a4 can be a bad move here. We had the same position with the bishop on b2, and it's like we've gained tempi.
Yeah,
odd stuff. Okay, Gukesh against Prague. He's tried rook a d8.
Yeah, I like this actually. This is a move that's, I mean, obviously this will lose.
Yeah.
You kind of, like your experience suggests that this mating attack is not really a mating attack, so White will find a way to stabilize. But at least we stopped queen d5, and we probably will get to play either queen a2 or queen b3.
Yeah, that is a bit scary.
Yeah. And then, I mean, you can definitely imagine White getting slightly confused and allowing some kind of perpetual. Obviously, the engine never ever panics here and wins this comfortably. I don't know how, but
he wins
GF. He just went GF, and I guess after queen b3, or which one do we like best? This one is this one.
Both look scary. Maybe a2, just to threaten queen a1 as an extra. I mean, I'm just guessing. They both look.
And in the meantime, like, care to glance upstairs?
Glance upstairs? I'm confused. Rook b4.
Why? Why? I actually for the first time in this tournament, really, and this is such a weird spot for me to become suddenly interested. I wish I had some way to contact Fiona in time to just force him to explain to us why this is stronger than rook a4.
I can send her a snap or a message. I quickly ask.
Why?
Well, and we're being told by Satiris that rook a4, White's best move is a3.
Ah, okay.
And is that Zugzwang or something?
Not the Zugzwang, but this at least, okay, this is good. This is good.
Coming.
Wow. And as I mentioned, we definitely are extremely prepared to give up this guy for a chance to play 4e5.
Okay, so now he guarantees he'll get to the second rank. Okay, now again, it's one of those things. It's like once you say it, it's at least explicable. But I think I.
So he is threatening rook. He is threatening rook b2 check, provoking king d3, and then dropping back to b6 and picking up the pawn on b6.
So it's a red herring actually going for the a pawn. We're just forgetting that and going for the d pawn instead.
Yeah, we're trying to provoke rook f1 again because of all those threats. And once it happens, we just bring the king to e6 and we win.
Yeah, and this is so sophisticated, and Magnus plays it really quickly as well. Within a few minutes. Poor Parham. In no way was he expecting rook b4, and he's got to figure out the answer.
On a minute as well. Yeah. You have to suspect he realized rook a4 can be met by a3, and he was maybe feeling slightly confident that he might actually ask a question or two in this game, and then he gets met by this. Let's return to this. Let's try to calculate this to the end because it feels like this game is probably concluding. Queen a2.
You should have played a3 before that. Stop rook b4.
Is it actually that we can give something up and recover the rook?
Starting with rook g3 or?
No, I wanted to give up
sorry, not rook
g7 and then go in with queen g3, queen e5. But
sorry, I meant rook g7, queen g3.
Hang on, can we do that? Maybe we can, I think we can. Weirdly. The point being that what you would like to do is this, but this actually allows mate in 3.
Yeah.
So you have to choose other squares.
King f6, you check me.
But f1 is hanging though, like queen h4, and you go back.
Queen g.
No, but this probably wins, right? This actually wins, I would assume.
Maybe black goes to f7 in that variation.
Yeah, so you go to f7.
Why would he
Yeah, I don't think this is required.
Calculate this.
Yeah, I don't think, and also I don't want to ask, so I'm stuck in this weird limbo where, like, we're full piece up and it's our move. So I feel like it's kind of demeaning for us to ask the machine. But
let's resist that temptation as long as we can, Peter.
Yeah,
maybe you're right, because I'm struggling to see how we just stop a perpetual or more for black.
I mean, one way to just stop all of that would just to claim I'm getting to f1, but I'm a bit worried about rook f8.
Yeah,
and now queen b2 might
be getting mated.
A legitimate strong threat, yeah.
Unless he's worked out that
rook g7 apparently only winning move after queen h2.
Yeah,
Jeebus.
The more we look at it, the more
it
makes sense. But to see that from afar,
here you start believing in that. Honestly, like you look at this position, and you definitely do want to go back and start rechecking the other stuff because this is very unclear. I don't know who's better.
Impressive calculation from Gukesh to play a GF relatively quickly compared to
relatively quickly,
and it works, I guess, against both queen b3, queen a2. But let's go through that line one more time. Rook g7, king g7, queen g3.
Yeah, so basically you get a winning queen ending. In all of these positions, eventually you will take on d8. You will have to give up on f1, but the f pawn will decide. So you would maybe argue it's not the easiest and not maybe the most practical, but it does win if you play rook g7, which I assume he's intending to. And just to point out that it's not really that he absolutely needed to, but the way to just kill everything off was to find this move.
That's not obvious. Queen c4 is the resource.
Yeah, just making sure that any of the queen b3s cannot always be met by queen c4 check, and then we just like get the king over to a2, and the attack stops, and we are a full piece up. So once you see queen e2, I think you pretty much never play gf5. But if you don't see queen e2, maybe in this position you get slightly panicky because you definitely do not want to be allowing either queen b3 or queen e1 check, and other solutions don't seem nearly as clean. Like bishop d3, queen b3, you start feeling that you're definitely allowing way too much counterplay.
Yeah, he's not in the mindset of retreating either. Queen e2 is difficult to find. So should we look at a concrete variation just to show how that queen ending might unfold after
queen a2? So queen a2, we take, we give a check, let's say, if we do this, it basically just chooses the most efficient one it can find, like the easiest one it can find, like queen a1, queen a2, we go king
somewhere.
Even
D2.
D2, and black can take on f1, but this endgame just, I mean, the engine just says it's completely winning somehow.
Okay. It's believable here.
It is actually believable. There are no real checks to the king on d2.
Yeah.
So I think I buy it. I think I definitely buy it. But game also continues because I don't think the f pawn wins immediately. I think you will have to go for some more
finesse it slightly,
technical stuff.
Maybe starting with queen h4 just to kick you back.
In the meantime, chat was very impressed with Magnus blitzing out king f7, but no. Rook b4 was a difficult move. King f7 really wasn't. The moment I kept on saying, the moment the rook abandons the f file, the king always comes to e6.
Yeah,
this was not tricky.
He set that up with the rook d7 like 5 moves ago.
The trick was to see the point of keeping the rook on the b file, not the a file. Rook d1 played by Prague. Very odd choice.
d1, okay.
Yeah, I guess he wants queen d1, queen a2. But now we do actually play bishop d3 and just start running. This no longer looks like it's going to give you any kind of a perpetual.
Okay,
you just don't have enough attackers. You needed all of your attackers for those positions to hold.
Yeah, king of d2 will be safe as houses.
Yeah,
protect it with the queen on c2.
Yeah, and now we start including the rook in the game, and it ends. It ends.
Wow, great! I got to say, great finish by Gukesh in the end. GF5 is very nice.
Still a very confusing game, frankly, with a lot of decisions which were very far from obvious.
And Jordan has won a pawn. Is there any compensation there? The white knight is looking a bit stuck.
Yeah, I mean, you can play knight c4, but those types of positions you quite often actually save. If you have like a lot of activity, like knight c4 with take, you play rook c8, and very often those eventually disappear, and you get the dreaded 4 against 3, which you probably don't lose. So as white, you probably want more, but I don't know if you have more, because I think the intention is after rook d1 maybe to just play queen g5, because we just came from there. After knight takes d6, Vincent played g6, white played rook b1. Those came off, bishop d7. Jordan tried creating a threat of f4, and now queen f6. And yeah, I think after rook d1, queen g5 is definitely one of the main moves. Maybe also rook b8, just to active. Oh, sorry, I keep on misplacing stuff. I don't think we care. I don't think we care a great deal about the a6 pawn. Like I would feel uncomfortable with white making that move, allowing all kinds of rook b2, bishop takes h3, queen g5. Like it feels like your pieces are slightly misplaced, considering the counterplay definitely is on this flank and not anywhere else.
Feels like white should be able to ask some questions. Maybe the 4 versus 3 is the best you can hope for, as you showed in that line. But yeah,
anything else here?
Not one-sided.
Yeah, the choice really does feel like it's between rook d1 and knight c4. Knight c4 is by far the safer of the two, but
the less ambitious of the two.
Yeah, but also it feels like it's less ambitious. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. In the other Spanish, Fabi still keeps this weird box intact. But yeah, it's just a question of, black can still make a number of improving moves. Like I like rook on d8. I like king g7. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure in some positions I can make an argument for f6 being included.
Never play f6.
Yeah, but never play f6. But what do you do then? Yeah. You're still very tied to the protection of the pawn on a6.
Yeah, it's not clear. Rook a8 releases the knight, but what next with it?
Yeah, I'll just briefly point out what's happening in Magnus's game, because he has a very funny option here. Because after rook takes a3, he'll have extra couple outside passers on both a, b, g, and h. Like one of them gets dropped, but I think it's completely winning. I don't think we worry very much about converting this.
Yeah,
94, and then whatever you please. Yeah, rook a3 played. Magnus agrees with us.
I do wonder whether playing a move like a6 or b6 or something was
probably also pretty good. Yeah, white seems completely stymied. Yeah. But no real need not to cash in. Like whichever way you want. This is completely winning.
Yeah, Magnus will win this in his sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy how quickly that endgame went downhill, but hats off to Magnus for creating those imbalances. And Parham, he's down to a couple of seconds. Oof. Yeah, at least he'll make move 40 most likely. But
yeah, he'll get to 40 here because his moves are easy and also entirely irrelevant. Like I want to say that they bear no weight anymore. And then he probably resigns because 3 down with no passers, no counterplay. Black about to start pushing. Not a ton of hope. I wonder, like in terms of cleanliness here, do we go like bishop b5 here? No, Magnus not interested. Just snaps on d6.
Yeah, why not?
Why not? Yeah,
those pawns roll very quickly. Actually, white's pawn's never going anywhere. 94. Is king c6 the only square?
No, but once again, I don't think we need to really discuss this. Yeah. I assume it's winning. Like I assume this position is still completely winning for black. But I see absolutely no reason to be 1 up when we can be 2 up.
True. Yeah, king c6 looks okay. He's gone forward. King d5.
King d5.
Also good.
Yeah, it's very similar.
Yeah.
Very similar to what we're discussing.
Yeah,
and you have to take. Yeah, Gukesh is still thinking, but there's more than one way to win.
I was going to say, is there anything else other than bishop d3?
Yeah, I think most reasonable-ish moves win here, as far as I can tell. It's no longer really a a lone solution.
Queen d4 looks slightly attractive. I don't know if the queen.
Yeah, queen
if the
d4
king
looks
runs.
fine. Queen d7 might be even stronger because it's just a more direct way maybe to get the queens off the board. Because if you play rook f7, I have just like c8, e6 or something. So
c8 and then bishop c4 check. Yeah.
Oh, that as well. So it forces you to take, and then we maybe just go up and up. Because I also took away the e8 checks, so we can maybe even go in this direction. Queen b1, we can maybe
start running,
go in this direction. Yeah, it does feel like by this point it's very difficult to misplay it to a degree that is relevant.
Yeah, I would just as long as you see bishop d3, I think I would play it just to not to immediately jeopardize anything, and then look for the win later. But
absolutely, yeah, I think it's a practical solution. But also, he has plenty of time. He might as well try to calculate it to the end.
And Magnus Carlsen has taken that bishop and given a check. Which way would you go there, Peter? In this game, would you go forward?
Honestly, I think we're so far ahead that I would actually give up h6.
Yeah,
and win this pretty. Yeah, king c4, like rook h5. We go b5, rook h6, rook. It's a bit meh.
This is the only question, right? To maybe just rook d6.
Yeah, but then e4, right? But I guess we still win. Like, no, hang on. This
Here
I've drawn.
you don't. Yeah.
This I've drawn. Maybe not drawn, but I've allowed a bit too much. Like, there's no way we need to allow this much, even if it's still winning.
Yeah, maybe this is still winning actually.
And but I like rook f7 because I don't want the king to cross. So rook d6, e4.
Maybe you gain a tempo with rook e6 here, and then push.
Hang on.
Oh wait, same thing, yeah?
Yeah, it is.
b3.
Yeah. I'm very confused by why Parham chose to play rook f5 here. I think maybe he didn't like rook h7 actually. Maybe his point is if he goes rook f5, the solution is just rook f7, and then rook h5, rook h7, and we push the outside too.
Yeah,
and otherwise the b pawn just gets to b3, and then black wins on the king side. But obviously, like, all of this is supremely theoretical. And now I think rook d6 will be like, now we are definitely very, very easily fast enough.
Yeah.
In this position, like, there's no way we're not fast enough.
e4, you can even push b3.
Yeah, I mean, this we know is winning. Maybe he wants to give a check and then go maybe back to f5. But yeah, this is. It's probably losing slower than the previous line, but that's about as good as you can say about it.
There's no way you save this 2 pawns down. I'm not sure how black makes progress. Maybe even putting the king on the a file and then
yeah, exactly. That was my choice as well. Like, do this, go king a4, king a5, rook h4. I'm pretty sure even with the king on a5, this is very, very safely winning.
e4,
way too quick. Yeah,
e3, yeah, e5, just rook anywhere.
Honestly, b2 is completely winning as well. So.
Yeah, takes a bit longer maybe in that angle.
Yeah, but still doesn't really change the result. So
yeah, actually that pawn doesn't even drop off.
Yeah, yeah, like you can't take on f6. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, queen b2. Yeah, you can't. Yeah, rook e6 played, and it's also move 40. So Parham will now spend some time considering whether he needs to play on from here. They both, of course, know what the result is, but yeah, rook f4 check. I guess there's no harm as long as he doesn't like think for 35 minutes here with white.
Yeah,
because it's not like Magnus will be very upset, but I think you're sort of wasting your own time as well, not just Magnus's.
Yeah, you ask a couple of questions, and when they answer it, it's then it's okay to resign.
And bishop d3 chosen by Gukesh.
Yeah, I think that's a very mature decision. Just safety first. No need to calculate more checks.
Yeah, I like it.
He's going to win. We're going to get 2 decisive results at least, most likely, and then the 2 Spanishes, which might keep us here into the 5th, 6th hours. Those ones could go the distance.
And a very interesting decision chosen by Jordan there, a move which I completely ignored, because it looks like it blunders bishop takes h3. Like your eye immediately tries to tell you this is not a move, but bishop h3, f4. I guess everything is suddenly hanging. This works out. I think for me, maybe even the bigger question is, how bad is this? which I think is a legitimate question, because if you move the rook, you actually get mated.
F3, yeah.
Nothing connects to the G2 pawn. But probably F3, F4 is what he's intending here. And he's just in time to connect to the knight on D6 or the rook D8 threats. Like bishop F1, I can maybe even flick in E5 here and then take.
If I go Queen H4 last move, I guess you just... How do you stop Queen G4?
I have Queen E3.
Queen E3, yeah.
Maybe I don't have anything else, but I do have Queen E3.
Bishop D1 maybe, but...
Oh yeah, that's also fair. But I think I prefer this one.
Yeah, this one looks more harmonious.
I think it pretty much forces you to take, and then all the endgames will be like, because of how strong this knight is, I think all the endgames are lost.
Yeah.
Okay, this probably means it doesn't work out. What kinds of less forcing moves can we make? That says G5 only move. Well, you can actually get there, because F4 is a massive threat. You like, if you allow F4, you do get absolutely blown apart, because white establishes this connection with the rest of the pieces.
Yeah, I mean, it is a typical kind of positional concept as well. Knight on E5, pawn on G5. So you do get there, but whether you get there when there's other tempting tactical options with a few minutes left on the clock is another question.
And now bishop takes H3 is a legitimate threat.
Yeah.
And if you have to play F4, like rook F4, Queen G5 doesn't look very clean. G5 played. Yeah, G5 played. So, and the endgame also really doesn't look bad at all after, let's say, rook B8.
D6 was also hanging, so you couldn't even get the endgame as white.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry. Of course. Yeah, blanking on basic things.
Yeah, this G5, nice move, classy move from Vincent.
Yeah. In the meantime, the entire line we were discussing is blitzed out in Magnus's game. This position is now on the board, and yeah, like, we know how this movie ends.
Yes. Final stages.
We absolutely do know how this movie ends.
Yeah, Parham, he very rarely tanks after move 40. Thinking about that Gukesh game when he was maybe winning and he didn't even pause there. So why pause now against Magnus?
No, I think the pawn will be on B2 in like 30 seconds. I think they get to E5, B2, and maybe he resigns there, because he actually, I think, loses the D pawn without even being able to get rook versus queen.
Yeah. Maybe he'll go behind like B4, rook H8, and at least ask how you...
But that is just so utterly lost with the king cut off this far, like B3.
Put the king on B1.
Yeah, it gets to B1. We play B2. In the meantime, white generates not a single threat.
Yeah, and then you play like rook A6.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's really not very exciting. Although, like, if we are if I'm to make a kind of the devil's advocate argument,
you've seen a position with with the E and F pawn still on.
Like, you play rook A8 here,
rook D5,
and you ask to
F5, F5, rook D5 maybe.
Actually, F5, rook D5, F5 specifically, and now after, let's say, rook E7, we go rook D5, and then we
dig it out, come
out via the usual way. King of 3. Yeah, King of 3 is poor, but for those of you who have not seen the Lucena maneuver, you get here, you start threatening rook C2, rook D2 check, and if you continue checking, this promotes. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, at least he might ask that question, Max Ziedler, but he...
Yeah, he might as well.
Yeah.
He might as well. Bishop D3, rook E8 chosen by Prague, but once again, no real threat is being generated. I think even a move like rook G3 is fine. I'm wondering if F6 doesn't really give mate on the other side of the board as well.
F6 is super tempting. Rook G3 at least drops F2, so I would.
Yeah, let's look at this. F6, this appears to
stop the checks.
I mean, unless Bishop takes H7 probably is mate, honestly. The threat isn't even rook G7, it's bishop H7 specifically. Because rook G7, I think this might be a bit of a fighting position, because rook E1 is a threat, queen B4 is a threat, and we've run out of checks. But unfortunately for black, this wins at least a rook, and probably gives mate.
Yes, I think so.
So we have to give a check from A1 here.
D2.
But that also is just like they end immediately, right? They just end immediately. Okay.
Yeah.
Then there really isn't very much point in not playing f6. I guess you play g6 and you continue pretending for a second. Oh, but he gets mated. Because I know.
It was like you should be mated somehow.
Yeah. I mean, you probably do get mated, but it's still slightly trickier than I thought because I blundered rook e5. I thought this will just be mate, but then I realized rook e5 disconnects my pieces. And then I realized I have rook takes b7. And then just like rook b1 or rook b2 and checks do run out and white probably wins. But there has to be something cleaner. We don't need to go here.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess Prague will again ask that. Ask for confirmation that.
Yeah. Rook g4 chosen.
Which is 4 coming.
Still completely fine, yeah. I guess just trying to sort of centralize somehow. I guess if you play queen takes f2, I give this check and then I go rook e4 and I look at you expectantly.
No more checks even. Rook f8. How do you finish me off?
I don't know. Like if I have to play bishop b6, if I have to play bishop b6, I will play bishop b6. I don't like at this point. I really no longer care very much.
Yeah,
because why would I need to calculate?
Give away a pawn.
Yeah, like just go bishop b6, play queen d4 next move.
Rook e2, get the king safe somehow.
Yeah, all that. Yeah.
Looks like a good technique still from Gukesh. Anything else changing in the other games?
Kind of wondering if we should just keep the camera on this because it feels like this one really is very, very ready to finish.
Gonna end any second.
Yeah, really doesn't look like there's much play left in it.
You can tell on Magnus's body language he's ready. Ready to get out of there. B3, why even look at anything else at this point?
Yeah. Honestly, if you play rook e6 here and allow king d3, you also have to question how easy this is. Like, legitimately, you might still be winning after king a4, but considering it's the b pawn specifically, and he has played king a4. Okay, I guess it's still fine. I mean, Magnus will know. The point currently is that e5 we recut the king along the c file. It doesn't get the c2. This one is very easily technically winning, of course. My point about the b pawn was that as opposed to, let's say, the c pawn, if white just gets to the b1 square with the king, even full passivity with the rook on the first and the king on b1 will be a draw because there is no way to make progress. And that's the only pawn this is true about. e5 played. I don't know. Yeah, Parham could have waited for a move, but I guess he's also very done with this game.
Yeah. What waiting moves were there?
The king e3, whatever.
Okay.
I mean, this position is no better and no worse than the previous one, and e5 kind of makes you lose faster because it defines position fine. Like 2 against 1, you pretend they haven't really been, exhausted. 1 against 0, you do know how to win them.
Sure.
Like there's very little mystery left in how to win 1 against 0, which are winning.
And we'll see how far into that Lucina position do you think we'll see? We'll see it
I think we are nearing the very end. So let's discuss other positions, but keep the camera on Magnus because I think Magnus is going to be congratulated on his victory very, very soon. Magnus doing the riffle apparently with the pawns. He is how's the quote go? Yeah, I'm a little bit of a scientist myself. He is a little bit of a poker player these days. Yeah, with his deep runs and MTTs.
Future career change.
I don't know, but
maybe.
But yeah, you can't rule anything out. But like specifically, changing. And I mean, I feel quite strongly about this, but I don't know why, and I don't know if this is such an important topic to discuss. But like specifically, quitting chess to play MTTs, feels like such an unbelievable, downgrade of everything. Like switching chess to high nosebleeds cash games, that I can believe in. But specifically MTTs, like this is just so soul destroying.
And, people change careers all the time these days, you know.
Yeah, but like not to. I just don't want it to be to the MTTs specifically. I'm just as someone who's spent some part of my life being somewhat involved in that scene.
Yeah,
I just have a probably irrational hatred of MTTs.
So this game, Rook E6, Knight F3 just played, and yeah, still no progress in sight.
Still looks very, very nice for black, but white has established. I think it's very good that we got this against this, so there's no way to advance for black on the king side. Yeah, and of course you prefer black if you have to choose, because white appears to be shuffling like knight d2, knight f3 seemingly are the only piece moves that Fabi is willing to commit to. Like he's not really touched anything else. He plonked the queen on b4 and is now just shuffling with the knight. But how do you make any progress? How do you create a single threat?
That's a good point. You're never even threatening to take the knight on d2 when it lands there, which Fabi showed a couple moves ago.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can. With the rook on e6, maybe I would be. Let's ask a question. Yeah, because when the bishop on c6 isn't hanging, maybe queen e1 is annoying, or king g2 is still perfectly fine. Yeah, it's still perfectly fine. Rook f6, bishop f3, or something.
Yeah, bishop f3. Yeah.
Still locks everything down.
Yeah, and e5 is hanging. Yes.
Yeah. Doesn't seem to be progressing very far. Parham is somehow unwilling to either make a move or resign here, which is a kind of a weird spot to suddenly start thinking. But I mean, why not? Prague has gone back to a position in which he has some, like I thought, why is he playing on? And then I realized this check exists. He probably actually still loses, right? Because we can reestablish control
round and round. This is potentially quite important because it's not that easy to defend f2 in the current position.
It could matter, because we've just come from c1. We don't really want to go back to it. Actually kind of loses to rook e1, queen f2 anyway. King d1 is a playable move, maybe. And then rook e4 and reestablish control that way. I think there's more than one solution. Yeah, it's more a matter of taste. He's gone queen a2 check. I assume black goes to h8, and
now rook d4, king c2.
Now rook d4. And, that's a cleaner solution. I like this. This.
Yeah, this is very smart.
Yeah, and I guess some people caught the very, very back end of my rant about poker and asked who is quitting chess to play MTTs. Hopefully nobody. That's exactly my point. Yeah, like I'm very much hoping nobody's considering that particular career change.
Not yet, at least.
Yeah. Is Magnus just completely winning? Yeah, he is.
Yeah. I'm wondering in Jordan's game, king h2. Okay, bishop takes h3, king takes h3.
You have to, but maybe you don't get mated. Hang on, knight g6, but then g3 exists. Yeah. For a second there, I got kind of excited because rook f2 queen h4 check would have been attractive, but g3 unfortunately covers.
But white is a bit tied up. Maybe not rook d8 here, but rook d8 after king takes h3.
d8 or b8 or you actually want to throw?
I just want to win the knight.
Okay. G3.
G6. I was wondering.
You can actually pick it up. Oh, that's quite cute.
Maybe
that is quite cute. Yeah, I guess I go bishop b3, bishop d5, and But that's a huge improvement for black. Like that position might actually become double-edged.
You've won a pawn back as well.
Like
could be very nice.
Like if this is the best we have, we just go like king g7 or b6 and we play. This is not although it's kind of safe on g2, but white is not better. I don't think.
You take the knight sometimes in these positions.
Yeah. Anything else? I mean, my problem with this is I think Vincent probably feels it's completely unnecessary. Because I genuinely don't know if black is worse after something like rook b8 here.
Yeah.
There is so much activity. Like the king side is very, very unsafe. This is a monster. Somewhat weirdly, the knight on d6, which looks kind of beautiful, does very little.
No tactics.
And I just want to go rook b2 and continue generating annoying little threats. How do you
So
I mean, queen f2
queen f2,
maybe.
maybe generating some activity.
Yeah, even if I have to spend a tempo on bishop b6, honestly. He's taken on h3.
Yeah.
Nice.
I can understand this, though. I mean, this looks very attractive for black, actually, the more I look at it. I'm just kind of keeping the tension.
Yeah. If you absolutely have to take, you can't ignore it. Just to point out, this loses a full queen. So you have to take it, and you have to take it with the king. Unless rook f2 is playable, but rook f2 is extremely scary to contemplate. Yeah, you
definitely never better even in the endgame.
Oh yeah, no, like bishop b6 black is probably preferable, and also like queen h4 might work, knight g4 followed by something might work.
Yeah.
You definitely don't want to do that. So you take, black goes rook d8. The rook is already hanging because we want rook d6 and queen takes f4, and that genuinely looks dangerous for white actually. So I guess we do play.
Rook f2 feels like it should lose somehow to some checks, but or just worst comes to worst, queen h5, queen g6, and take on d6.
Oh yeah, it's just a much worse version of the same because you can't actually go back.
Yeah,
because you step into forks.
So
g3, g3 seems forced. We go queen g6. The endgame after knight f4. Oh no, it's not even an endgame. Queen h5 wins. So rook f5, queen f4 maybe. To force f6, but f6 is not such a bad move.
Is it even forced knight d3 as well, maybe? Or knight d3, I'm scared I'll get it caught offside slightly.
Yeah.
Queen e3.
Oh, that as well. Yeah, actually, this is not a good square.
Yeah, let's, for argument's sake, say f6.
Yeah, but it's not horrible. Like, it's still completely fine, I feel, for black, as long as we control the tactics, like bishop b3 check. You can play king g7 because in this position we don't have to go to h7. We can play queen f6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and again, if you can consolidate, just stabilize as black, then it's not necessarily kind of ruling it out that it could become a 3-result game.
No. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It doesn't feel like black should be better after something like bishop d5, for instance. It feels like it's still a fairly safe position for white, but
yeah,
it's also a pretty safe position for black.
Yeah. Logical result would just be some perpetual at some point rook takes e5 and
it honestly feels like you eventually will have to go for that because you cannot really ignore this knight and ask black to demonstrate how they will find a strengthening maneuver, because they probably will find some kind of a strengthening maneuver somewhere.
h5, knight g4.
Yeah, b3 f3 actually probably just kind of wins the game if you allow it. Yeah, rook d8 on the board. Chat is interested in us sort of defining what this is. I think describing it as some kind of weird tilt is not unreasonable.
Yeah. I mean, if you're going to ask anyone endgame questions, like basic 101 endgames, I'm not sure Magnus is the guy to ask, but
yeah.
Fair play.
Yeah,
he's showing the spectators.
Yeah, and once we come back to this discussion that I can't remember if we had it on air or off air about on air, about this actually being useful. There will be some people in the audience who will not have seen how the Lucena position is won before, and it definitely does sort of demonstrate some basic things which you see in books for beginners, but don't really see being played out on the board. Also, as long as he doesn't tank, it doesn't really waste anybody's time too much. But yeah, I think like his expected value there is precisely 0.
Yes. You play Magnus 100 times in this position, you'll score 0.
Yeah, precisely 0, sort of regardless of like what time of the day it is, like what Magnus has been doing prior to being asked this question, or like it's just there are no sets of circumstances which result in this actually not losing him the game.
Yeah, so it looks like, well, there's 2 ways to win this. Either you play rook a5 and you get your king out, so if white stops that with rook a8, then
then rook d5 check. And the exact mechanism that we were showing, the rook is already on the 5th, which is quite useful. And in this position, without the pawn on f3 and the pawn on f6, the threat is rook d4, rook b4, very simply. King e3, rook d1 is quite straightforward. Actually, no, not here. Yeah, here we get checked. So after king e3,
give a check first.
Yeah, we give a check and then we go either e4, b4 or rook e1. Yeah. And otherwise, Otherwise, if you play rook c8 check, you lose to king b4 and rook b5.
Yeah, Magnus not hiding his feelings here. He knows this one's gone on longer than it needed to.
Yeah, I guess he is a bit miffed that he is being actually questioned about this.
It's probably been 20 years since he's been asked this question.
Yeah.
And there we go. We do finally see a handshake. Parham resigns. He's back, Magnus, now, Peter.
Very much so. He's on +2. He will be tied for second with Wesley. A full point, still a full point behind behind Nordebek and a half a point behind Anish, but 3 rounds to go. He definitely has gathered some steam and has some. I think his next 2 games are with White. I think one is against. Let me recheck. Yeah, one is against Wesley and one against Prague. Beating Wesley is going to be a very tough ask because this is a very kind of a typical Wesley tournament. If somebody gives him, like, mistakenly decides to give him a chess game, he just beats them. And if people decide not to give him a chess game, he makes very confident, very, very safe draws, entirely untroubled. Doesn't really mind. Yeah, doesn't really mind at all.
Yeah, it looks, Peter, like we might see another result in a moment between Gukesh and Pragnananda. It looks like
let's bring this one up. Yeah,
coming.
Black is about to get mated here. This also has gone maybe slightly longer than needed, but not maybe by like 5 moves.
Yeah.
I don't think this is necessary, but it also really doesn't harm anyone.
Yeah, it will be nice to see the checkmate, the finishing technique. As soon as the white king gets safer, of course, it's going to be over. I guess he's also waiting till move 40. Gukesh has a few minutes, but
yeah, I think the simplest is just actually to just go in and take on g7 and then you cannot take on f5, and if you cannot take on f5, like your position really isn't inspiring too much confidence. You don't have any checks for the future as well. But yeah, there's probably some other ways to meet h5, which are pretty good. Like queen g5 is probably mate, honestly.
Yeah.
Now that I look at this position, queen g5 looks like it probably gives mate.
Very matey.
Yeah.
Everything looks like it should give mate at this point.
Yeah, queen g5, and the queen has to abandon. Like currently, if you move your rook in this position, at least black will have a check from b6. But after queen g5, whichever square you choose, and this is what he plays. I think we resign now because wherever the queen goes, we can play rook h4, and there will be no queen f3 now.
3. Feels like there must be something here.
Rook g7.
Yeah,
like it really isn't very exciting anymore.
Queen g4,
queen g4 we take, we go rook g1. And g5 f6, king h7, bishop f7. It actually is made. It actually is made. He's gone rook h4. This is actually quite clever as well because he very correctly understood
just
that
drops back.
It is one check. It is specifically one check.
Yeah,
and then it's over.
And we do see the handshake. It is checkmate. There we go. What a battle! Big fight between these two.
Very unusual game in that it felt like they both knew a lot, and then they both like sharply deviated from what is supposed to be the best play.
Yeah.
And somehow this ended up favoring Gukesh greatly because he did not really, apart from this very odd choice of playing rook g2 in the position which he absolutely was supposed to know back and forth, backwards and forwards, like
inside and out. Yeah,
inside and out. Yes, that's the one. That's the one. Apart from that one's weird, I don't know if we're even supposed to call it a mistake, inaccuracy, whatever you want to choose. He really made no other questionable decisions in the entire game.
Yeah, and it's nice to see. I should just mention that both Parham and Magnus, and now this game between Gukesh and Prague, they both signaled old school style to go to the analysis room to discuss.
Wijk does provide a very convenient analysis room for players who want to engage. So maybe actually no, I think you were there when I had my very, very the most recent enjoyable post-mortem. I think was maybe in your presence when I played that really weird game against Luke in the Bundesliga. Were you there? Where I played this really, really strange Sicilian against Luke.
Yeah.
And it was it was unusual enough that like the entire tournament, who already finished their games, all collected in the hall, and we all looked at it for like an hour and a half with great enjoyment, while also making no sense whatsoever, as we found out when we got back to the room.
That was a wild game, gotta say.
Yeah, but before that, the previous one was against Magnus in Wijk. There was this really, and this is it's kind of a weird brag, but this video is available on YouTube, and it's a nice video. I had this game against Magnus where he went, I think he went c4, e6, knight c3, bishop b4, queen b3, c5, and here I went knight b5, and suddenly there's like queen g3 and things, and by move 15, winning? No. But by move 15, it was like unbelievably wild. You couldn't really understand what was going on at all, and we had a very, very enjoyable like half an hour post-mortem, which somebody filmed, and this exists as a standalone video somewhere on the interwebs.
Okay, someone can go and drop a link in chat. Meanwhile, Peter, the Spanish torture in this game is over because Caruana and Arrigasi have drawn. Arrigasi just finding no way through.
I guess he did not believe he had any way to make progress, but Vincent is a pawn up.
Wait, how did
in the rook ending?
How did that happen? It looked just completely equal for a moment there. Has Jordan miscalculated? He forgot about rook d3. Maybe
I don't know. Yeah, it's possible. It should still be a draw, honestly, but not as clear as it was previously. So after rook d8, g3, queen g6 did happen as we expected. Jordan played queen d5, queen takes d6, and in this position he made it's a normal enough decision, but I think generally you play rook f5 here with the expectation that the game ends in a draw immediately. And now after bishop b3, maybe he thought this is forced.
Yeah,
and I mean black is not worse here, but white is also not worse at all. But rook d3 followed, and there is no way, I don't think, to make an immediate draw anymore. Unless you can maybe play like bishop a2,
and rook f6 comes next. If I
and if rook e3, I want to play rook f6, but now you go rook a3, I guess. Yeah,
might become two pawns suddenly.
Yeah, this is also not a draw. This is very far from a draw, actually.
Yeah. Wow. This is really surprising, because if he wanted a draw, he could have just played queen takes d6 and played basically the same position, but with an e-pawn. Just bishop e3.
The bishop is a bit misplaced, and specifically the rook on f4 is extremely passive. So
rook f5 or bishop b3, I'm not sure which one.
Yeah, bishop b3 we go. No, this is just a much better version, right? Because if you play king g7, I lock out your rook.
Yeah.
Probably for long enough to generate counterplay. And if you play rook d4, I have rook f6, and I shouldn't lose this position. Weird. Yeah. He did, I think, make a decision to play a rook ending and not a rook and bishop ending. But yeah, this now requires work. Although I suspect the position after rook a5 should be very manageable. I think we had this discussion earlier. Once again, this was, which round was that? Was it in one of the first two rounds, or was
it was quite early on in the tournament? Feels like months ago at this point.
Yeah, somebody did not go for this with black, right? Had the choice to. Yeah, that was Parham lost to Noribek. That was that game.
Yes.
Yeah. That was Noribek. Round 5-ish, I want to say. Let me find that particular moment, because it's actually somewhat relevant. Round 4. So we're talking about a very specific squad there. This game. Somewhere around maybe here. There was also a queen ending he could have gone earlier, but here's like here. There is a very obvious choice to go queen e5. Go for this endgame. Put the rook on a3. And you probably hold. You're not 100% sure you will hold, but you are very, very likely to hold here.
Yes.
And instead, he went to play the very, very sharp queen and rook versus queen and rook, which he ended up losing, even though it wasn't lost in the beginning. But it kind of slowly became worse and worse and worse, and was eventually lost. And right now, there is a lot of similarity between this position and the position
we could get.
the position Jordan will get here after rook a5, rook b6. Rook b6, we go like g4, king h4, king h5, and we chill.
Must be a draw.
And, and it probably isn't even a very difficult one, if we're honest with ourselves.
Yeah. Even if you just leave the king on h4 and kind of oscillate between, I don't know, d5 and a5 with the white rook.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just keep it here so that you never blunder some kind of, I don't know, rook b1 h1 mate, or rook g6 g5 trading rooks, or something. Yeah,
some back rank.
It will take some time though.
Yeah, Vincent will enjoy kind of just massaging this and hoping
for sure. Yeah,
hoping for some tilt
for sure. And this is actually the last game running because everything else we've just watched conclude. Let's take a brief look at what's left in the challengers and take a break, maybe.
That sounds good to me.
Yeah, in the challengers, some results already. We know that Mustafa Yilmaz, the leader of the tournament, drew, and that allowed Alex Donchenko to join him in the lead because he actually ended up beating Max Warmadam. That game is already over. That weird, very strange structure Black ended up making more progress. We left it somewhere here. F3 wasn't played. The king was actually brought all the way to c7, and then Black finally started making progress on the other side of the board. And once he started, he basically never stopped. I guess maybe h3 was blundered because bishop h4 check is suddenly a very strong threat, and the pawn on g2 somehow survived for long enough to be a problem. And then Black just calculated something precisely with the two passers, and somewhere here Max resigned because it does look kind of utterly hopeless. With the king somewhere on the c4 square, maybe you play on, but with the king so cut off from the action, you're just a piece down. So the three
doubted the bishop there.
Yeah, so the three games still running are Erwin is, struggling somewhat, but I guess not very much. Question mark, question mark.
Feels like it should be a fortress, but as you say, there are threats. There are ideas of at some point rook g2, bishop f3. At some point, the white king might get a bit in a bit of bother.
Yeah, and you also are going to be, choosing between very, very few moves. Your pieces aren't really very mobile, none of them. But it is a very constrained space, and like the problem for Black is that if let's make some moves like rook g2, we go here, force you to make some other moves. First of all this, but let's say Black starts with king d5. Here we go. King b3, rook g2, king c3. And if you do this, you always allow this rook to activate itself. And once it actually gets to some normal squares, white should just be completely fine, I assume.
Yes.
Even if it's just to take on f5, put it on g5 and prevent the g-pawn from queening. And we're not talking about the more ambitious tries of picking up on a6.
Yeah, it's more about whether Black can kind of create some mating net around the white king, or maybe just...
Yeah, but it has the b3 square, so it's very difficult to...
Yeah.
I think if the king could cross to g4, that would genuinely start getting very... Like if white somehow, puts this guy on g5 and allows king g4, you probably just straight up lose. Because of just how few squares you have available, but it never leaves this diagonal.
Feels like it should be a draw.
Yeah, Erwin probably holds this. Other games running are Mishra is definitely optically pressing on the king side against Vaishali, but material is, I think, restricted enough so that Black is not doing too poorly. And Black also made progress on the queen side. The b2 pawn is gone. d4 is a potential target.
Feels at some point as if it might simplify with the knight f6, a timely knight f6, and things just start to disappear.
Yeah, but these are generally just very, very drawish, and then we just start picking up stuff.
Yeah.
And a very sharp position there for Velimir Ivic against Luis Paulo Schupi, which we were saying those things about this position like 20 moves ago, and they have reached move 40. Ivic, I think, quite purposely waited until move 41 to push c4, c5. I think it was available for quite some time now, but he did not want to do it during the first time control, so he pushed here. Yeah, he pushed here. And once you push c5, it becomes very sharp, obviously, because d5 is now suddenly, it's possible to imagine scenarios where you blunder it. But he's doing all the right things, and generally, experience shows that these positions are very good for white. You still have to win it.
Yeah.
And how do we go about things?
It's difficult to not allow any counterplay, especially if knight f5 comes, white's glorious knight on e3 disappears suddenly. You can see it backfiring. Yeah, you're right. It's a big question how we win it. I guess dc5 would always meet with d6 at the moment. So.
Yeah, the pawn on h3 also still hasn't been removed off the board. Somehow it survives.
It's not easy, Peter.
No,
not even the move at this moment.
Yeah, I thought I will, by staring at it intently for like 30 seconds, I will spot something that I will instantly like. But no, maybe you just go rook c3 and you continue pushing, because c5, c6 is a massive threat, which probably cannot be allowed. But rook bc8 is a move, and you still haven't really proven much of anything. Yeah, we'll see. This is an immensely important game in the context of the tournament, because certification definitely has occurred here with Donchenko and Yilmaz on 7 out of 10. Sindarov, if he beats Servin, he will also join them on 7. He will most likely be on 6.5. And Ivic, if he wins, also gets to 7. So we are probably watching a kind of a 4-horse race there, with those 4 players being the most likely candidates for the win with 3 rounds to go. Going to be very exciting to watch the conclusion of the challengers once the rest day is over. Interesting. I don't know if I love this.
Yeah.
Because instead of rook a5, he just put the pawn on a5. King g7, rook c5, rook e3, showing to black that to white that rook 6 is always moved by rook e6, but how do you make any progress, I guess? Yeah, rook e6, we just go g4, and then maybe rook c7, a7. Also looks very safe.
I wonder if we put the rook on a3 as black. I'm not sure if that's another way, and then slowly f6, king g6, and then again the same question. Rook a4, force the white king back. Well, actually we did.
Do you?
It back. No.
Yeah.
Okay, if we can't force the white king back, then
yeah. But even if you do, I still don't really know what we want.
Yeah. I was hoping for king f7, rook e4, or
combined
in one. But rook e4 is always met by rook c6. So this must be a draw still.
Looks drawn, but also looks like a position in which Winston can try like 25 different constellation of pieces, all of which are still draws, but absolutely no harm in trying, considering he runs 0 risks in all of these positions. Yeah, I think a pretty solid time for us to take a bit of a breather and come back with the final segment. Thanks everybody for watching. We'll be back. Hello and welcome back to this wonderful, wonderful rook ending. I'm ever so slightly sarcastic. I think yesterday's rook ending was genuinely very, very exciting, and it kept on sort of throwing curveballs at us. Every time we thought we finally figured out why it was a draw, or alternatively why it wasn't a draw, it kept on asking us additional questions. But this one, at least, seemed like it was a very dry technical ask, and then Jordan did something that I think both David and I agreed we probably wouldn't have. I don't quite see why we need to trade a target on h6 for the pawn on g4 when we could have just, I think, kept the exactly this shape. What's like? How would you approach it?
Yeah, to be honest, in pawn down rook endings, my default setting is always asking what would the opponent do if I were to just sit. And if I were Jordan, I would have at least seriously contemplated sitting, because not only have we exchanged off a target on h6, but the black f pawn now, as long as it's fixed here on f7, it's always a target too, and it could now run. It's king of pawn endings are always very one-sided, or usually very one-sided, whereas with the G and H pawns, it's much more difficult to achieve as black. I guess he just wants to force the draw. He's impatiently just trying to get pawns off the board, and it works. It's fine. But maybe not necessary to calculate as much as he might have to do.
We thought, one way to be maybe slightly scared of something is to think that, I don't know, rook d1, h1 check does something. But let's say we just dropped it back. We couldn't really find any way for black to improve, even in these types of positions. I guess maybe he was slightly worried he will run out of moves. But I think we can genuinely just go back to g3 and stay on g3, h4 squares. I don't know what black is supposed to start threatening. Maybe f6, rook e6, rook e5. Come to think of it, maybe you can formulate some plans which would be maybe a tiny bit unpleasant. So he has gone g5, and from that position after hg, they did quite quickly transition into this one, which is still a draw, but you still have to think a little bit about what you're doing.
Yeah, I'm surprised though, Peter, because Jordan has a lot of time on his clock. He's been playing some moves very quickly, and I was wondering whether we could even stop the black king from trying to get round to e8, e7, or at least saying that it might be going towards the white a pawn. For example, here, I think he started with, rook c7 as well. He started with king g5, which is similar, but king g5, rook move, rook d6, and now rook c7. And same thing, anytime there's a rook check, king f6.
Yeah, and if it goes back to g7, we do drop it back to c5. But this kind of a setup, which makes it genuinely difficult for black, it feels, to even cross to e7, because our point, of course, being that rook d5 checking f6. I mean, here it's a very clear draw, but even if, let's say, you play king e8, rook a7, and this is not a mating threat, these types of endgames are just, very, very safely drawn. Black will not even be able to pretend they have winning chances with an a passer, and the king's so cut off on the back rank. It seemed like I guess he just believes there are no issues, and he feels there's absolutely no need for him to finesse anything. Just make a draw the way it gets made with the hand. But you can start maybe generating some questions with black if white passes for long enough.
Yeah, at least the black king will be closer to the a pawn. You could imagine a world where rook e6, king d6 happens, and suddenly you have to really start counting. For white, he drops back king e4. I was going to say, I'm surprised that he was thinking after allowing king e7. Why not just think and stop your opponent's one plan and kind of fix the draw immediately? King e4 looks all right, but again, we're giving ground.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's still fine. I guess the point being that white always has enough counter play against either the a6 or the f6 for black to be able to push, but
king e6.
King e6. What do you do? Rook h5, maybe.
Yeah, maybe a check on e5, and then
back. And then somewhere,
c5. It's still difficult for black to make progress, but rook c6.
Yeah, rook c6. We just, I don't know. We give a check, and
you keep checking me. King c7, I'm not exactly sure where I'm going, but rook f5, f6.
Now you just rook f5, f6, and king
d5
somewhere. D5, d4. D5.
Should still be
sorry. I've misclicked there.
Should
d5.
still be a draw. But,
it's very, very unclear how black makes any progress in all of these lines. So it's not like we're criticizing Jordan for horrific mistakes which change the variation of the position. Not even in the slightest, but still some questions to be asked.
Yeah, without calculating anything. Rook e6 check played in the game. Which way do we go here? I'm assuming we stay on the f file just to not get cut off from black's f pawn. Yep, he goes that way.
King f4 played.
Now king d6.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, this is clever from Vincent to at least force white to sidestep. And you could see how this could become unpleasant if the black king can race towards the a pawn. And
even let's say you go rook c8, I go king d5, right? And I want to play king d4 and eventually set up some position in which I can attack the a5 pawn.
Some rook e5.
So like king d4, rook e5, and then we have rook d8.
Rook d5.
Rook d8, rook d5,
Just all feels unnecessary to even let the black king breathe. Feels like it could have been stopped. So how do we draw here, assuming that Vincent goes king d6? f6? Rook f5 forcing f6? Is this helpful at all? But now if we lose rook e5...
And then what kind of a passing move are we making, King f3?
King f3 maybe. King e7? King e7, king f4, I guess.
Yeah.
Just to stop rook e5. Rook c6.
Some progress is being made, it feels like, right? Because we will probably get king e6, rook c4, check, rook a4 maybe, and maybe even this is a draw. Like my issue with this entire process is that, like even here,
rook c5.
You can't play f5 because of rook h6 check. So this looks like the maximum, and I'm still not certain this is winning at all. And this genuinely feels like you can't get more. Like this, apart from positions where white actually blunders a rook trade or blunders the a5 pawn. Now the black rook is much more active, and no checks. The king has been driven back from the fourth, and still, at least immediately, I can't really figure out how black makes any progress here at all. But I think Vincent definitely stays interested enough in this to continue checking.
Yeah. No, I think you're right, actually. Even going passive, if that's an option, then it means there's nothing.
Rook g4, g5, actually, chat is... No, rook g4, I guess we go rook c5. Rook c5, and we continue asking the same weird... King d6, rook f5, king out of this,
Yeah.
Have we actually lost the white?
Rook g5 is coming.
Yeah, because check for c7 isn't enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's just whether or not there is a way to make progress, whether or not there is a specific win. It's just feels like the momentum is changing, and that's all you need sometimes to start panicking as a player. King d7 played.
Yeah, Vincent is. I think he's doing the right thing in not really committing to anything just yet. He doesn't really need to hurry with any commitments. Just keep annoying Jordan. It's not going to be very annoying, though. I think the passing moves here are quite obvious. Let's just briefly visit what's happening in the challengers. I think Erwin now made a very comfortable draw at the very least, because g3 pawn does fall, but after rook g3, rook d6 check, let's say king f7, we go king d4, and the king gets to e5. We also pick off the pawn on a6. I don't even think this is particularly risky, frankly. I think this is just fine.
There'll be some draw with rook a6, rook a7 check. Just the black king.
I'm not even sure we're worse, honestly, with white. I don't know if we need to find the forest draw anymore. And in Ivic's game against Shupi, they've moved 2 moves past the time control, burned about half an hour each. Complicated position.
Yeah.
Looks like it should be winning for white, but it's very, very far from obvious exactly how.
Yeah, and it's so tense. Yeah, I mean, one wrong step from white, though, and you do kind of imagine, for example, if you rush with c6 too soon and then black takes and queen a7 comes
Queen
in some
a7, or
positions.
just maybe even like c takes d5, and then somehow you start pushing. But probably you just go rook a8, frankly. You don't have to. Or rook b8, because here dc6 looks strong. c6 looks like, actually c6 looks kind of playable.
Yeah, it's what you want to play, right? You want to make work, but if it doesn't, it could backfire. So,
so yeah, maybe
rook b8.
Put it here, so that in this position you don't have bishop b5. Stopping bishop b5 seems important. It's still a mess, but yeah, by this point it becomes the kind of a mess you can genuinely imagine white losing.
Yeah, d4, no, d5, d4 coming.
d5, queen a7, all of those ideas are still very much on the board. So yeah, we'll continue keeping an eye on that. Today we can't promise you we will cover the challengers to the end if the rook ending disappears, but we are definitely monitoring what's happening there. And the game between Mishra and Vaishali now looks... the king is somewhat unsafe on g7, but material is limited enough that feels like Vaishali shouldn't really be in too much trouble.
Yeah. I guess this is the more critical endgame for the tournament.
Yeah, not very much we can add to it. Yeah, but
okay. How does white stop now? Those ideas of at some point rook e5. Do we just continue waiting? At least this time, compared to that line we looked at, the white king might be able to stop on any rook e5, rook g5 ideas. How do we wait? King f3, rook moves. Unclear, really. Struggling to see too many differences between those.
Yeah. Yes, we wait for... Isn't this very close to what we're just discussing?
Yeah, how
like
do we make progress is black? Rook c6, king e6.
Rook 6, king e6 is what I would like to have, I think.
Can white stop this then? Going for that plan?
Maybe not anymore, honestly. Yeah, because if you play rook h5 now, I think rook c6. But I don't think he wants rook h7, rook a7. He's had those opportunities, and honestly, like this maybe becomes a bit iffy.
Terrifying.
Oh, I mean, maybe you still make a draw, but it really really does become a matter of one tempo lines like this, which might or might not work.
Yeah,
I also appear to be losing words in every second sentence. So I don't know what prompted that, but it feels very alarming.
Yeah, he should still hold the draw. He's got loads of time on his clock. I just think he's doing the right thing now, at least by pausing, trying to work out the setup, the defense. Maybe we can rush towards that for white somehow. How do we get the rook behind? It is really difficult, though, just visually to see that maybe you need your rook on a7, b7 rather than kind of particularly on the fifth.
Yeah.
Let's say we go. Oh, can we go behind rook c5, king d6, rook c8, rook e5?
Rook c5, rook c6, I thought, just kind of forces exactly the position the black wants.
Ah, true.
I mean, our issue is currently we don't think it's winning. Like you can actually get this immediately. But the problem is we just don't believe it's winning, right?
But
even very simply rook f5, rook c5 here.
King e7. Or...
Yeah, but what's the threat? Now I chill, yeah.
Okay, actually, yeah, it was just that one moment where we can kind of get rook g4 that we were looking at in some positions. But
yeah, maybe we need to pay attention rook g4 to rook g4 and rook e4, rook e5 threats, and nothing else really generates enough of a threat. But yeah, all of this feels like already you've lost control. You've lost control to a degree, right? You're not really as firmly in control as you once were.
Yeah, for sure. And Jordan, he's got to hold this. Surely he'd be heartbroken if he lost this one. It's been so drawn now for so long. He didn't even need to go into this pawn down ending.
Yeah, and interestingly, I was kind of wondering about that, but we breezed past that moment so quickly. it's actually kind of important that he played king h2 because king h1 would have stopped that tactic.
True.
And if we trace it back to this position, yes, black definitely has counterplay. It's not like a massive winning advantage was thrown away, but white is, after all, a pawn up here for, I mean, yes, positional compensation, but really no more than that. And to go from here, and this is move 32, by the way, by move 40, we lost 2. We didn't lose 1, we lost 2.
Yeah, slightly unnecessary, slightly careless, perhaps. Especially the loss of the second pawn when I think there were several ways to just force the draw. And yeah, I think after a while he'll decide on one of those waiting moves in the current position. And
yeah, it's not like he has progress. He has much of a choice here. It feels like he will have to allow one of those things which look maybe somewhat scary at a surface level, but should still be a draw as far as we can tell. H5, king d6. We just go back to f5, right? It's kind of a
king c
stalemate.
King c6.
Yeah, and then back to h5, I guess.
Yeah, I was wondering whether I can have.
But now we
no.
Now we go rook e1. But the pawn end is still drawn. I was wondering if at some point we can go rook f1, f5. But that is still a draw. So, like, I don't know which move to make with white, though. Is it a Zugzwang? Have we lost already? like, genuinely, what's the move here?
King f3.
Yeah, but
rook e5, rook h6.
Yeah. But, like, at some point, when you cut off along the e file, and the rook is also, I think, on a very, very awkward square, you have to ask yourself, like, how confident are you? This is a draw.
Rook f4, rook e4, try to get closer.
Yeah, but I think we've lost. Here, right?
Whoops. Yeah,
this one we've lost. Yeah,
king c4. Yeah.
That was very much my point. That this no longer holds. Like the obvious, very, very clear things no longer actually make a draw. So
maybe king f2.
Yeah.
Check from the side if I can. Now rook f3.
Yeah. Although.
Yeah, maybe you just march down to b2.
Yeah, I want to go to b2 and then play a5. Yeah. No, like I would genuinely be terrified. Apparently, rook e1 wins now.
After
in the current position, Chad is now saying rook e1 is winning.
Whoa! So he's made a losing mistake, and
yeah,
it's hard to believe that rook e1 is winning. I've got to say, but
well, I mean,
at the same time, momentum.
We did win that position with the king on c6. It's kind of shocking to me that it's still winning with the king on d7. Honestly, like with the king on c6, I am very much willing to entertain the thought, but with the king on d7. But honestly, maybe it's useful that we have king e6.
Yeah.
Maybe it's actually genuinely useful.
So let's assume... What does white play? Maybe I have to drive you to c6 anyway.
Yeah. Only rook d5 check was a draw. Also not a move you make. Like, there's no way you force black to play king c6 here. I don't think anybody does that.
You could make an argument for doing that and then rook back to f5.
And back to f5, maybe. Yeah, I don't know, maybe.
But it's not obvious. Not obvious.
Yeah, but at least, you know, this is confirmation of what I think we were guessing at, but didn't really know.
Yeah.
There was that this endgame without the g4 and h6 pawn was definitely losable.
Yeah.
That it's not really an automatic draw that you make with like any move in any position.
Yeah, again, it just feels like Jordan's rushed earlier. And,
yeah.
Even rook h5, okay, he thought for a bit, but
yeah,
okay,
wasn't played in the meantime. But once again, like you're not at all confident of that assessment. I think if you're playing this with black, you don't know it's winning, and I think e6 is a very natural thing. Although, like, it allows rook f5, and you have to question if you're achieving enough.
Maybe he's confident he can always go back. So, for example, rook f5, king d7. Most likely, white will play rook h5 again. I wonder what white's actually. Rook h5, rook f5, rook d6. White will just wait with king e4. So very much no progress to be seen in that direction. You got to assume that both players are under the impression it is a draw.
Yeah, you do feel that way, actually. Yeah, that they're playing it as if they both assume it's kind of irrelevant what they do because it's a draw.
Yeah.
Only two ways to make a draw in this position are also not going to be found, I suspect.
Wow.
But that's because I guess rook f5, black does return to the previous.
But rook f5, how do you... king d6?
I think, yeah, rook f5, you lose to king d6 specifically, and then rook e1.
Rook h5, rook e1, yeah.
I don't know. Like, this is also very, very non-obvious to me, like why king f3 loses here. I guess king e7. Yeah, like, let me actually check this. So I go king f3,
king f4, rook e1 again.
King f4, and rook e1 again. And yeah, this just wins, apparently.
It's always getting the
idea. Yeah, so in the current position after king c6, you have to play either rook h1 or rook h2, which I think is exceedingly unlikely. It's just not a move that your hand allows you to make very easily.
And what's the idea? For example, let's say rook h1, let's go as far away as possible, check from the front, king b5. How are you drawing this?
h1, you want to play where?
King b5,
King b5, it goes king f5, rook c6, rook a1. So it just restructures itself to force you to give up the pawn on f6. Because like, and now and we just chill on those two squares and wait for you to play rook c5, and those are draws. This is maybe not impossible, but you do have to understand everything else loses.
Yeah,
I think like if you convince yourself sticking to your current plan doesn't hold, you can maybe just force yourself to look at rook h1. But
I agree. It's findable, but very difficult. Very difficult.
Yeah. How do we get this every day, David? These studies, honestly, today I thought this was a very straightforward one, which wouldn't present us with these types of like swings every second move. But no, it's very, very similar.
It's chess karma. It's Kaiser just telling us we need to brush up on our endgames. Clearly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of them involve Vincent, I gotta say. This is maybe the third or fourth that I remember. There was this one with Levon, and then today.
Yeah.
He loves his endgames, that guy.
Yeah. And this reminds me of one of the... I'm a soon-to-be a 50-year-old man, and I still value memes over many other things in life. And one of the very, very favorite ones of mine over the recent many years was, the Dos Equis, most something man in the world, the one with the beer, who says, I don't often something, but when I do, I something. Yeah. So the line goes, I don't often have time to study, but when I do, I still don't.
That's the moral of the story from
us
and our viewers, most likely, after all these endgames.
Yeah.
He's played rook f5.
Because honestly, you've been talking about this for the last 2 days, and I get the feeling you actually will. Whereas I probably, where I definitely won't. I know this about myself, and it bugs me because you're right, and it is definitely watching this. It definitely is time to dust off some proper books and to study, because it feels like we're being day in, day out, we're being shown why it is absolutely invaluable for players of any skill level to have this down pat and to not make these mistakes. But I know who I am, and this is why that picture appealed to me so much. Like, it spoke to me.
I just have a feeling, Peter, like the next time we're kind of over the board playing, that one of us is going to get this type of ending, and we'll be sitting there for 6 hours being like, why didn't I work on my calculation and my basic theory? And,
and obviously was not played. Rook f5 was chosen. King d6 is the right way. King f3, and now we know that king e7, rook e1 wins. We are still, I'm guessing, not entirely sure exactly why.
I guess the rook parks itself on a4 as black behind the pawn, ties down white's pieces, and then you slowly advance.
Play king f4, we go rook e1, let's say rook h5.
This is findable now. He's played king e7 instantly.
Yeah, king e7 he's played. He will just have to do it because he's tried everything else. So like here, rook h5. It says, let's say king e6. Yeah, this is the one that was interesting. We just get rook e5. It's very straightforward. We just get rook e5.
Rook c. We can't go rook f5. So rook c5, king d6, and rook e5.
Rook c5, next. King d6, and yeah, you actually get driven away. Your pieces are not where they should be. In this position, you suddenly find yourself incapable of playing rook f5 because of a check from behind.
Yeah,
and that probably. Hang on a second. Is that pawn ending winning?
Yes,
it probably is eventually. Yeah, you push far enough and then you run. Yeah.
It's actually, we can show that.
Yeah, it's important to show because if you run here, I think it's it's still.
I think you can take it. Yeah, just in time, right?
Yeah.
One pawn.
Yeah, you don't have to finesse it.
Oh wait, is that winning?
Why not?
Is that winning? King b4, king d3, king b.
What do you mean?
3, king d2.
No, this is always winning.
King d3.
Yeah, but
wait, sorry.
This is just a queen.
Wait, I'm hallucinating. It's been too long. I thought for some reason the pawn was at line a6. I played king c4.
7 hours for 2 weeks straight. We'll do this to you. We'll definitely do this to you.
I need to brush up on those endgames.
Yeah.
I can't count clearly. But it looks like Vincent is being pushed in this direction. Jordan just needs to stop and think how he can at least try and cause some problems, put up some resistance. He's just blitzing this whole endgame. I guess I'm biased. I always spend like 20 minutes on every move, but at least one of these.
No, but maybe he's actually worked something out by this point, because I think here it's possible to work something out. And the other question then, I guess, becomes if you go rook a4, but now the king just kind of runs straight towards the a5 pawn, I guess, right? We just go king d6. If you play rook f4, we'll play f5, and then king c5, rook d5, and
so important.
And once it gets to f5, we will be able to just take on a5 later without losing the f pawn.
Yeah, such an improvement having it on rook on e5 pawn on f5 rather than on a6.
Yeah.
Now, key move from Vincent after king f4, rook e1, we think.
But he's done everything else. He's tried the rook on the 6th.
Yeah.
It feels like it really is now time to, at least experiment with the other setup and see if it wins.
Yeah. Wow.
Let's briefly revisit the Sicilian because things are finally moving. After rook cc1, which is a kind of an interesting waiting move, just basically saying to black, I don't believe you have anything here to do. Shupi played rook b8, allowing cd. Now queen takes c6, I think, does actually lose to knight c4, and then d6, knight e5, and so on. So black played knight c8. I've been trying to calculate what happens after rook c6, rook c7, queen d6, queen c3, which looked winning to me for a second, but then I realized knight e7 actually threatens my pride and joy. And I don't know what this is.
Some pins and things to work out, but it looks like okay for black.
Yeah, I was trying to generate a pin on the g file that would actually win material.
Rook c5 here, maybe?
Rook c5, but it's slow. It allows like some b6 counterplay already, like b6, a6, rook b6, rook h3.
b6 does knight c4 stuff.
Yeah, rook c5 does actually generate a very strong threat of knight c4, question mark.
Rook bc8, I was hoping for some queen
and
e5.
Also but eventually this will start hanging, and this is not irrelevant. We very much want this off the board for a variety of reasons, taking away the c8 square, just simply taking it off the board so that the king feels safe. Yeah, this is risky. This is very risky for black. And there might be something stronger as well. You could consider knight c4, knight e5, but I don't like giving those types of squares to the black pieces if it doesn't win on the spot somehow, and I don't see how it does.
Yeah, still complicated. But it looks like Ivic has timed it well, at least. It feels like he's got a move now.
Would you ever entertain the idea of playing g4 here?
It crossed my mind in that last position when the queen was on f5, but here, I'm not sure.
Even here, actually. Like, it's not entirely irrelevant. You do want to get it off the board, but he's gone rook c7, so we'll see what he's calculated in a bit. Erwin, I guess, made a draw because the game disappeared. And Vaishali is still holding this endgame. It changed a bit. Black lost the a6 pawn, and the structure changed. But you can I think you just start pushing the g pawn here.
d4, rook d6, rook takes e5 could be relevant.
Yeah.
Oh,
and yes, you lose the b5 pawn, but yeah, those end up, at the very least, they end up as a very simple 2 against 1, which you never ever lose.
Yeah, looks like this one should be a draw.
Yeah, back to our
non-draw
grindstone.
Yeah. He's still thinking, but Vincent, he's showing self-control. Rook c6, is there anything to be said for that? I know we've tried.
We came from there.
Yeah.
I think it's just not the right way. I think cutting it off along the e-file might actually be critical. Let me...
Yeah, it does create a threat of rook f1 check as well, so...
Yeah, rook c6 actually throws it away specifically because of the king crossing back to the e-file.
King e4, king...
Yeah, this is now back to being a draw, both king e4 and king e3. So yeah, important not to do that. Like, the way this endgame has gone, he might get another chance, because once again, it doesn't really feel like either of them are confident about the evaluation of any of these things. So we could see them actually sort of dancing sort of through the change of evaluation more than once, just repeating.
A bit like yesterday. But the fact that he played rook e6 check a few moves ago, forcing the white king to commit, means he might understand that the winning plan does involve running with the king over to the a pawn, so cutting the white king off helps. Yeah. Rook e1, I think we'll see it after a while. Hard to imagine anything else at this point, as you say.
Yeah, there aren't really very many other moves, yeah. And he hasn't actually tried rook c6. The pawn appeared on f6 very, very recently, so these are, to a degree, and this is a new set of positions they haven't seen yet. But yeah, I think the moment you realize rook e1 doesn't actually allow white any kind of an easy way to attack a6, I think it becomes instantly very attractive, because it makes the most progress the fastest. I think it's very obvious that it does. We just want to play king e6, rook e5, or king d6, rook e5 if the rook goes here, like rook c5, king d6. And rook c8, rook e5, and you've suddenly lost the pawn on a5 without winning anything.
And if I... Yeah, I can't really attack anything even.
No, yeah, rook f8, king e7, yeah. King e7, and we take on a5, and we've preserved everything, and then we win sort of slowly but surely in some way.
Yeah, just looks.
And
quite straightforward.
I think you've been talking about this, and I think I agree with you entirely. And he's doing now the right thing in not making unnecessary haste with decisions. I think this is an important point, and might as well try to get to the bottom of it.
Yeah. For rook e1, I'm wondering if there's any difference rook e2, but I don't think you play rook e2.
Apparently none whatsoever. But like, nobody plays rook e2. I think it's one of those things which
you go the whole way.
Yeah, you just don't want to find out, like, because if it turns out that not having some kind of a check because the king gets too close, it actually matters somewhere, you will feel so stupid.
Yeah,
you will feel so unbelievably stupid.
Yeah, I was going through my childhood games like a few years ago, just I don't know why, just because I'm a narcissist, but like and then I realized that I did that exact thing with the rook on the second rank just because I was taught as a child to put it on the second. I think I did it 3 or 4 times when it made no sense at all, and there we go, rook e1. And yeah, Joyce, what would Joyce do? WWJD, that's my new.
Oh yeah. And rook e1 played finally, so yeah, we I think we will see quite rapid progress from here, because white really will have to make some very, very forced moves.
Yeah,
you like here you have a choice, like you can choose between rook h5 and rook c5, and after both of those you will be met by a very forcing move, and calculation becomes very, very straightforward, and also very depressing for Jordan, I feel. Like, he's not going to be enjoying what he sees on the board in front of him.
What was the most accurate after rook h5?
I think both king d6 and king e6 win, surprisingly. Like, I think I prefer king king e6
Because king e6, rook c5, then king d6.
Just sort of keeping things tidier. I understand tidiness is not maybe the most important factor in this position, but sort of keeping things protected, playing king d6 when it comes with a tempo. All of those things do make me feel slightly happier about life.
Yeah, still a street fight. We don't care about tidiness. But yeah, this one. Whoa. When do you think Jordan will realize the damage that's been done?
I think and he's sitting there and not making a move. And also, like, he must have realized Rook E1 at least exists, right? So he probably knows he's in trouble. I don't know if he already knows he's lost, but he probably knows this is no longer straightforward.
Yeah. Is the a-pawn just dropping by force? We didn't find any way to save it, even going passive.
Yeah, I think even finding a way to put the rook on a1 is not easy anymore. Yeah.
So rook h2, for example.
Yeah, let's try locating one. So rook h2.
But now rook.
Yeah, I think rook e5 is maybe now the fastest, right? Because just rook e5. I think we thought this was completely winning, right? King e6, and then we go to b5, and we will have the option to restructure with rook d5 f5 eventually.
Yeah, maybe next move rook d5 and f5 automatic.
Yeah, because white is now completely. Hang on. Yeah, so now we will get back to e7. So this doesn't work, and if it crosses the c file, we will not have rook b6 check. This looks lost, honestly. It just looks like you can't really even ask a question once again. Like,
so, rook a1, you said?
Yeah, rook a1. I think king c6 is even playable, right? But also what you're saying, I like what you're saying. Just rook d5 here. Just put it on f5 preemptively.
Yeah.
And then we go in. So the plan would be something like we go king c6 here. White has to continue waiting because what else? And we just get to b4, and because it's not an f6,
snap it off.
We take on a5, and this is still protected. And I assume it gets a bit awkward for a second. Like, let's imagine we lose a tempo, so it's slightly better for white, right? Maybe it doesn't even get very awkward. I was going to say maybe we have to go all the way back to a7 to play rook b5, but that honestly is not such a such a big concession.
Yeah,
it's still manageable. But also king c3 probably wins.
Rook b6.
Yeah, maybe this is the one we don't want to allow.
But you have to allow, right? Because you can't cross the fifth. f5 would drop.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm losing my mind again. Is this winning?
Feels like it must be.
Feels like it must be, yeah. And it also feels like I will now make a move which turns it from a win to a draw and will feel extremely stupid. Like, I'm extremely tempted to also create a cut along the fourth.
Yeah.
But my problem is after rook a6, I don't see a good move. Maybe rook h4, king g5. God damn it. I was so close. Like, I thought this was like genuinely very nice because I get to play a4 and the king is cut off exactly how I wanted to cut.
If the king was on e5, that would be perfect.
Yeah, I think with the king on e5, this would straight up be the best way. But now king g5 forces me back on a4, and we haven't really achieved very much. So
there's a bunch of these positions where you can just do some counting, right? When we give up the f pawn and run with the a pawn.
So I guess we go. No, we need to create a hiding square, right? We don't.
Maybe we're super clever last move, Peter. Maybe we go king c4 rather than king c3.
And after check.
Actually, wait, I can't go. Still can't go back.
Yeah.
Maybe it wasn't clever at all. Yeah, the rook just lands on c6. Do we have to be? Yeah, I was going to say, do we have to be careful?
I think c3 is probably actually the best square, right?
Yeah, perhaps.
So we go here, rook b6, and we just like close our eyes and calculate this, and assume it's winning. Maybe it isn't. Like, if this were minute 3 of the broadcast, I would actually try to figure this out. But
here we need
by now.
By
now, I don't know.
We need the Vancouver position now with the king on g2 and the rook on f5. And, yeah, sure. Some knowledge there, but yeah, the king on f5 is terrible in no man's land. Yeah, if the chat can do counting for us, this feels like it could be.
I have. We have ways of making you talk, as the quote goes. We don't like for For not really. I'm absolutely. This is why I kind of generally refrain from even attempting this. I think I'm the worst person ever with accents. Yeah, this is winning.
Yeah,
this is winning.
It does kind of feel winning because White's the king is so far.
Yeah, you will eventually have
always
to put
checked
it
away.
You will eventually have to put it on a3, but the king is so far away that it gets cut off along the g file, and then we make some more progress, and then it's just not close enough.
Rook b1 and dig out the white king, dig out the black king. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Wow, this is the best bet though. It seems at least as if going passive now.
Yeah, everything else I think loses much faster. From what we've seen, everything else loses more or less instantaneously.
At least you throw black off balance by forcing this rook takes a5 stuff. It looks at least like black's piece is a bit clumsy there.
Yep.
Yeah, so Jordan, I think now it's kicking in and he's realizing.
Yeah, that is a pose of a man who I think probably it is dawning on him that today will be potentially a very painful day, because once again we have to return to the fact that like he refused some very obvious draws, maybe not even immediate draws, like somewhere right here you can play knight c4, you will still be a bit better.
Yeah, and
you can also go back to g1 and after queen g5 go back to f1. Like draws were pretty much offered to him somewhere around these parts where Vincent was fighting very much to somehow equalize or I don't know liquidate into a 4 against 3. And from that fairly clear free roll, it has taken him like 8 moves to get to this endgame, and the endgame is still a draw. Like once again, I feel both sort of somewhat lacking energy and also lacking brain power to discuss properly whether it was better or worse to keep the G and H pawns on the board.
Yeah, and also that question we asked earlier, like why not keep the white rook on a5 rather than the pawn on a5? Because with the pawn on a5, you're always passive with the white rook defending it.
Yeah, honestly, actually, maybe this is the one. Yeah, this is actually the one. It's not really the with the pawn on a5, because then f6 rook e5. Like when we discuss the position where he chose to play g5, black definitely has some ideas. Like if you have to go back, we go king g6, f6, and we start hinting at this at least.
Yeah.
Whereas, yeah, if you just do this and keep the king on h4, g3, h4, g3, h4, how are you going to lose this?
If black plays the same plan and brings the black king round the other way, it's so slow. And also with the f and h pawns,
we can maybe demonstrate. Like you can get here. I will play king g3. The check does nothing. You never have any breaks with either f5 or h5 because I will just very happily take. So eventually you have to start moving in the other direction. Now I will quite confidently play king h5, and if you play king g7 already here, like rook f5 just forces you back.
Yeah. This is one argument not to exchange pawns.
Yeah, this genuinely feels like the most autopilot draw in the history of autopilot draws. Unless I'm missing something very simple, but I don't know what that is.
Yeah,
that was more 41 as well. He didn't really need to blitz anything here.
Exactly. If you want to keep your options open, you just play like rook d5 and wait, and then you decide kind of are you going rook a5, a5. But he had loads of extra time on the clock.
I think that's the one, honestly.
Yeah.
Because the other one on move 45 already you can imagine how like maybe if black goes for this plan with the king on g6, rook on e6, and pawn on f6, like maybe you need to be on f4 by that point to stop rook e5. But then you have to calculate those pawn endings, because like let me demonstrate. Like if we get here and we pass, like this might be a draw when we run, but it feels short, right? Yeah, it's short actually.
Yeah, the white king on a6 is
we lost.
Clumsy. You take 2 tempi there.
We lost because we end up getting checked on b7.
Yeah. If you could play king b8 now,
yeah, it needs to be on b8 here, but we can't actually get there, and any of the other squares lose to h1 queen. So yeah, you definitely start seeing all of these lines where things go slightly south. But yeah, why not just do this?
Yeah.
This is so confusing to me.
Also, that moment when he didn't even pause to think, he let the black king out to e7. I don't think he needed to. I'm not sure if we could have kept it out forever, but
Yeah, that was
after King takes
here. Here,
Rook
just go Rook
D6.
C7. Just,
Or Rook C7 now.
or the next move, yeah. Just go Rook C7 here. At least ask Black to work for it.
Yeah, because
don't just give it up readily.
I still don't see how Black can construct a way to get his king over to E7 to force it. Yeah, at least kind of pause for 30 seconds and double check and say, okay, this is going to make my life a lot easier and also my opponent's life a bit more difficult.
Yeah, it is though. Like I understand that we're making all of these excuses, but it's not a fake excuse when we're talking about Wijk. They are legitimately very, very tired by this point.
Yeah, understandable.
And I think like they are now very much trying to conserve energy on decisions that don't feel critical, but some of them turn out to be critical.
Yeah,
like that endgame that Donchenko lost to Erwin by playing a losing move, where basically he has two legal moves, one draws, one loses, and he makes the losing one in 15 seconds.
Yeah,
and he only really does that when he is as tired as he is.
I'm writing these down, Peter, just so I can go back and study these endgames in more detail later.
Yeah, the Donchenko one isn't that tricky, but like these ones, both the yesterday's and today's ones are, considering how little material there's left, they're very instructive.
Yeah.
In the meantime, the Sicilian kind of blew up because Ivic did not find a way to queen anything in the center or make any progress, but he did take the h3 pawn off the board. So now he can sort of switch maybe to giving mate, like king g2, g5, or queen g3, g5, and start like pushing the black pieces away and playing g6, planting the bishop on e6.
Yeah, that might come at the cost of your queen side, though. If you move the queen, rook takes b4, you have to calculate whether it's
honestly, even after king g2, like before, you feel like it's probably going to be abandoned because we don't really care about it enough anymore. Like we just go
g5,
g5, knight e8, I assume,
g6,
just g6, and this is why I wanted the queen on g3. Actually, this is why I thought let's just abandon it straight away since we're abandoning it anyway. Like queen b7, g5. Here, knight h5 maybe is somewhat playable. I don't know, but let's say knight e8, g6, rook b4, gf, or whatever.
Yeah, it starts becoming very much a race.
Oh yeah, it's not that clear, but yeah, it's at least the game becomes much more defined. We either give mate or we don't, and if we don't, black will be completely fine because this is a very, very nice pair of blockading pieces, and black will have genuine counterplay on the queen side and the passer for endgames.
Yeah, it's also the first time in the game he's really had kind of concrete counterplay. Supi, he's very much been just maneuvering around, waiting for white to do something.
Yep.
So yeah, this game we'll keep an eye. But
absolutely, yeah, and
complicated.
Yeah, Jordan's been tanking here for a while, so it really must be dawning on him that there are no good solutions anymore. What is the difference between procrastinating and grinding? Asks Chemical Chess. Well, one is doing something, and the other one is sort of very definitely not. So
doing anything other than doing something. They tend to go hand in hand, though. I do notice, like a lot of people, for example, in chess, myself included, we grind away at the board because we're making up for procrastinating in other areas. Like I don't study enough endgames, so I have to grind away at the board to figure it out for longer.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. I think that's very fair.
Finally, a move from Jordan after almost 20 minutes. Rook h5, and now we were advocating king e6 or king d6.
Yeah, both win. Yeah, you now have choices. Yeah. People are also asking. Let me just briefly check if that's a troll question or an actual question. How to draw the pawn ending in Tabata Bai versus what? There was a draw there somewhere.
Wow.
Okay, so they got this endgame. My first piece of advice here is, if you have any choice at all, do not enter this pawn ending. And once again, like I sound like a broken record about every single endgame, but I'm very serious about this. Like if we have this position, there's like no way I'm playing queen b5. I'm not touching that.
Last resort.
Yeah, like with the pawn on h7, it's probably a draw, and it's probably a comfortable draw as well. with the pawn on g6, with the structure spoiled as that, you just don't touch that. You play queen b6, king e7. Yes, it's boring and ugly-ish, and you're still going to suffer. But like the feeling of liquidating into a pawn ending which turns out to be lost is one of the most unpleasant feelings you can have, I think, over the chessboard.
Is it lost already?
I don't know. I don't. We actually, since not very much else is going on, we can discuss this. I think he played f6, and this probably is now completely lost
after h5.
Because after h5, he realized he is probably not holding this one.
Yeah,
which seems fair. Like
coming around.
The white king is way too active. Like I don't think it's a surprise this one doesn't hold.
Yeah, you just wait until black runs out of moves.
Yeah, I mean, here actually e5 might. Maybe it's not g4. Maybe it's actually just king h7, king h6. Because g4, e5, I suddenly realized in this position black can play king e6, and we can't lose. King h4 maybe is still winning. I'm still in the box, right? I just get back to f2. It's still winning.
Yeah.
Okay,
nice.
Yeah, and otherwise, if you don't play e5, if you allow me to get to g6, things will start dropping off anyway. Like if you do something like this, I have enough tempi to lose. So I guess f6, h5, he probably already resigned, because what he did in the game loses in a very straightforward fashion, where white just does this, and then eventually just goes b3 at some point, and
nice.
And he resigned. So the big question, I guess, remains if king e7 was also losing, king g5, king, we just chill on some squares. Yeah.
Feels like it should still be a draw.
Yeah. g4, f4, f5. Maybe we get to h7 in time.
Yeah, by the time you play f5, I'll have f6 check. Surely.
And people are also... Yeah, that's actually a very legitimate question. He could have ignored this.
Yeah, I was wondering this too, but
he could have just ignored like king e7 or something. HG and, I don't know, back.
And if I play e4... I was wondering...
What would be the threat? e5 eventually. No.
Either e5 or ed.
Well, very specific e5, I guess, yeah. Or ed, put the king on f5 and then go f4, g4, g5.
Yeah,
ideally. Yeah, this looks very risky. I don't know if that's a draw. Like this one, I would genuinely be like my default setting here, white is winning. I don't know if I don't know if white actually is winning, but that would be my default setting before we start analyzing.
Yeah, maybe something like D, E, F, E, and then like king c6, king d6, king d6, and just wait forever. But,
yeah. No, this is actually a very intricate pawn ending. But I want to once again drive home that you should be able to recognize that with a structure spoiled like that and such an attractive square for the white king, which will force you into concessions immediately, it's just you're just much better off completely ignoring it. And honestly, I don't think this is even that bad.
Yeah.
Like, yes, you put the rook on c5, I play king e7. If you try to, like, even let's say we establish some kind of a threat here, like I put the king on f8, you play queen c3, there's a threat of b5. I'll play a6. I understand it's not very glamorous, but how am I supposed to lose this position?
You can even put the king on h7 and then just play rook d7 and start.
Exactly. Yeah, just put it on a square of relative safety and start playing against the b5.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really don't know how I'm supposed to lose this position. Whereas this one is definitely a study. Like, this is what articles gets written about. Like, you give this to some proper endgame specialist like Carsten Müller or somebody, and he writes like a 10-page article about this endgame. And who knows what the outcome is? Like,
I'm adding it to the list of
studies. Like some of them will be drawn and some won't be, and I don't think anyone really knows. But it's just such a massive negative free roll for black.
Yeah, especially low on time. I don't know what move that was when he changed queens, but
yeah,
it was before the time control, right? So.
Yeah, just chill. Yeah, you really don't have to commit to anything.
Yeah, strange stuff.
Let me actually check for a second because we can probably see.
We have time.
Yeah, just a timestamp for this. Took him 2 minutes to play queen b5. And then he spent a bunch of time on other decisions. So he must have had like half an hour here, at least, maybe more. And he spent 2 minutes of that half an hour thinking about queen b5. Nah, can't endorse that.
Yeah.
Really cannot endorse that at all. Finally, a move in our endgame.
And
yeah, king d6 chosen over king e6, which is, as we know, not a mistake, still completely fine.
Yeah, rook a1 is the threat. Well, it's not the threat right now, but it will be. Rook e5, I guess, the bigger threat.
I mean, in this position, rook e5 is the bigger of the problems.
I would have struggled to play king d6 somehow because it feels like the f pawn needed some protection, but I guess no way to attack it.
Yeah, a bit of a surprising choice, but once again, why are we criticizing one table-based win over the other table-based win?
I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying it's
exactly.
Impressive. Realizing there's no difference. Rook h8, rook e5. I just don't see how kind of to create any problems at all, other than those lines we were talking about, Peter, just going super passive, waiting for the inevitable, and
still feels like your best option is actually going for that, realizing this will drop. But then you will get that exact position that we were discussing. Like, let's show it again. It pretty much appears by force. Eventually, black gets this. You can't stop it. And then you have to allow black to take and go rook b1 check. And you get to b6.
Yeah.
And the question is whether rook a1 here is the only move winning. I can probably actually recreate the whole thing quickly enough.
Yeah. I also wonder whether we needed to rush with that f6 move. Maybe we just leave it on f6 as long as possible and then save it for later, f5. Because if the pawn's on f6, then we can retreat with the black king. But yeah, if this one is winning, then the point is kind of moot. It's
rook a5, rook b1 check, king c3, rook b6. And in that position, why is it not higher? Rook a4 still winning, rook a3 winning, rook a1 winning, rook a2 is a draw. This feels like once again, it's sort of poking fun at us a little bit, right? Like how is this winning but this not?
That's always the case in all these endings, right? It's like they look identical, and then one is always better than the other.
Yeah. And after rook a4, king f5.
That one I can understand
a5 rook a6. You just have to go down again.
Oh, okay. And therefore black is at least 2 tempi up.
Yeah, probably we have enough. Yeah. So a5 rook a6 we go down again, and it still simplifies to the same endgame.
Maybe we can just walk this one through to show the winning technique.
King e4, we go a4, I assume.
Yeah.
Check, we go. Hang on, this one looks singless. What is wrong with us? Yeah, king f4. I really don't want to make any more mistakes. So
is it
a4 only move? Check. King b3.
Is king b3 the only move? King 2 maybe.
No, king b2 also winning. So king b3 check. And now, okay. So yeah, this is
check the white king further away.
You have to go there. Weirdly, and then go rook
shoulder.
Yeah, like this is a very obvious draw because you have to have at least this much.
Yeah.
So you go king c4, keeping the king away from the a pawn. After the check, you go king b5, and then you will play, let's say, rook c8. I guess you go rook d1 simply.
Yeah. And then just to show how this finishes off, if the black king gets caught in front of the a pawn. Let's play that maybe.
Check.
Yeah.
Yeah, but now white can't really avoid allowing us to establish the whole thing. So king e3, a3. There's no particular difference. What you do here. Yes, we go.
Yes, we cut on the d file still. But how do we win this?
Yeah, exactly. Like
rook b6.
This is way too late in the day for me to be thinking about very basic things.
Maybe rook b1 there instead of rook d6.
Yeah, I think with this maybe is already a problem, right? Because like
if we can't
this will be a draw now because like we can't really make any progress here.
We can't teleport our rook to b2.
Yeah, it needs to be on b2 immediately, and we can't really get there. So
Yeah, it's still easy to bungle this one, I've got to say.
Yeah,
Jordan's gone for this.
King A1, King E2. Oh, hang on. So I want to play. Yeah, in this position. Yeah, here we definitely go Rook B1.
Yeah.
Is there a way for White to force us to put the king on A1 and the pawn on A2 is the question, I guess, right? If we do this.
Okay, King B2, but then King E2. Is that different?
We just don't get that, right? Because
B3.
No, I think we can do this. I think we can quite happily just do this.
King E2.
Because this will still be quite quick enough. This will still be quick enough. And if you play Rook A8, A2, you can't play sort of both of the moves immediately. So you can't force us back while forcing us to set up this position. So
yeah. So King E2 here. How do we finish?
Well, here once again, I mean, this is very like
and we just get out via C4.
Yeah, and if the king is on D3, I guess the tricky one, Joyce. If the king is on D3, we have the C1 square, and importantly, this is the one that people sort of need to know. That after Rook H8, you give this check, and then you go specifically, I think, Rook C3 check.
Wow, only winning move.
Because I think if you don't play Rook C3 check, you might not win. Like Rook A3, Rook H1 check, I have a feeling could be a problem.
Get checked away.
We get checked away, and then the Rook goes to A1.
I was wondering about like Rook G3 or something, maybe.
Then Rook A8.
But then Rook A8 again.
Yeah, no, you do have to know about Rook C3.
Rook C3.
Yeah, this I sort of remember from childhood, but remembering why, sort of working out why is now the problem being old, infirm, and very tired. But yeah, you still sort of remember the basics, which is this move. And then let's say after King B4, we just go Rook C1, and then the king finally escapes via C2 and B1. Or you obviously give A1 check, and that collects everything.
If White puts the Rook on G8, we might end up seeing like Queen versus Rook ending as well.
That's a better try if you want to. Although I think you lose. I think you lose might drop very very quickly. Yeah, I think in this position it's not going to survive on the board for too long. The checks will get to it
somehow.
Yeah. Is Doggo wearing headbands? Yeah, Doggo is wearing headbands because otherwise he can't see anything. He has a very kind of a mane of overhanging hair, which
is the Magnus Carlsen of dogs.
Like actually gets in the way of him seeing stuff. So he currently is wearing not one but two headbands.
What's the difference between a headband and an Alice band?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure as well. Yeah.
Wow, this would be pretty cool if it all happened. If you predicted the future like this, Peter.
Yeah, if this actually appears on the board, it will be quite remarkable.
But it does show that Jordan's found at least, or he's likely to have found quite a sturdy defense. Put up as much resistance as possible.
Yeah, he's already basically switched to this. Yeah. Once again, I think we can play. Yeah, we can play Rook D5 here. I was kind of freaking out, but we can play Rook D5 here if we want. The pawn ending is still lost. It's still the same endgame. Yeah. So you force the Rook to A2. You eventually, I mean, as David said, you can maybe save on the 6 F5 until the very very last needed moment. But you get the feeling you still will have to play it eventually.
Yeah.
And then the only way White can generate any problems at all is specifically waiting on A1 in this position to give a check from B1. Because if you allow Black to play Rook B5 and A5, this will become a very, very straightforward, very non-demanding win for Black. So the only way to ask a question here is to give a check while the king can't really cross back, and then attack the A6 pawn while keeping in touch with the F5 pawns to force Black to drop one of them. But as established, Black has enough here.
This is really instructive stuff. I've got to say, I've seen that Rook C3 pattern before, but I wouldn't have been able to recall it off the top of my head from like so far in advance. And a Rook C3 check. You work it out if you're there.
Yeah, first of all, you work it out, and honestly, I think it comes back to you. I think, like once you actually get to somewhere like here,
you realize
those diagrams from your like very early endgame manuals do come back to you, because like genuinely, I feel like I don't know them all that well. I've never really, like, they were drummed into me when I was a kid, but that was ages ago, and I was never that interested. Like I never felt, stupidly, when I was a kid, I'd never really felt like it had much relevance to my life just yet, because my games were like generally ending by move 30. So like it feels like a very distant theoretical knowledge that might never actually become practical. And now I know it's not true, but
once every so often these things pop up on the board, and you're grateful for everything we've studied. He's played rook f5. I guess the idea after king e4 is play rook d5 and then lock up the white king.
I assume it's still okay, but yeah,
it's a bit odd, I've got to say. Rook f5.
Yeah, I don't know why we're doing that, but yeah.
It doesn't blow the win, right? I just see the evaluation bar shoot down. Lessen the advantage.
Yeah, still losing. Yeah, still losing.
Yeah, and I'm assuming, let's say king e3 or king e4. Is rook d5 the only winning move there? Must.
If you do what?
But for example, king e3 or king e4. I'm not sure which one. Rook d5, is that the only winning move?
No.
Bunch
of things wins. Yeah.
So we can even let the white king cross.
Yeah, I think we can. Yeah, because then maybe we switch to just queening the f pawn. Yeah.
Yeah, put the rook on b5, and yeah, this is really counterintuitive, I've got to say, playing rook f5 check.
And a question in chat, which I think I definitely spoke of in some earlier shows, but I don't know if we ever discussed together. Like, how do you rate your chances of beating the rook with the queen if you're playing against the engine?
Oof. Not as high as it should be. I remember trying like years and years ago, and I guess weaker engines were still good enough in those days, but I didn't achieve every time, I've got to admit.
Yeah.
How about you, Peter?
I've never actually tried. I never somehow if it was like, if the situation was set up for me, I would have definitely tried a couple of times. But I think the only time it was seriously discussed with me, I did not really know how to do it on my own machine, and it wasn't like suggested to me as an option immediately, and then it kind of drifted away as a somewhat unimportant thing that I once again don't really need. I will say that I know, and actually now that we have this on the board, I can set up the position I'm talking about quite quickly, I think, so I can show you. I do possess this very important arcane knowledge, and I'm purposefully ignoring the very, very multiple ways I can win the rook here. So you get to you get to some kind of a position like this, and it goes like king e8, and eventually
pick up the rook
how
somehow.
does it? Yeah, I need to like rejig it a little bit again. So like, let me lose a tempo. I'm desperately trying to lose a tempo somehow. So basically, you get this position with your move. You no, the rook needs to be on b6 for some reason. Yeah. Hang on. Okay. So that means
another tempo.
No, it needs to be on a6. So like somehow, eventually, you get here.
And black to move.
And and the trick about this position is it looks like you've achieved everything, and you should somehow make some kind of forward progress, and that wins. But in fact, I was told that the trick, no, it actually has to be on b6. Sorry, I don't know how we win this one, but the one I was told about is like rook a6, queen f7, rook b6. This one.
Okay.
So let's assume we somehow get here, and in this position, the move that wins is the move queen f7, f4 specifically.
Wow.
Because we need to have this check. And that actually breaks down the coordination between the queen and rook and eventually the king gets driven into the corner. And once it's driven into the corner, pretty much everybody knows how to win. That is not difficult. The difficult one is to actually shake white, or I mean the weaker side, shake them out of that stance with the king on d8 and the rook patrolling like those 4 squares.
Yeah.
Because weirdly, like not very weirdly, but the engine will basically never blunder a rook to you in this position. So you have to force it out of this shape.
Yeah.
And the way to force it out of the shape is eventually to drop the queen back, and then you suddenly have those very useful checks from the wings, which I guess the larger point there is that if it goes back to d8, you just lose to queen a5.
Yeah.
And once again, queen a5 probably is the only move that wins. Like everything wins because you can return, but like that is the reason why this wins faster than everything else.
So you literally have to use every angle, every
and
file of the board.
It seems very counterintuitive that you can't just win this position by simply denying all the squares. But it weirdly has enough squares on the 3rd rank for you to never be able to do that unless you know that one weird trick that the engines really hate.
Just a very specific 6-1.
Yeah, and this was at some point told to me by somebody who actually studied it by playing it against the engine and sort of looking at where it was playing differently and how it was winning it itself. It's useful knowledge, but it came a bit late for me because all of my personal experiences of queen against rook, they all came prior to me learning all this, and like they were both quite tragic. I famously failed to win it against Boris. I think I mentioned it in there.
Yeah.
And then I once had it with the other color, with strength reversed, and I think I lasted 15 moves against Veselin. Like the rook just got immediately picked up somehow.
You managed to beat me in a queen versus rook after picking off all my pawns.
Yeah.
Time.
Oh yeah. That was much later. Yeah, that was much later.
Yeah.
Actually, by that point, maybe I actually knew about queen f4. I suspect.
Yeah, I wish I'd known about it. I had this against Ivan Popov one year in the World Junior Championship, and he basically set up this defense against me, and I went round and round in circles, flipped it to the side somehow, and then he set up that defense, and I tricked him eventually, but I
it's so weird that it doesn't lose a rook to simple stuff, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You just assume it will just lose a rook to something very, very straightforward, but it doesn't. And yeah, player versus player, as David said, against somebody who knows this is what you should be aiming for, you're still going to have some trouble, but they will eventually blunder a rook against you, probably.
Exactly.
Whereas the engine never will.
I think he survived a good old 35 moves or so without blundering his rook, which was impressive.
Yeah. Briefly moving away from this, because Vincent is now, I guess, sort of double checking what he should be going for here. In Ivic's game, Ivic chose, he's actually, instead of going for all kinds of like mating ideas, he spent a very weird tempo on rook dc1. I guess wanting to plant it on c7, but knight f6 e8 was the move we were playing anyway, so it appears to just be a waste of a tempo. Rook c6, rook db8, and now black is just fine. It really, honestly, it really even feels fine, because these are very, very nice blockading knight. The king is very unsafe on g1. He also obviously attempted to calculate a5, but currently I would be a bit worried I will blunder something.
Yeah.
So I don't know how happy I am with it immediately, but you can definitely try setting it up. You can also just go knight f6 and continue putting pressure on like every single facet of white's position, because this is also valuable to attack. On knight c7, actually. Maybe this is the way. Knight c7, and then a5 just gains in strength greatly, because we will be taking with this guy, not this guy.
I'm still slightly worried. Will we be tied up at all? For example, queen d2 or a5, b5, take on a5 with the queen.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah, because we haven't actually won this pawn. We have to give up the other one. Yeah, this doesn't look very convincing. It still looks sort of playable, but because maybe I have rook a6 and then queen a7, and I can reestablish some counterplay. But yeah, well, maybe not the cleanest. And in Mishra against Vaishali,
rook and pawn endings.
Yeah, there's more for fabulous rook and pawn endings everywhere. And Mishra is actually asking questions here, because you would like to play f4, but you have to calculate. First of all, you have to be potentially prepared to defend this, which is a draw, but you get asked some uncomfortable questions, and people do lose this position every now and again. But also
GF H4,
yeah, GF H4, F5, and start counting.
This one looks like black is
this one
enough.
looks okay. Yeah, this one looks very okay.
Yeah. So I think she'll hold, but feels odd that we're even discussing this still.
It
was 3 versus 3 just a few moves ago.
They got here, which is just a straight up 3 versus 3, and somehow she did not find enough time to. I'm very curious as to why we didn't play King E6 here.
Yeah, maybe Rook B6 check picking up.
Yeah, but like we actually want this passer.
Yeah.
And then we want to combine it with counterplay with Rook A5.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we always get 2 against 1, but we get it with a pawn on F7.
Yeah.
And that one we hold with our eyes closed normally.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, maybe she just didn't want to suffer any 2 versus 1 and tried to cling on a bit too long to the pawn and had to get into the worst version.
Yeah, exactly. And this is something that happens quite often actually in these endgames where you're trying to calculate your way out of having to defend anything that is slightly disgusting, and then you miscalculate and you end up in a much more troublesome version of it.
Meanwhile, weird stuff happening in Van Froest.
Yeah, Vincent is doing something very odd. Can we, how did we get here? So Rook A2, Rook F5. He's gone King G4.
Yeah. It feels like he's finessing when there's no need.
Rook G4, Rook D5, Rook A1, Rook D4 check, King H5, Rook E4. Still fine.
Still winning.
Still fine. I'm not entirely sure what he's trying to achieve by all of this. It looks very fancy, but I don't know what the end goal is. I don't think we can make the king on the H file or actually succeed pushing the F file, because that generally will allow some counterplay. So
maybe he's just trying to put the white king on H6, put the black rook on G5, and then he's saying, okay, you're so far away that eventually I'm going to queen my pawn, my A pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, feels unnecessary, but like you said, not spoiling anything.
Yeah.
It's important after rook B1 or rook C1 and rook E5 check, king G6, rook G5.
Yeah,
cuts the king 1 square further.
Yeah. People are saying he was low on time, but he has passed the time control on move 60. So the fact that the clocks once again did that weird trick when he ran out of time on move 60, whatever, 60x, is just that your final 15 get added once you run out of the previous ones. But he knows he has an additional 15. He wasn't really in any kind of time pressure.
So how would you try and best defend this? Okay, Jordan answers the question. Rook A2.
I don't think we have any active counterplay. Yeah, just pass. Yeah, we probably know we're losing by this point, but there's no call to suddenly start giving up more pawns or anything like that. Just pass.
Mm-hmm. And Vincent, what is his plan other than rook E5 and going back?
I don't know.
Came from?
Yeah, I think this is where the potential excitement in this game comes from. If he somehow initiates some race with the F pawn, while allowing White to activate something, trying to just sort of calculate everything to the end without even winning this guy for nothing, which would be an extremely unnecessary thing to try. But what do we know?
Yeah, for example, F5 here already complicates things up. Rook B2.
Celebrities, what do they know?
Yeah, rook B2, I'd be very afraid that I'm not winning anymore.
F5 draw.
Yeah. Exactly. So why complicate things? Go back to the original plan.
Yeah, no, you need to stay in control. You really don't want to suddenly allow White to probably B2 and not C2. Yeah, allowing White suddenly to generate legitimate counterplay. Yeah, it still looks like maybe wins, but probably it isn't winning. Right?
Now,
No, this one is a draw because I get to B1.
We can't trade rooks.
Yeah, 5 draw, check and the 5 winning. Yeah, that actually seems fair because if you play a 5 without the check, this is no longer a check. This is sort of exactly the point Cyan GM.
Yeah, you keep the white rook passive.
That is, yeah, very much what's going on here. F5 deprives you of an easy way to win the A5 pawn, which you absolutely need.
I like the fact that Jordan's put his king on H5, though. At least causes some confusion in Vincent's mind.
Yeah, it has no value as such, but it definitely does maybe provoke some weirdness, because with the king still on F4, I think Vincent would have been kind of locked into the classical plan such as it is, whereas now he is maybe debating doing something weird.
Yeah. So rook e5, we're expecting.
Yeah, I don't know what we're expecting, to be honest. I'll just watch.
Yeah, watch and enjoy. Oof.
Yeah.
Yeah, what will you be doing with your rest day, Peter?
I have some exciting meetings lined up.
Oof.
And I'm not even entirely sarcastic. Yeah.
They sound riveting.
Yeah. And I won't even have to go. I won't even have to go to a space station to get them.
This is boring, though.
Yeah, I mean, yes, but
space stations all the way.
Easier.
Anyone as exciting as Dubov featuring in those meetings? No comment. Yeah, I think the players, they're looking forward to relaxing. I got distracted for a second on my phone. I got a snap from Magnus. He's already off enjoying the time off. Okay, rook e1.
Yeah, still fine. I just don't know. I just don't know what he's trying to achieve with any of this.
He really wants to promote the f pawn, it feels like. I guess it's easy to kind of scare yourself saying, okay, I go for the a pawn, and those positions we were looking at, it is always one tempo that kind of decide the win or the draw. So Vincent being reluctant to go for it, reluctant to race, makes sense. Just being told yeah, stop there. Yeah, rook e1, king e4. Not king e4, king g4 is what we're
I just like what is the attempt there? Like, is he actually trying to win it without the rook on the fifth?
Why would you?
Yeah, I don't
consider.
I guess the point is, and honestly, I can understand, because we weren't sure. Like, we had an inkling, but I don't think we were entirely sure. I think basically he got here. And he is, this being his second 7-hour game in 2 days.
Yeah.
And just generally the level of tiredness must be off the charts. He does not, he knows this exists, but he would like to win without it, because he is not 100% certain this is winning.
Yeah.
He feels that he will have to shed one of them. And it looks promising, but promising isn't an evaluation, promising doesn't win you games.
Yeah.
And if this ends up being one tempo short somehow, you will feel very, very disappointed with yourself.
True.
I'm pretty sure this is what's happening, because obviously he knows he can put the pawns on, he can set up this this particular situation with rook on d5 and the pawn on f5, and then you get that position by force. There's no way you don't get it.
Yeah.
So he knows it exists, and he is desperately trying to win without having to go there, because he is not convinced he is winning. And I think I would be in exactly the same spot. And because we were able to, move pieces on the board, and also every now and again actually consult the table base, we will probably win it now. But also, let me actually ask the engine something, because I'm very curious. If because the winning plan here, as we've established, involves shouldering the rook away with king c4, king b5. So let me ask, and once again, I should probably feel great shame that I have to ask the engine, but
if the white king is on e3, for example.
No, I want to ask if is it winning with a rook on b8? Even simpler. Because we know this is winning because king c4, king b5. But what if the rook is on b8?
Good question.
Yeah, this is still winning, but it gets slower. It gets slower, but you still get there.
He might be driven back in this direction anyway. It's very much at a point where it's unclear what his plan is other than going for this. So
yeah. So
maybe we can
hang on a second. This is not
happens
the same thing. Hang on. I set up the wrong position.
I'd also be interested with the white king on, for example, e3 or e2. I'm not sure whether it could ever race back there in time, but just to stop any.
Yeah, with rook on b8, this is a draw, by the way. Yeah. So it actually hinges on the fact that when the rook gets lost, it gets lost very specifically with the rook on the 6th.
When the f pawn gets lost.
Yeah. So like when you in this position, you have to play rook b6. You can't play rook b8 because it allows rook c5, obviously, and then you lose very, very easily. So you have to start by placing your rook on a very poor rank. And then when we progress to here, you can't go rook c8 check suddenly.
Yeah,
which would have made a draw. So yeah, I can very easily understand why he is confused and not altogether confident in going for all of that. Like, who would be?
Yeah, and I understand keeping the pawn on f6 because the king on f5 looks like it could race back, but it's always one tempo away. I guess with the king on e3 as well.
Can we actually try not playing a5 for like your attempt to not play a5 for as long as possible? How does that work? We go king c6. I guess rook a1, king b5.
Rook a2. Oh, I really want to wait for you to take.
Yeah, I was also wondering about this, which bugs me a little bit. Although, no, this shouldn't, right? Because this is just a very easy winning rook e1, rook f1. So you cannot do that. So what can you do? Rook a2, king b4.
Yeah.
No, but then we cross. How do we? Hang on a second. How do we even generate counterplay?
Same thing, maybe rook a1, rook takes a5, rook b1.
Yeah, but
now the pawn is. I mean, it's such a better version, no?
No, but king c3, yeah, rook b6, rook a1.
Yeah.
Once again, like you will have to expend energy and time and things to even pick it up.
King e somewhere, but then black's up in that race.
Yeah, no, but that's a bunch of tempi up, I think.
Although
a5.
Yeah, rook takes f6, a4, and yeah, the rook's still on the bad.
Or rook d1 now, a4, and then rook d1.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, rook d1 here looks okay, I guess. Yeah, still somewhat tricky, but maybe slightly faster with the pawn on f6. Yeah, very curious that he really isn't committing to any of that.
If we look at the move he actually played after rook e1, for example, if king g4, what's the idea? Can we work it out? Maybe is it?
I have no idea.
Because king e5, I'm slightly worried that something might.
A bit of a procedural question. Is this the final 10 minutes? Yeah, and something weird is happening with the clocks here.
Any confirmation from people who know more?
Yeah, the clarification of exactly how much time Jordan has left, because it's possible this is still the previous time control, because it's now 10 p.m. and the 7-hour games generally end at 11 my time, so it should be an hour away, and this doesn't look like an hour away.
Yeah, we're being told. Not sure, but the clocks are correct. I don't remember him dropping down to 0 and kind of coming back up.
Yeah, Twitch chat says Jordan probably gets another 15. I think Vincent is actually on his final 15, but Jordan gets an additional 15. I think that is likely to be correct.
So in reality, Vincent has the time we see on the clock, and Jordan has
20-ish minutes.
19.
20-ish minutes.
Well,
exactly.
Although now we're being told that either both are or none are in terms of.
Oof. Yeah, that's not what you want to hear. That's. Okay, yeah, and the Twitch also confirms that it's actually both of them who have
an extra 15.
A bunch of additional time up their sleeves, which is a cheering thought.
Yeah, we thought the rest day might start early, Peter, but this one
no such thing.
Keeping us honest on the straight and narrow.
No such thing.
G4 played. What is the plan? Really don't understand.
Yeah, neither do I, frankly.
G5 is the only explanation, but we want rook e5.
Yeah, I would be very worried about allowing some rook c2 and whatever else that might happen there. Even though it probably still doesn't throw it.
Yeah. I think it's time to either give a check with f5 or go back.
Mm-hmm. Definitely feels like that.
And that does beg the question, like rook e1.
Yeah, what was the
idea? If he's not gaining time on the clock, not trying to get closer to move 60, which is past.
Mm-hmm.
What else? It's like a mystery.
Wrapped in an enigma. Obviously.
Yeah.
That kind of a mystery.
Yeah, I'm struggling, other than that direction, to find any other path for black.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I really don't know what is being not even achieved, but sort of what is being attempted is not quite clear to me. In the meantime, there's a lot of progress in both of those positions. Ivic sort of stabilized here by playing after rook b1 knight c7. He actually he went queen d2 here as we expected. A5 has not been played. He played king h7, rook c1. They repeated a couple of times, and then Ivic played queen d4, and then rook c1 here using a very cute little.
But rook takes d4 is defended.
Oh, that's defended. Whoa. Okay, queen c5 maybe, yeah. But then we kind of reblock, yeah. Bishop takes a6.
But then queen b6 is it that bad?
Yeah, this is already on the board, so I assume this is what happens. And you can take on a6, but yeah, honestly, I'm not even very unhappy about queen b6, just as you were saying, and also keeping the queens on, just by playing queen b8 and then rook b1 or rook b2 or somewhere.
Yeah, feels like he's right back in the game, Supi.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay, f5 check from Vincent. How about this other rook game between Mishra and Vaishali? Is this just an immediate draw with all the rook checks?
Should be a draw now, right? It feels very drawish now, but
yeah.
I also felt that about many other rook endings in this in this couple of tournaments. So
unless we can race king c4, but it feels like we're way too slow here.
Yeah.
Somehow.
Just rook a3, right?
Yeah.
King g4. Let's not lose to some rook d4, rook a4 somewhere, yeah.
But that's still fine.
But I don't think we do, right? That's still fine.
Yeah. Rook d4 take, rook a4, rook e3 or
yeah, just get down to e8 and this is completely fine, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it looks like she's still reasonably well in control.
Yeah.
Reasonably well.
And if White has to go passive with like king f1, king g2, king h3, then yeah, you get cut on f1, then no chance.
Yeah.
Black will have something, even if we just wait.
Yeah, I was going to say something very stupid, but you really don't have to. Like I was going to say we can even throw one away and draw that, but you really do not want to throw that one away.
Then we have to think all over again. You can make an argument for maybe h4, gh, king f4.
Actually, I think I can actually pass on the second, right? Because it's an improvement for me to allow this and play h4, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that's true.
Because that actually gets me to g3, and the king on g3 does make an immediate draw in this position. So in a way, forcing the white pawn forward here makes my... although, like, do I have to worry about this and losing to this? Probably
it's a race
not,
now. Can
right?
you get in front of the black f pawn in time?
I think I can, right? I think I can, yeah, in both, like both here, which might lose. So best not do that with white.
Yeah, take h4.
Yeah, and the other one, which also appears to be just in time. In fact, don't do that either. That also is completely unnecessary. Probably doesn't lose. Yeah, but definitely don't do that either. Actually, like this, you can, like if you, I don't know, four, king g1, and I go somewhere, right? And then I do this, right? Put it on f7 and start pushing. Definitely do not do that. Yeah, like you don't want this in your life. You really do not want this suddenly in your life as white in this position.
Yeah.
f5, king f3. We have to go back to e5, right?
Yeah, either now or in the very near future. Is that the only winning move now?
No, it's actually draw.
Rook
And the
E5
only
is-
winning move is king e5. He
Wait,
actually
what?
played himself into some kind of a study now. Why is rook e5 a draw? What the?
Rook E5?
Rook e5, rook a4 is suddenly a draw. Why is
What?
What? Rook d5? What? King f4?
We thought we could have had all the time in the world in that setup.
What? King f4, king d6. Ah, and then rook b4 gets a much better version of the same endgame, I guess.
Whoa.
So to show it to the viewers, because I was checking my the screen, rook a4, what for some reason is important. And in this position, we no longer go passive. We go active straight away.
Let's assume king c5.
I guess rook. Huh.
Still a mystery.
King c5, rook f6.
Rook a... Does it help that the white king is nearer now, maybe? Do we take with the rook and then race back with the king?
I think so.
Check
And,
from the side.
no, but also we get the
the
Vancouver,
Vancouver.
maybe. Yeah, we get the Vancouver.
You race back to g3 or g2.
Yeah, we go in this direction and start giving the side checks. Fantastic.
That would
fantastic.
Okay.
Let's go
This is
completely
more
crazy again.
understandable.
He's played rook e5.
Oof.
So
What
this
a
is
throw.
now supposedly a draw.
But rook a4 is so difficult to spot the differences there. It'll be so easy to play king f4 or rook a1 and just wait and let the moment pass.
So this, honestly, this kind of makes me wonder, why weren't white in time earlier in the game? Like, why was it winning, and then we did all this and it's suddenly not winning?
Maybe it's because we got our king as black to c5.
Yeah, like we
Quickly
started
enough.
where? Oh, because
Let's
we
go
know
back, yeah.
we know this was winning.
Mhm.
So what's the difference if I play, let's say, king d6, you go rook a1? I just don't get the position at all, right? Because the rook doesn't get to b6 until I'm on b4 and a5 is gone.
But
because whenever you try to play rook b2 here,
rook b5.
I have king e7.
Yeah.
I guess this is the difference, because with the pawn on f5, we kind of deprived ourselves very specifically of the option of going back.
He's played rook a4.
Yeah, he's played rook a4.
So there was a difference keeping the pawn on f6 and f5 in certain scenarios.
Yeah,
Well,
this is
we talked about procrastinating. It felt like Vincent was procrastinating a bit in this endgame, and
yeah, definitely
not going for it immediately might.
Yeah, it's
backfire.
weird though that it cost him so much so immediately, right? Because I think, like, when we watched him make all of those weird maneuvers and burn time and kind of shuffle, our assumption still was that he always returns back and still wins.
Yeah, maybe his
And
assumption
it turns out that is very, very non-obvious now.
Yeah, maybe he saw, as you mentioned, some of those lines with rook b6 coming, and he thought, I can get that anytime I want. I'll probe, try and force the white king to h5 first.
Some kind of a race does ensue in Mishra's game.
Okay.
Should be okay, right?
Yeah.
Rook a3, we go f4.
F4 is very simple.
Yeah,
this one is...
yeah, this should be fine. And if you go a6 now, I got slightly spooked by a 4 rook d5 check, but
king g4
I think we probably are even completely fine here, right? Gh, king h4, rook d4, king g3, rook a4, and just, I don't know, check and rook b8. Because this should be... If you have to play king b7, you're never winning, right? Like some position like this.
Yeah. Maybe she was just being really clever the whole time, Vaishali, by getting that king and g5, pawns on f5, h5.
Rook f4, kind of a clever attempt there by Mishra, but we can and should, I suppose, play rook f3, right? a6, rook g3, king b5, and now pretty much whatever, really. Yeah, rook e3 even.
Just anything, rook a3, rook e3.
Yeah, just return it to e8, so as not to have to worry about anything at all. Like 2 will never lose, I don't think.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like she's defended this one really, really well.
Mm-hmm. And the Ivich game is now featuring one of those positions we were kind of highlighting for the past half an hour, where black is a pawn down, but this is such a strong blockading force, and the king is very, very safe on g8. This one is, I mean, it's going to be somewhat safe somewhere on f2, g3, but it's just how you make any progress is very, very unclear.
Yeah. I think this one is going to be a draw.
Does feel like that, yeah.
Can't see Ivich winning this one now. Yeah, Jordan, rook a4. Maybe he's, well, I guess process of elimination, just stumble across the right plan. Defense.
Yeah, I mean, the test will come when Vincent, I think fairly inevitably, does play rook d5, king d6. And you have, I think you have to shed it now, right? Let me just check. But I think rook b4 was
before king c5.
Rook b4 is the only move that draws here.
Yeah.
Once again, if you allow king c5 here, you will not, or king c6, you will not be able to go back to this.
Mm-hmm.
It's specifically here that rook b4, rook b6 saves the game.
Yeah, so harsh from Vincent, like having the pawn on f6, rook b4 loses.
So
pawn on
this
f5.
This is still very missable, I suspect.
Yeah, this is true. The fact that he played rook a4 means he's at least looking at this this type of thing. Yeah, what he would give now to have that pawn back on f6. And does it matter which way we start? We're expecting Vincent to start with king d6 or rook d5.
I mean, the interesting question here would be if I go like rook b5, and I try to prevent specifically this counterplay, right? So like you go king f4, I go in this direction.
Yeah. The problem is in order to get to b5.
Yeah, this is just a draw, right? Yeah, you can't actually cross the c file.
But now rook takes a5.
Oh, sorry, I'm losing my mind completely.
Check, yeah, and then
check. We go king c5. Hang on, let me
rook d8. Will it be? Oh, but then you cross.
So rook b5, king f4 only move. King d6.
This is clever.
Now you go back. Rook d4 loses.
Whoa.
Yeah, no, this is still very, very losable. So rook a1, and if we try switching back with rook d5,
then rook b1
only move. Rook b1 only move once again.
Yeah. And transposition.
And if the king continues trying to crawl there, I guess we go rook c1 check, right? And now we will be able to take on c5 if that appears, because we're just in time. Yeah, we're one tempo, but it's a kind of an important tempo here. Yeah. Okay, so we are sort of getting a bit of a picture of this endgame in my view. I feel like if I had to write a report,
an essay, a thesis on
a report sort of about this endgame starting from, I don't know, here somewhere.
Yeah.
By this point, I maybe would make some sense. Like, I feel like an hour ago, I would still make a bunch of important, like, material mistakes in the report. I would probably claim some positions which are drawn are winning.
Yeah.
Now I feel that maybe the mistakes will be fewer. Some still will crop up, but having watched the table bases for the past hour, I feel like I'm maybe beginning to piece together some semblance of a clue. So we now have one of the critical positions on the screen. Cannot possibly give this check. Check loses.
Luckily, you can get there just by deduction again.
Yeah.
King g5 looks illogical to allow black's king forward to e5. Rook a1, rook a2 look. Unless you give the check, rook a1 or rook a2 look pretty much forced.
Yeah, check specifically loses to king c5, and now after rook a4 we lose to rook b4 check.
Yeah,
that's the reason it loses, basically. That we've actually managed to mislay a kind of an important tempo again, and the king doesn't get to c2.
One tempo in time.
Yeah. Which is calculable, so I think you're expected to be able to work that out.
Yeah. And then back in that same direction, shedding the pawn at the right moment. Okay, one. Yeah, I guess Vincent has to go back rook d5 and game goes on.
Why does king g5 lose?
King e5?
No. You just establish a bridge.
The same thing. Yeah.
Yeah, you establish a bridge, and we are not quick enough with. I don't know. No, the difference is you still have rook b4, rook b6, but now black has king e5.
Okay.
Which is obviously a massive difference, and that loses. It has to be on f4 to stop this from happening once you give this check.
Yeah, and he's played rook a1 very quickly, confidently. Nice move by Jordan.
Yep.
Yeah, what is there other than rook d5? As soon as you calculate that king c6, rook c1 check is fine.
Yeah. Huh. Mishra actually found a very cute way to continue fighting. I like how resourceful he is. Rook g1, he's played rook d8, and the pawn ending is lost. And if, let's say, you play f4, you get checked from f8, I think. And then he probably wants to go rook h8 and try to pick up the pawn on h5, because the king cannot go in this direction.
And then go king g3 is still fine then?
Oh yeah, that helps a great deal. Yeah, the fact that we can go here helps a great deal. Just to show. And
White's king is far enough away.
Is it? Yeah, it
I hope.
probably is. Yeah, would be kind of embarrassing if it wasn't. But yeah, it needs to get to e3 for this to be winning, right?
I think so.
Yeah, because the point we're discussing here is that White can get some kind of position like this. I mean, you can get it even closer, but the important bit is if I can play king e3 here, h1 queen will lose to queen f2 mate. Yeah. And that is a bit of a problem for black. So you can triangulate to force that. But when the king is this far away, you cannot create a mating threat.
But maybe actually in that variation after king f... No, that's just a draw.
Yeah. Rook g8 check. Oh no, but now king h6 and we start playing for a win or something. Not really, but sort of.
Yeah.
Ever so slightly.
At least you've kind of tricked. Yeah. Trick the tricker.
Yep.
Yeah, study like literally every time. I've used that phrase too much, but it's every endgame now seems to be so intricate.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's I think now they're finally entering their final 15 minutes, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so.
15 minutes each. Yeah, it's rook d5 at least looks like the best practical try.
Yeah, it definitely does.
What do you think Peter Lecko's thinking right now, watching his?
Yeah, chat has been speculating on that topic for quite some time now. The chat feels very emotionally invested in Peter's well-being. He is probably.
He's probably enjoying analyzing all of this, Peter.
Yeah, but I think he is emotionally invested to a degree where his love for chess, and honestly, I've never been the biggest endgame buff in the world, but even I am enjoying this to an alarming degree, considering all the other factors.
Yeah.
But for me, I have really no dog in this fight. For somebody who is watching for the second day in a row, his absolute favorite pupil, throw away edges against very, very strong players in a tournament he badly wants to do well in. I think even for a person as invested in the beauty of chess and as Peter Lecko is, this has to be quite a difficult watch.
Yeah, it's quite likely. Wonder who. Yeah, have you spoken to Jan during this tournament?
No. I even had a kind of an occasion for Jan he hasn't become that, but he's been sort of threatening to become my fitness guru for years. And I kind of considered the idea of mentioning him about this workout program he was recommending. And then I thought he is actually doing a job, and he's doing it, I think, for the very first time. And I probably shouldn't intervene with stupid questions about the the number of reps and how to use the software and whatever.
I'm sure he and Anisha, cracking out hundreds of reps per day. I'm sure he's enjoying that process. Yeah, I didn't know he was actually big into fitness. I've never discussed that with Jan, got to admit. That topic in particular.
No, he has become very much a student of that subject. Is very, very booked up.
Okay.
Can talk about the intricacies of various regimen for hours on end.
Yeah, I know who to go to now. If I ever need putting on the straight and narrow. Oof. Rook c1 check by Charlie, and the other one that should be fine, I guess. Are there any tricks? Probably not. Oof. Rook games.
Yeah,
I really sympathize with the players calculating after over 6 hours of play. Really difficult now. Yeah, Rook d5, Vincent.
Yeah,
gotta play something. Gotta try something.
Chat is demanding Netflix recommendations from you.
From me?
Yeah.
Oof. Actually, my Netflix. So I've never had a subscription to Netflix. This is a really bad confession, but I was using the account of my friend's ex-girlfriend. They broke up like 6 years ago, and she didn't know that. Still had the password, so I felt guilty, and I subscribed just a year or two ago. So I don't know. The Last Kingdom would be one of mine.
I actually am watching through season 3 right now. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm a bit behind. It has become a little bit. Season 3 in particular, I think, is
it's facing the
a little too witchcraft heavy.
Yeah.
There's a little bit too much emphasis on. Although I suspect I tried because
Game of Thronesy.
No, it's not. It never really gets into that territory, I don't think. But this entire sort of curse plotline feels very far-fetched. But then I thought this probably did very much, like, this would have been the thinking. This would have been very much impacting how they view the world. And, if he felt he was cursed, he would probably believe in the fashion depicted.
Yeah.
Because people took it very, very seriously.
That's true.
So, I also tried kind of reading up on the historic reality of all of those figures. And it makes for interesting reading. I obviously do not know like medieval England history anywhere near as well as I need to criticize the books and the series. But the people who you would assume are somewhat secondary characters are really not. And even a brief click through on Wiki gives you some very interesting ideas about what's to come potentially in season 4.
Yeah, I do like that whole genre, that whole stuff. But yeah, you're right. He does play fast and loose a bit. The writer and the
it's understandable.
TV runners with the timeline.
If this was just a straight up retelling of what the historians assume is the closest to being right, that would maybe be less exciting. Rook c5 played, and we've finally gotten there. This is the position.
Rook b1 only move.
Rook b1 or bust. Yeah. Rook b1 or bust.
He'll play it. I'm pretty confident.
I think so.
Yeah, you really can't delay. King c6 comes.
Yeah, and Vaishali declined to push anything, and this is now the position. And you have to wonder if maybe it's really time to, because I think you can play f4, right? Gf h4, but maybe you don't want to. I mean, the issue here is maybe by this point you really are very much against the idea of calculating anything. But this appears to be an immediate draw. a6, h3, and a7. I can even play h2. I don't even need to care about rook f8 check. So you just trade, and the king does. The point is, the king doesn't actually get to the a pawn, so you can't play like king c5, king b6 because this will just win the rook. And obviously, if you have to trade a for h with the king straight in front of the f pawn, it's not very challenging anymore. So yeah, I think it's time for her to make that one final push, calculate one line to the end, and end the game.
Is there an argument for king g5 as well, maybe?
A
little bit of calculation should be
yeah, but that should also be very safe,
a6,
right?
king g4, just take it.
That also is very, very safe. But I mean, f4 is just such a straightforward calculation. There's like, it doesn't branch at all. Like rook f8, king g7, we trade this for this, and after h4,
yeah, you're right.
I think you immediately realize you just get to trade h for a, which is exactly what you want. Yeah. In the meantime, Jordan is.
He's made a move. It looks like he moved up the board. No? Oh no, he did. Okay, he moved up the board, but not. Not before.
Next move. Yeah. So rook b1, rook b6 on the board. I think you can still misplay this. I think there will be still some only moves in his future. After, I assume you have to go forward. I think king c7, rook f6 looks like utterly hopeless in terms of winning chances, because we will just start threatening with takes f5.
Yeah, but also you can just give a bunch of checks.
But you can even just straight up take on f5 in pretty much every single position here, and you have enough time. Like, it's maybe relevant after rook a1, right? Because we just take and then we run, and this pawn ending is a draw. So yeah, you absolutely go forward. Going back denies you any shot, as far as I can tell. So king c5, rook f6, strictly only move.
But that's findable.
Yeah, but that, I think you don't put it on any other square. It really is completely illogical to put it on any other square. And yeah, this is what you want to check. Like after rook a1. No, but now he has choices, actually. And now he has choices. Basically, all the moves here which look semi-logical all make a draw, like this, and also both of those.
Yeah, that helps. Having that margin for error. King g3 would be kind of, I guess, how the old masters would tell you to do it. At least then you don't keep, you keep in touch with the a pawn, you force black's rook stuck on the a file, and then it's pretty much the Vancouver position.
Yeah, and chat is saying after rook a4 specifically, you have to play king f3. Yeah. I guess this is the try. Yeah, king f5 loses. I guess it gets, but also this is very findable. The point, I guess, being that if you play f4, I will give this check.
And then take.
And then I will be able to take, because it's too far away, and we get to c1.
Yeah. And king f3 rather than king e3 or g3, because f4 check would be. Yeah.
All of these do seem eminently findable to my eyes, at least.
Yeah. What TV shows are you watching right now, Peter?
Because my life is such an absolute bundle of joy, I actually decided to rewatch Happy Valley.
Okay.
I don't know if you've ever watched Happy Valley, but it's a very, very cheerful police show.
Yeah.
Lots of unbelievably happy people in it.
I added it to my list recently. I think I watched the first 2 seasons a while ago, and then it just came out with the third, right?
Yeah, third one finished, I think, a couple of days ago, which is why I decided on the rewatch. Yeah, and this is sort of the opposite of what I used to do. Like, for me, I used to, whenever I felt kind of particularly blue, I would rewatch the entire Boston Legal. And that is genuinely something that will cheer you up.
Yeah.
And probably what I should have been doing right now. But instead, I just decided, let's introduce some more unbearable misery.
Not good for punishment. I rewatched Ted Lasso the other day, and
that is probably the way to go, honestly.
Yeah, just like the cure for any blues.
Just sort of wholesome without being corny. As far as I haven't actually watched it yet, because I genuinely try to stay away from things which will cheer me up. I think I know it will, and I'm kind of not watching it.
It'll make you cry happy tears. Yeah, I guess. Rook f6 played.
Rook f6 played, and now I think the interesting one is rook a4 check, because everything else does appear to ask fewer questions, but we'll see how this goes.
Yeah.
Shatner's best role, but also, I think you watch Boston Legal for Spader, not for Shatner. I mean, Shatner is fantastic in it, but Spader is just glorious.
I watched
so glorious.
I watched the whole of Blacklist just for Spader. He was
exactly. I gave up around season 6 because I really could no longer stand the this suspension of disbelief it was requiring of me. Just kind of broke me.
Years of
but like I definitely started watching it because it had Spader in it.
Yeah. Should we show the bank hero position just?
Wow. Do we get there? Can we force it? I guess we do sort of force it here. Yeah, like king f3, a5, rook f5, king b4. We can sort of force it artificially, right? The point is that like even if you lose a bunch of tempi here, this is still a draw.
Yeah.
Because you can give this check, 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 check. You always have checks along the f-file. And if the king actually comes into contact with your rook, you can go rook f3. Or here maybe rook f.
Rook f3 is the safer one.
Rook f3 and
now rook b3 and
just here and stay on the third. Wait for the king to cross again and then start giving checks again. Vaishali did draw. She did finally calculate exactly the line that we were suggesting she calculates.
Nice.
Yeah,
deserves draw. Looked like a balanced game.
9 against 11 here.
9 okay, in terms of minutes.
On the clock, 9 still time for them to think. In the meantime, Shupi generated a very cute thread here, which I like very much on aesthetic grounds. Knight h5 is being and I realized that because I wanted to play h5 myself, and then I realized I'm actually blundering not one but 2 pawns here, and I thought, this is a threat. But most logical moves will stop it. Like knight e3 will stop it denying access to f5 and so on.
Yeah, any queen move, almost queen move, stop it.
Yeah, I wonder what is planned after queen e5. Queen c2 maybe is playable now.
Yeah, or queen b6 as well, maybe.
Or queen b6, yeah. No, the thing about this position is you can definitely imagine suddenly having to be accurate. Let's say even in this position after queen c2 specifically. Like how do you keep all of this together? Like maybe knight c3 still holds things together, but you start feeling a bit iffy about life, right? Like when the black king queen enters here, it might be very difficult to drive it away.
Yeah, the queen and knight combo is just so scary in any of these. Any of the black knights.
Actually, we're still sort of keeping our shape, so maybe it's okay. But you do have to wonder if you've maybe allowed a little bit more than you wanted to. And even just going back to e8, and this is just a fantastic, very active piece.
h5, h6 is never creates a threat really.
Yep.
Yeah, this could still go either way. This position, despite it looking like a draw, he's played king c.
Yeah, he's played king c4.
No threat though.
No threat, but a bunch of moves still lose. Weirdly. So this is a draw and this is a draw. And I mean, like the two that don't lose are the two that you probably make. But it's interesting that let's say king e3 is a draw and king f3 isn't. Which I assume. Let me see why king f3. King f3 loses to king d4, king f4, and rook a1.
Rook a1.
This you can understand. Yeah. So very, very specifically allowing black this amount of free time because you can't take on f5 here. So you'll have to like give a check and then push away, and suddenly black is once again very much in control in all of these endgames.
This is understandable.
This is very understandable.
Well, Peter, sorry.
Yeah.
He blundered knight h5 in the other game.
Whoa. Oh, maybe not blundered, but allowed.
Oh, he allowed.
He did play knight c3, so he gets to trade. But he doesn't get to win anymore. Like at the very least, black can do like this.
Queen c5. Take on d5. Okay, so not a blunder. Just
f2. Yeah. Is there any jumps here? I don't see it.
Queen c2
exists, but my worry is even this might be playable because you don't actually get to preserve the knight on f4. And if it has to go back, you might actually regret simplifying into queen and knight.
Knight d3, it feels like you should have enough with some draws, some checks.
Yeah, you probably have some.
But why calculate your way? Knight e4 maybe.
Knight f5 or knight e4, Yeah, I mean, probably still a draw, but absolutely no reason to engage with this.
So back to the main game. King c4. Yeah, king e3. I guess do look at checks. Rook c6, it's not clear what it achieves. I guess it's just driving black's king as far away as possible.
Yeah, we just want to kick it to some poor squares.
Yeah.
And
king e3, it just looks like the most natural move. If you can't take any pawns, then why not get the king closer?
Yeah, and as long as you establish that black can't really connect to the f5 pawn and you still pick one of them up, then I think you feel quite safe doing that.
Yeah, and rook e5, you go back.
Yeah, you just go back. We've been here just a moment ago.
Yeah, rook e5, king f4 is.
Yeah, this is why I'm saying that it's unlikely he makes a mistake, because both like king f3 just doesn't look right. It's just not a square. You should be allowing all of those skewers just does not feel logical.
Yeah, and he's got 7 minutes. Still possible to go astray. I would be slightly nervous still. They won't know the evaluation, so I'd be slightly nervous of walking into a trap. But yeah, king e3, you calculate your way out of that one. Boston League one, I'm going to add it to the list, to-do list in the next few weeks. Yeah. Avatar's been on the list for a while as well, just so I can rewatch and then go to the cinema, but running out of time there. Rook c6 check played, so one of the two drawing moves, asking black where you're going.
Yeah, and the problem is you can't really, apart from just returning to g5 and choosing something else, you can't really ask a pertinent question. If you go forward, we just continue checking until we drive you to, I don't know, to f1.
Yeah,
and then we make a move, whatever move, really. Like just put it somewhere.
Anything.
Yeah.
And if king d5 there, sorry.
Where? Here?
Yeah.
I think we just go back to f6, right?
Where did we come from? Where did we?
f6?
Yeah, the black king.
Oh no, black was on c5, but I don't think it matters.
So now if I play rook a1, for example, I was just wondering.
Yeah. So check. King g5, rook f6, rook a1. Rook f5 is, this is a draw, although...
King d4.
Yeah.
I'd be slightly concerned for rook f1.
King g3, only move.
We go back to this. Yeah.
We just set up the Vincura. Yeah, at this point, we can't really get there, but we can get a proper Vincura set up.
And it's always from the white rook at the side of the black rook stuck in front. So, yeah, this is findable once you get there. Yeah, just need to keep that theme in mind. C6 check. Yeah, it's really hard to kind of figure out where else the black king wants to go. b4 doesn't really help. What will we play if king b4? We just chill.
Ivic has done something odd.
Wait, he did,
because I don't think knight takes c4 was losing, right? I really don't.
It feels like he's over pressing now.
Was it? Was it the problem?
Knight.
No, knight e4 was best, and bishop f1 is still fine. But like, why wouldn't you? Are you playing for a win here after queen e7? Like, do you genuinely believe you? And now after queen e7, like there is a way to make an immediate draw here.
White.
Yeah, but it's only one way.
Now you've told me it's probably to take on e4.
Yeah, and I mean, if you haven't done it on a previous move, how happy are you to be doing it here?
No chance.
Yeah.
Walking knights like that with a king is, it's crazy. Knight takes e4, king f3. It still feels super shaky for white. But if we don't force the immediate draw with knight takes e4, then g5, are we going to get in any trouble, for example?
G5, knight f5. G5, knight f5. Apparently, we are kind of borderline losing.
Yeah, because
there's checks coming from everywhere, and already you have to play something like this and hope it doesn't lose. But it's not. It's not great. Yeah. No, I mean, like, I understand. Honestly, having seen bishop f1, I have a feeling he actually blundered knight h5 check.
Yeah.
And yeah, g5 blitzed out. Yeah, this is going off the rails completely for Ivic.
Tilt is real.
Yeah, it was an important game because he was on 6 out of 9, and the victory would have given him a Taifa first. But even just a draw would have put him half a point off the lead, tied with Sindarov, and very much in the running. But losing will really, really hurt here.
Really
in
needs to
particular
pull the
because of
brakes.
just how good of a position if he ends up losing. It's not a foregone conclusion by any means just yet. But if he ends up losing this, he will really, really dislike it.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to recover from. Knight g6 also looks a bit tempting if we disregard the...
Also pretty good, yeah. Also pretty good.
Wow, yeah. You're right, like these long tournaments, weird things happen. Yeah, this would never happen in round 1 or 2, where you lose control and forget to
but
bail out.
like somewhere here, like you pause, you realize things have kind of gone a bit off the rails, and you just make the most natural move in the position. Like, what could you be afraid of? This is really not a threat.
Yeah.
And after Queen C2, I mean, even if we don't believe in Knight takes D6, I don't think I'm losing after Knight C3 or Knight G3 either.
Yeah, Knight C3, you might have to calculate Queen takes.
Yeah,
C3.
that is fair. Yeah, but Knight G3, Knight G3 looks very, very safe. So, yeah, like you're just introducing absolutely unnecessary mayhem into the position that you probably know you're not winning anymore. Knight G6 played. Now Bishop G2 might be the only way to stay afloat. And the position is legitimately very, very unpleasant. Like the lines I'm reading on my screen are, scary, because the machine goes Knight H4, Knight takes E4, and it just puts the knight on F5, trades them off, and plays G6
sometimes.
And plays G6, and starts circling around your king, trying to, I guess, win the pawn on G5 as checks. Honestly, feels like you lose more of these than you hold.
Definitely.
In particular on like a minute, which will happen soon enough. And then, giving checks is just so much easier than figuring out where the next one is coming from and handling it properly. Yeah, very, very unnecessary problems that Velimir is generating for himself.
Now, in the main game, King B5, what's the margin for error here? I'm assuming that most moves draw here.
No, only one move draws.
Only one move draws.
It will be the one that you will make, though. But only one move draws, yeah.
Okay, that means Black must be able to get the rook out somehow if we don't go back to F6.
Yeah, so let's check what happens if, let's say, Rook E6 is played. Rook E6, you win after both Rook A1 and Rook... I think you just need to be taking with the Rook with check and playing King E3 immediately.
Or King G3.
Or King G3. Like, you need to be establishing that straight away. Yeah, but once again, the useful thing for Jordan here is just there's no reason to give Black additional options by not playing Rook F6.
Yeah. Yeah, Rook F6. We'll probably go back in something like King C4 or King B4 on the rook check.
Yeah, or he could actually just kind of go in here and see if draw gets shown.
Yeah, see if Jordan has studied his Bankura. Rook A1. Yeah, this is just going to go towards that position we showed. Rook takes F5 and King E, G3. Yeah, what a miss, potentially, from Vincent. Yeah, I for one, though, will be glad of a break just for one day from rugby games.
Yeah.
I'm sure there'll be plenty more when we come back.
Absolutely, yeah. But it does feel like they give us this kind of a... Then again...
They dangle a carrot in front of us and then they're like...
Yeah, I was going in exactly the same direction. And then I remember the conversation I had with a friend who does very, very high-level casting for a different game. And he said that it's a particular bugbear of his when commentators compare of tiredness when the players are probably more tired than they are.
Way more.
Yeah, so ever since that conversation, I feel slightly self-conscious going there, even though I am absolutely zombified out of my skull and like I no longer really know anything about anything.
Yeah.
It is all absolutely true. But still, that conversation sort of weighs on me very heavily because I think it's a valid point. I think we shouldn't be, driving that point very forcefully.
No.
Because it's still easier for us than it is for them.
I was thinking about the audience, but those of them, who've stuck with us for 7 hours. Hats off, fair play.
Rook a4 check played, and yeah, I assume King of3 is still the only. Yeah, King of3 is still strictly the only move.
And he plays it instantly. He wouldn't, showing he really has got to the truth of the position. Rook, another check. Here it feels like he can go.
I assume we can go forward, right?
Assume we can even go back now.
Yeah, even no, actually forward loses. Yeah, forward loses because once again you get cut off. You get cut off from behind. Yeah.
I think I'd go to G2 at this point. Just why not?
No.
No? Whoa. Only E2 F2. So the Vakura is not relevant now.
Careful.
Because Black's rook, because the king defends the pawn, that was the difference from earlier. So the Black rook can get out. King G2, maybe rook C3. Am I calculating this right?
King G2, rook C3 only win, yeah. And somehow there is a massive... okay, because we need to be able to take on C5 once again.
Yeah. So
we just need to be able... so the point is, if you do this here, why is King before a draw then? This is way too confusing.
Maybe then
before we go King E2, yeah. Then we go King E2.
Yeah.
But rook C5 would win if you had to go away. But with the king on f2, we can actually still get to c1 just in time.
Yeah.
So yeah, so far Jordan playing this correctly.
Now after rook a2.
Yeah. Now I guess we can
go in a few directions.
A bit of a choice, yeah. Check.
E1 feels like it
should.
Yeah.
Now actually everything is like even king d3 is a draw, which is a bit of a weird one.
I guess it's because you harass the rook.
We can chase it. Yeah, we can chase it around.
Yeah.
I guess. Why? What? Where?
Yeah, this is not going to happen.
This is a draw, right, though? Because this actually is a draw, weirdly.
Whoa. Yeah.
You would be... I think you would have to be slightly insane to actually go for this with white. But this appears to hold.
You'd have to be the most confident person in the world to consider this. Rook takes a6. Nice touch. Yeah, he'll play king e1 if he played king e2 last move. It feels like that's the pattern.
But honestly, why not just king e3? Yeah, okay. Yeah, he actually has gone back. Yeah, I would have been slightly worried about going... I don't know, but now it's just a very simple draw because we just actually get to b1. Yeah, this is now like legitimately not a problem because we no longer even get those tricky Vincura positions. We just get the king close enough that we don't have to worry.
Yeah, and you can see on Vincent's face body language now. He knows very soon he'll have to offer his hand.
Yep.
There's nothing to even try, like you said, right?
Yeah, like you can do this, but yeah, I just go king d1, and now I can even give checks and take on a2. Like it's the margin is just enormous now. Suddenly, there's nothing to attempt.
Yeah, it does feel like he forced Vincent Jordan to play some good moves.
Yeah, and Velimir is now just straight up lost. He's after knight g6. He did not play bishop g2.
Queen e5 or something.
Yeah, he played h5, knight h4, queen g2, and now queen e5 is completely winning. Knight gf5 is completely winning. Even f7, f6 for some reason completely winning, but nobody plays there. But queen e5 is like the most natural move in the world. Just continue improving.
Play it.
And yeah, this is the thing. Like once this attack starts, it just either gives mate or wins like the entire material. This is what we know and have sort of known for ages and ages about queen and knights when they do coordinate really well.
Yeah, that this is another, has been glorious.
This is another bugbear of Jan's. Actually, we've had this conversation on air more than once. That people just always say that queen and knight is stronger than queen and bishop, when in fact this is, as with all generalizations, it's just kind of wrong because you can't generalize this widely. And in fact, if you study it from a statistical point of view, queen and bishop still does better.
Wow. Okay.
Queen and bishop still wins more than queen and knight because bishop is just generally a stronger piece than a knight. But there will be specific types of positions where it is still very true, and this is clearly one of them.
Yeah, especially when there's something to attack.
Yeah, when the king is completely unsafe and you have good squares for your pieces, and yeah, then of course this is absolutely deadly. And now, like knight c4 just wins on the spot because you attack from every side. But statistically, that statement is just straight up untrue.
Okay, I'll note that down. I've got to stop saying it.
You have to qualify it.
Yeah. Yeah, this is heartbreaking stuff from Ivic. We've all been there over pressing, but this has been a brutal kind of punishment.
Yeah.
Very quick turnaround.
Yeah. You have to wonder. I understand he badly wants to continue playing this for a win, but his tournament situation wasn't anywhere near desperate enough not to take an immediate draw here with knight takes c4. This is some kind of weird mistake. You see occasionally, like the most famous example, I guess, is that game between Gukesh and Abdusattorov from the Olympiad, where the eventual winning attempt that he tried on a minute against, I think, 10 minutes never looked remotely clear. It just looked like he was going into a very, very sharp, completely disbalanced position, having given his opponent a massive time advantage as well.
Yeah, objectivity is so hard to keep in the heat of battle like that. But yeah, unfortunately, it's necessary. And knight c4 played, this is going to be a win for black.
Yeah, and now after queen c1, you can actually very nicely. Yeah, you use the whole board, and they just come in from every angle.
Yeah.
Yeah, queen c1 played, and yeah, this just wins the queen in 3 moves. So not going to be missed, I'm pretty sure. An important win for Shupi, but yeah, his tournament barely improves. Like it's nice to win a game, of course, and he will very much enjoy. It's actually his first victory when he does win, and I assume he does win. He was on -2, having a solid tournament, sort of, but
really? Wow.
0 wins, which for a player of as fighting a character as he has, is, I'm very sure, very, very unusual.
Yeah.
But yeah, queen h2 played. Yeah, white resigns somewhere here.
One more move, knight b2, and now we'll see.
There it is. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, so it's back to the centerpiece of the round.
Yep.
King e1. Yeah. Nothing left to try. I think they gave a couple of checks. Vincent, he gave a check on a1, a2 just to test. At this point, everything draws.
Yeah, it's just like I don't even understand what question I'm supposed to ask here.
Wow, Vincent, he needs the rest day more than anyone at this point. It's over 14 hours of play in 2 days. That's harking back to the good old days. But yeah, these days it's rare to amass that much playing time.
Yeah, I think what you do is, this I sort of disagree with. The way to ask a very stupid question was to do something like this, I think. Maybe king b3, maybe it's slightly smarter. Try to get it.
Because now there's no
Yeah, but then
exchange.
I guess we just do this, right?
This is a draw.
Yeah, a5, rook here, and we go either here or here when checked. It's just not very difficult. Yeah, but what he's done allows king d1 and
king d1. He'll retreat somewhere.
Yeah, he'll go all the way to
c8 maybe
somewhere. Yeah, and then white starts checking, or honestly, just like rook f2, rook c2 is also completely fine. Or
checks make sense. As soon as the black king hides on b1, you can kind of go up and attack the black pawn.
Yeah. So yeah, we do this, and
maybe already rook f6 now.
Yeah.
One check, rook d8.
Yeah, but this is
okay. Maybe we don't.
I actually wouldn't want that. It's probably still a draw, but I wouldn't want that. So let's do it differently.
Yeah, maybe when
rook
the king's
c4 chosen for whatever reason. Does that change anything?
Stop the checks.
Yeah.
Now, what's the cleanest So the problem is with the king on d1, we can even go kind of behind and start checking. Looks like that's what he's doing.
a5 and just
start
check.
Checks.
And then we just keep it on the b file, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like rook b7 here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's plenty safe enough.
Yeah. Black can never really offer a rook exchange in a good way.
Yeah, you can play rook b4, but I play rook a7 and then king c2 and
yeah. More moves. Yeah, we're waiting for this now. This is the current position. King a3 just been played.
Yeah.
Anything here, rook b5 looks easiest.
Yeah, rook b5 actually is a very clever move. Yeah, just to remove the idea of rook b4, even completely remove the way to offer the rook trade.
Yeah. a4 just king d2, stopping rook c3, rook b3. Nice.
Yeah. Very clean. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
From the moment it became a draw, Jordan did not really give a single hint that he might not actually hold this.
Yeah, from that moment he found rook a4 only move, and yeah, from there it was great technique to hold, gotta say.
Yeah, so I guess you do something like if you want to continue here for some reason, you play, I don't know, rook h4, rook h3, rook b3.
Mm-hmm. Problem is I'll go rook b4.
Yeah, I mean it's not very attractive as a winning attempt.
Rook a8, first. Yeah, he's going for this. Peter.
Yeah, I mean, what else can you do? And the issue is, even if if I allow all of that, it's still a very, very obvious draw. Like I can even keep it on the c file, and what are you going to do about this king on c1?
Yeah, boxed in.
Yeah, Jordan is no longer very invested in this.
Yeah, I think
he knows he's not losing this. So.
Yeah.
All right, we can probably do a bit of a roundup. We've
recapping.
Yeah, we've had 2 decisive games today. Magnus won a nice game against Parham Maksudlu, where Parham actually played very ambitiously, as I suspected. I think when sort of not previewing, but teasing it yesterday, I did say that Parham is unlikely to try and make some kind of a boring draw against Magnus. And indeed, I don't think he played for a draw at any point in this game, but Magnus won a very nice technical endgame from a certain point on. And there was this very sharp game that Gukesh won against Prague, in which Prague had a legitimate claim to be much, much better straight out of the opening, but missed it and never recovered. Everything else was drawn. I did briefly check because I thought there might be some statistical quirks in terms of color distribution for wins. Mm-hmm. But White is actually safely ahead. There were some rounds where Black did very well, but I think prior to today, the score was 14-11 in favor of White, and today is 1-1, so +3 remains, 15-12. 15-12 is 27 out of 70 games. Yes. What do we think about this percentage?
It feels like it's pretty high in general. I'm not sure the stats for top level round robins these days, but it's a decent kind of decent return, no, Peter?
Honestly, I wanted to say I feel I would have expected higher from specifically Wijk.
Mm-hmm.
I think White is such a special field, and the way they compose this field is aimed very, very specifically at providing very exciting chess that I would have thought this is slightly below. Yeah, there's no way I can calculate, right? There's what?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like why can't I even approximate what percentage that is?
Yeah,
below 40. I thought it was below 40. So this is like 38%. For a tournament like the old time Linares, or the candidates, for instance, 38% of decisive games would have been high. It wouldn't have been even average. I think it would have been high.
Mm-hmm.
But for Wijk, I feel like maybe this one is weirdly a bit of a drier year than you sometimes see, but it's still pretty good.
Yeah, it feels like, other than maybe the odd short draw, which we got a couple of today, it feels like every game's been really fighting. That's why I guess I would have assumed that the numbers are higher. But you're right, a lot of the longer battles, like today, like yesterday with Vincent, they have fizzled out to draws, which
I don't think we have any reason to complain about the content. I think fighting spirit is very much ever present in every round.
Yeah.
It's just that, this is still a very, very even field with no obvious outsiders.
True.
People are somewhat struggling, like Vincent is a -3. Gukesh was a -4, although he did win 2 in the last 3 rounds, so he is now back to -2.
Yeah,
and I think 8xb2 will be played here, I assume, right?
Yeah, we'll see a very nice stalemate. No point continuing here for Vincent. Take that rook. A handshake. He didn't even
not taking a rook.
Doesn't even take the rook.
Yeah, that is odd.
Where's the artist in them?
Yeah, that is an odd way to finish the game there. But yeah, so that I was wondering about that a little bit, but it's still a very decent percentage for a tournament of 23rd category, whatever. I think it's category 23. But it's a bit low for Wijk specifically, I feel, even though every day we get unbelievably fighting chess. And in terms of the situation in the tournament, it stays somewhat the same, with Magnus joining the conversation very seriously now, with 3 rounds to go, 1 point off the lead. We're still taking Nodebek though, right?
Surely. He hasn't looked too troubled apart from yesterday against Vincent. 3 rounds to go. I don't know, Peter. I've had a feeling for a long time there'll be some twists ahead, but Nodebek, odds on, surely.
Yeah,
at least
honestly, another conversation I've had before, like you all, like if nobody's offering you odds, you take the person who has more points right now. Like, if you're not taking the person who has the more points right now, you're doing something wrong.
There's nothing on the line, then I'll take.
If somebody starts offering you odds, then maybe you take Magnus or Anish or something. But anyway, tomorrow is a rest day, long awaited and much anticipated by all, I'm sure. And then we have the final 3 rounds starting on Friday. Friday, right? Same time, same place. So stay tuned then. Tune in then. Yeah, words are becoming progressively more and more difficult. We'll still be here, going ever so crazy. Whatever.
See you on Friday, everyone.
Yep.
Bye-bye.